There we go. We're not live anymore, I don't think. Oh, and we're back live. That was quick. Welcome back, everyone, to part 2 here of the SSRI 12 Hours of Spa.
We are at the halfway mark, still a long way to go.
6 hours left to go. Practically halfway through the season now, I could say. As this happens again, first and second. In chat, well done to you. Not really sure. You know what? I'm actually gonna... I'm gonna be immature and do it as well. Oh, fuck. That works. I can't. Bass is not happy with you. I switched it on to ours first, so no. Alright, nice one. Remember to like the second part of the stream, guys. I know this is a new live stream, so no one's actually liked it apart from 3 people, so don't at me. Yeah, that's fair. I'm going to quickly change over microphone, so I'm just going to be, what's it called, inactive for about a minute. So it's just I need to click one button and then reset everything, so FYI. Alright, audio level should be the same. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just on different microphone. That's my other one was probably died. Intermittent yellow flag there. Not sure what that was. That is just someone, unfortunately, just going off a bit there. But 5 hours 56 minutes and 1 second left to be left of this race, to be precise. Yeah, only a 3-hour race, shaking my goddamn head. Got an F1 100% race, and then I got an ACC sprint race. So that's brilliant. Yeah, shaking my goddamn head. Just say that to him, sir. Only just seen your part of chat. I'm also surprised my voice hasn't gone yet, I'll be honest. I went from doing 5 broadcasts a week, and now March is supposedly my break month. Quote unquote break. This is debatable at this rate. April, I think I'm doing 6 a week, 6 a week, so yeah. I'm so glad Car 96 hasn't had much screen time, because I don't think I want to say its second name. I don't think it's allowed on YouTube, I'll be honest. Or is there a different way of saying it because it's French? Number 96, because it seems he might be battling soon. Barack, that's better. Yeah. If you want the sim racing Holland car, the car I probably mistaked way too many times with the SSRI car. But 5 seconds behind now of Samuel Brackstad. Getting closer and closer, but we do see Samuel Brackstad getting closer to Vidigi. And then Oliver Anderson in P39 there, which is good to see. The pink car of Untalented Motorsports coming closer and closer to their goal of P30, I think it was. Is there contact between both of them going into turn 5 there? That's not good between them both there. That's unfortunate there for Samuel, and I think that's Diane's car as well. Not sure if that person is driving at the moment. Did you? Oh, that's unfortunate. So that was actually for position there. I'm probably going to order my food now, actually, while I'm thinking of it. So I'm going to multitask once again. %. I think all I've eaten today is 2 digestive biscuits and a scone. I do not eat much, I'll be honest. Oh my days! Oh, I hate living in countrysides, but I also love living in countrysides. It's gonna take an hour and a half to get here, even though it's sushi, so it can't really go cold. Trying to think of what to say. I'll be honest. There isn't much to say. All around the car's a good idea. Board with car number 723, McLaren 720S Racing. Left-hand Racing. We have seen these cars previously. Currently in P30. Were they second? I don't think they were. I'm not sure. You could correct me if I'm wrong. Do you think they were? You probably were. Old, 50 years old and wise. Could say that though. Good luck, Van der Kil's number 6 car. Oh my god, what is this song I'm listening to? There we go. Let's change it. Hopefully you can't hear on stream, otherwise copyright is absolutely in the air. You should be able to hear it, right? Okay. Thank God. Oh, 5-second time penalty for car 911 currently, who was in the lead earlier with the 666 car on lap 3.
Wow.
I don't think
That's
this is in chronological order. I don't get how that works actually. The
It had to be a
pop-up.
really difficult crash. We still had to take a long time to decide.
Either that or that. Yeah, I thought there was a rule though on how long reports can go on for. But you're actually the owner, so I won't fight back against that, so you probably know better. How does that actually work? Is it I don't get how that works. The incident report pop up. Yeah, how does that work? That's quite cool. I do see it. Oh, so you're just doing it manually? Oh. I see. Failing to comply with race director on lap 4. So they've just got a 10-second penalty in the span of 150 odd laps. But obviously, yeah. But obviously the stewards are doing a great job. Obviously making this race actually work and justified. Not sure who's in the stewards box, but they are doing a good job, as I was saying earlier. Alex Crawford and Nikolai Strauder both in the stewards box. Pardon? That's a... I think that was mentioned quite a while ago, wasn't it? Oh no, that was mentioned quite recently. Sim racing. How many sim racing Holland cars are there? 100. This is for position here. John Gray, Nick Wargers, both cars quite close with each other. It seems John Gray just tries to go for the inside line through Lecomte. He does get it done. Is there going to be any sort of retaliation here from Nick Wargers? Not sure there is going to be any. Just falls back there in the Mode 11 car. Unfortunately, there might be a bit of... This is a 5-on-1 car going... I'm not sure what colour... What is that? That's a Funtech racing team. We haven't seen that much of. Stefan Hepp just stopped. There's not even an attempt. What's happened there? If we could get a replay on that, that would be great. He's just stopped there. He's back and running, so it's not a fuel issue, and it can't be...
Oh.
Oh, no. Get off. There we go.
Oh.
Get you, but I'm confused what happened with that car there. John Gray getting closer once again. Nick Wargers trying to get back with his position of P20. Oh, I forgot when I had my last lem sip. That's great. I'm gonna have to wait now, like ages. 654. Oh, I'll just go back in the stream, try and find out when I was mentioning it. 96 got absolutely murdered in lap 2. We had 2 minutes and 15 damage and had the lamp to the pits from turn 10. You're a bit late to say that, I'll be honest. You're about 6 hours, 7 hours late, but hey ho, it's good to see. Now aiming for places that are somewhere in the 30s. If you want to have a mid-race interview, feel free to hop into the interview waiting room channel in the Discord, and me and Dominic Geese, who is also here, will happily question you. It does me a lot of favour of trying to waffle through this, and same with Dominic. I'll be back in a minute. I want to go get digestive biscuits. One is back.
Nice to hear.
It's still for position. Yes, it is. John Gray and Nick Ward is still at it once again. This has been happening for quite some time now. We are now, I want to say, 6 hours and 22 minutes into this race. Where are we? Something like that. How long is left of Dominic's stint? Do you know? Not Dominic, Oliver's stint.
That's a good question. I don't know exactly, but should be like 40 minutes or so.
Alright. There you go, Dominic on camera once again.
Oh, hello, Oliver. I'm not looking that handsome like he did.
Your camera kept falling down, so we thought you were shrinking, I'll be honest.
Oh, my
Well,
camera falling down.
Yeah, we only saw half your face at some point of it.
Ooh.
We just thought you shrunk. You.
Yeah. Oh, I said.
Oh, I thought I said who. Oh. There is some person in a C63 outside of my house. That is a lovely sounding car. I do hope so. No, I've still got 40 minutes and it's coming in a Honda Civic. Unless that is the Honda Civic. Pretty sure that's the most inefficient car for doing Uber Eats. That's got like the lowest MPG of most UK cars. I mean, they've got actually quite good MPG. Unless you floor it, obviously, but I think they've got quite nice MPG. I think the worst are probably the old R8s. They're quite cheap though, R8s, well, the old ones. I didn't think they were... I think I never knew they were like 15 years old, so I thought they were quite new, but... 2006, I believe it is. That makes them 17 years old, never mind.
Oh, was a nice move from Nick Vargas. Oh, yes. But very brave at the same time. So well done.
Just for anyone that actually cares, Sandberg won the Formula E race. Come on.
Don't spoiler.
Oh, sorry. But I don't think
No,
anyone cares. I'll be honest, Chris doesn't seem to give any cares about that sport.
no, I already knew it because I looked on Instagram too early.
Yeah, sorry to the people who are actually watching, who actually care about the sport. I didn't think about that. Well, I'm just a McLaren fan, so I found that quite nice.
Yeah, me too. I'm so happy for Sam.
Yeah, I'm happy with some as well, but I support JQs more.
Yeah, I support both. I support Jaguar as well.
Jaguar, yeah. Nick Cassidy is never one I like to support. I've got a nice. I don't even know if I hanged up yet. I've got a picture of Garage's 59's Golf livery, huge painting that's supposed to go on my wall, but I haven't even unboxed it yet.
Oh, there's a battle going on between Patrick and Ron. Ooh.
Two going on in a minute, but it seems the Mode 11 car just lost a position to what seems to be a Mercedes of
Half and on.
that car. There's another drive-through penalty being awarded, it seems, to car 24?
5.
5?
6, 7.
I'm counting up those
16,
numbers.
35.
Seems everyone's getting drive-throughs now. 556 as well, getting the drive-through penalty, as we do see. Damien in the chat saying the other Mode 11 car is also firing for position, as seen on screen on the left and the right side. And we do see Mel Sim Racing saying, damn, my first stint was not that good due to grading. Second stint went much better. I think that's the story of most people, to be honest. You could probably say it yourself. I'm glad I'm not racing in this, I'll be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Spa is such a nice track.
I love Spa, I've been to it in real life, but it's just, I'm not the biggest fan of ACC endurance races anymore. I've done quite a few. I've done races where I'm driving and commentating as well. Just like you're doing right now. And it's so much effort to try and be competitive in races now. It's like you have to build, set up, practice so much. Like I'll be honest, when I turn up to sprint races, I don't practice and just hope for the best.
Yeah, the same with me. I don't practice. I practice like an hour before the race.
Yeah.
When practice session going live for the race, but nothing more. Endurance races is a little bit different. I'm usually starting 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks before the race.
Yeah.
And then doing like 1, 2, 3 hour practice. Because I got not that much time to do more. So it's very difficult to really prepare for endurance race if you are not doing that full time. Or even part time.
Yeah.
But nice to hear that you went to Spa. I went to Spa once again at in May with Oliver to the WC.
Oh, nice. 6 hours, or is it twice? No, it's 6 hours, isn't it?
6 hours.
Yeah. I want to go see WEC. I haven't seen a WEC race before. It's especially with the new layout of GT, LMDHs and the GT3s. It just makes it quite. I just love seeing LMDHs and the GT3s together. I think it's probably. This is controversial, but I think it's probably better than the GTEs in my opinion.
Oh, Leon Cutler.
Yeah, what's happening? The other CBSR car just going slow through a Rouge Rajon. Going onto Kemmel Straight now. The spin according to Chris.
And they're going off again. Strange. Maybe they've broken something. They crashed into the wall at the radio.
Potentially. Side by side here going into Blanchimont. Ferrari versus McLaren. Who's going to be on top of this? For P12 here. Seems McLaren just going to try and brake later than Ferrari going into bus stop. They both brake quite late there. They both make the corner though. Seems McLaren trying to block off the exit. It's not going to work. There's going to be a switch back there from the 212-296, but the overspeed from the McLaren off the traction is just going to get past, but there is going to be another late break show from here going into La Source. They're going to go side by side once again. Are they going to go side by side into Rouge Radion? That is something I don't think many people want to do, but they are now just facing each other off again. This is all about trying to get a Rouge Radion nailed. The McLaren's usually very good at that, very stable. However, the 296 isn't, as we can see there. That could be a drive-through penalty there for Plus, going very, very wide, going into the runoff of Radion. Yeah, so track car was, I guess, but just not a drive-through. Oh, that's bad. Vargas has got a drive through there down in P20. That's going to put him down quite a few laps. As we can see, he is battling with John Gray. Well, was. Now, unfortunately, still 5 hours and 27 minutes left of the race, so anything can happen still.
Let me have a look.
Oh, that is a message for you. Well, it says geese, so I'm gonna assume it's for you.
Yes, the message is for me. Oh man, these guys.
Yep. Me and Chris laughing in English. Yeah. Yes. Hang on, I've got an idea. Nope, I'm just going to use my amazing brain. Hang on. You can skip more than one, I assume that says. Or else
No.
Okay, so Google Translate is absolutely...
It means can we skip March?
Oh.
März is March on German.
I'll agree with that. I can skip March. I don't like March that much.
No, it's about a game about farming simulator which I'm playing with some other friends.
Oh.
These friends are sometimes a little bit weird and coming to the streams and asking things like that. For example.
Fair enough, I guess. The grind never stops.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, true. I just want to get out of March. Oh, you know what, fair. Actually, no, I don't want to skip it because I got a half term. Never mind. Six hours left of IMSA. Well, actually 7 hours left of IMSA. Oh my days, there are a lot of people watching that. My birthday is March, please don't skip. I get so many presses. We won't skip it then. Like we have the power to anyway, but I reckon if there's a democracy, we can use the majority of the vote. But
Yep.
it seems it's in favour of not skipping.
1 to 4, not skipping much. Okay, accepted.
I'm patiently waiting for my motor shifter right now. I've heard mixed reviews about that, so I'd love to hear your opinion on that one. I just need to buy a bit more aluminium profile so I can make a few little cool things, because I made my own dashboard thing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it took me some time. Every time I hear Chris make some strange noises, I instantly think a car's gone off. So
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I know. I think it was. I don't know who it was actually. And there we go. There's another one. Car gone off, Chris? Oh.
Oh, Kai got a driver, I see. Oh. I think it's longer than what I haven't noticed it. Yeah. And we see the pits. Seems like many people are getting now their drive-throughs.
Yeah, it might be because of either track cuts, but it could also be for speeding in the pit lane.
No, speeding in pit lane is SG30.
I thought that was if you go over a certain mile an hour. I'm not sure anymore. Questioning.
Isn't that the definition of speeding?
You know what? Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you that one. Define speeding without saying speeding.
Yeah.
So we have the fanatic ones at work, and oh my god, they off. Are they actually off holiday? Because I was looking to buy one of those because they look alright. 10-second time penalty for car 73 for causing a collision with car 93 on lap 136. So I believe that's about 20 laps ago or so that happened. Hang on. So to be exact, it was. I'm not doing math.
Yeah.
I have CBSR car going side by side here with Hutman in the 239. Ferrari seems he got past him just before Rouge Radion, but he will have that slipstream going through Kemmel Straight if he is able to get the better exit. It doesn't seem he does. The CBSR car goes up into P14 for the time being. But is there going to be any sort of retaliation from Hutman? He is too far back at the moment to even think of going for a move, hopefully.
I think Hartman just left it before Rouge, just let him through, because you're not making it too wide through Rouge and Radio with the GT3 car. Not too, not safely, yeah. One of them will be hurt, at least.
No innocent survivors. Oh my days, that's awful. I've just been watching. I don't know why I'm on Twitter again, but I'd see just some. What's it called? A river in Chicago celebrating St. Patrick. So on my day, St. Patrick's Day, by dyeing their river green. If that's not the most awful thing you've ever heard, I'm not sure what is. Sure, I think we're coming to the end of the next stint here. We'll start seeing some driver swaps starting to appear quite soon, I believe. This leader, Nigel? Yeah. Tarim currently just overlapping some other people. Currently a 10-second time penalty. That's quite a lot. Doing Dom Heavy, I think it is, in the BMW of Wild Things. Currently in P2. Is only 28 seconds behind, so the 10-second time penalty can be quite effective, you could say, if he can just get closer and closer.
Guys, I'm sorry to say that, but I have to get off now. I have to do something.
That's fine.
Was nice to talk to you again.
Thank you
talk
for
later.
keeping me company. I'll see you later on.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Dominic Geese making his second appearance today, and probably not his last, not sure just yet. And we'll start seeing me also leaving quite soon when Oliver does join in. Big Dominic Geese is going on to do his next stint now, I believe. We still have no rain yet, so hopefully there's a bit of rain just to spice some things up further onto the race. But in the next half an hour, we will see Kieran hopefully joining the chat for comms to see us to the end of the race, I believe. Along joined with Oliver as well. Multi-21 saying no matter how many times I calibrate them, they both stay neutral about one shift in oh, that's brilliant. 26 people watching again. Welcome on in to everyone joining into the part 2 of the stream. There won't be another stream reset. For your information, this will see the end of the race. I have been Alex, and I have also been one of the commentators for today, followed by Dominic Geese, Oliver, Patrick, who was in on the first stints of the race, and Kieran will be in later as well, and obviously the man behind the scenes doing it all. Chris as well. Chris Hill, the owner of SSRI. One of the owners of SSRI. There you go. I didn't know that, to be fair. One of the owners of SSRI, obviously doing all of the camera works behind the scenes. And then obviously the stewards as well, doing a great job of... Have they switched over, or are they just doing it till the end? So there's 3 stewards there of Rennie Van Dyke, I think it was, she said. Nikolai Schroeder and then Alex Crawford doing the stewards for today. That's where you've seen all of the penalties being given. And obviously we do see the next race in just over a month, I believe. Yeah, April 20th, so a month and 4 days away. Something like that. Before we see the biggest race of season 3, which is Nordschleife 24 hours, one of the first races. Nordschleife will be set as an endurance race. It's a 24-hour race, I believe. That's actually going to be quite a major one, not one that'll have like 3 cars. You see, obviously, when that track does come out, I feel like every public server is going to be Nordschleife. That's just bound to, yeah, that's just bound to happen. That's true. People have been waiting for this track for absolutely years. Now we just need Long Beach. Wink, wink. Well, that's actually... I doubt there's going to be another track coming to ACC. I feel like that is going to be the wrap-up for the ACC game. And obviously AC2 will have most of the new tracks, which is supposedly coming out at the end of this year, as I said earlier. Quite excited for that game. Hopefully it has around the same physics as ACC. I prefer ACC physics to any other game. They feel better, in my opinion. That's very controversial if you say that to an iRacing person, because they'll start crying at you. Trust me, been there, done it. Don't do it. It's not a good idea. I'm not sure when Oliver is joining, but I might have to leave in the next 5 minutes or so because I have one other race in about an hour. So just... Yeah, that as well. Sushi is on its way in its Honda Civic, going 20 miles an hour because that's all you can do in Wales now. Crying. I'll give it 5 minutes because I think the driver stints will be happening by then, and we'll see Oliver hopefully join in. But if not, yeah, I'll have to go. Try and find where my sushi is located, somewhere in North Wales, probably. Probably catching the fish. That's why it's taking so long. I will say though, coming on subscribe. Next round of pit stops are just starting now, so we'll start seeing a few people coming into the pit around now until probably the next 5 minutes when the max stint timer is for a few drivers. But we'll have to see what happens here. I'm saying I'm driving in this race, but I have to say I prefer iRacing physics. After I hated on it for, does that say two? I'm assuming that says 2 years, but there's a, yeah, there's a flipping emoji in front of it, which I hate. But so I don't know. It's that reaction thing introduced by YouTube, and it's getting in the way. I'll be honest. But yeah, but I used to be quite good at iRacing, and I'm not even going to say that. That sounds really egotistic of me. But I used to do iRacing quite a bit. I stopped paying for it because it's costed so bloody much. But I do like iRacing physics, but I don't know. It feels quite light in my opinion. But obviously, it's all down to personal preferences, and that I just feel like iRacing has some work to do, but they are definitely doing quite good, I would say. Obviously, they have nailed the rain physics. I've been able to try that out. There's a bit of contact there between what seems to, it's at the Barkwell Motorsports car and the 666 Ferrari there. That's, I'm not sure how, that's for position as well. So that was kind of a interesting move. Yeah, rude move. You're on board with, I don't know who else is actually battling. It seems to be this is the only battle that's actually on track. There might actually be another one. Oh, Valen Duke, yeah, that was good timing. That was, and Zuhali both battling for position as well. There's still quite a big gap between them both. Let's see. That's a shame, but oh well. Wow, there's still 5 hours left of this race. Well, I'll be honest. When it starts turning dark, you automatically assume that the race is about to finish. But for you, you're going till midnight. Think I am actually going to have to hop off now because I want to go have my dinner, even though it's supposed to be here in 10 minutes. So I might be on a bit later, not sure just yet. But thank you for having me on board, Chris, and thank you for everyone in chat for being in here. So 26 people watching, so hopefully Oliver is here in the next few minutes to take over. But for them, I don't think there's going to be any commentary just for now. No worries, see you in a bit, bye.
And we are back with commentary just in time to see some penalties being handed out for the 73 car. 10 seconds for him. Quick notice, if anyone is wondering why it's only Dominic and myself who got those webcams going, it is quite easy to set up. I know that some drivers are listening out there. In the endurance bulletin board, there's a link, video.ninja, where you can log in with any device. It doesn't have to be a webcam. You can use your phone as I do. I just put my phone in the shoe and have the camera pointed at myself. And that's how I get those feeds showing. You can even see in the bottom there that it's working, and it's basically something anyone can do. And we do encourage drivers to get this done, so we can see some lovely onboards from the drivers that we are watching on track at the minute. But Chris, enough of this camera bullshit. Anyways, the action is still going. We are currently following the 43rd placed car. Good showing for them that they are still on track. And reminder to anyone out there that we do want to hear from you, whether you are on the top or the bottom of the timing boards. We would like to hear from you to get an interview if you want to. Haven't had many of those this race. Go onto the Discord channel, Sim Racing International on the Discord. Under broadcasting, and then there's a voice channel called Interview Waiting Room. Drop in there, and we will drag you in as quickly as we see you on the channel. Kind reminder to everyone out there: the race is still going strong around. I can see, and so a lot of chatting in YouTube. I assume that that have been dealt with by the previous commentators. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask them, and I'll do my best to answer. Still following the wonderful 225 car. Good spirit, keeping going and not giving up, even though the tough things have happened through the race. Always good to see people keeping the endurance spirit and racing till the end. 225 car, of course, at BMW, the podium Honda's Team 1. Getting a lovely bit of airtime. Just seeing the train of cars forming up behind, probably to lap them, I would assume. Since they are down here, also we see Timo Sidek. He will be challenging for 38th position as this pit stop round is finishing. At least that's the expectations of the 101 car that will be battling the 1, 2, 3 as soon as these pit stops are done with or dealt with. A lot of good driving out there. We haven't seen too many incidents as of late, at least that's what I noticed when I was on track, as there wasn't that many yellow flags shown. So that is also good to see. Still a few tactical battles going out on track, as those who are pitting now, they can definitely make it home right on the pit stop target if it keeps clear throughout the race. But there's still a chance of rain later on as we go into the last 4 hours and 50 minutes of this endurance race. Jumping up to the 42nd place car. It is Big Brain Racing, currently driven by Ryan O'Sullivan. Quick driver, I know him mostly from other communities where I also go racing from time to time. A little bit surprised to see him in the back of the grid, but they must have had issues in the 14 Ferrari during the race. Look at those lines through there. It's almost lifting when it goes through the curbs, through Radion there on the inside or the top of the roofs, depending on how you want to put it. Very fun to see these cars going. In not so long, I assume that Kieran Bidargo, or no, not Bidargo, what is it called? Kieran, whatever, will join me in the commentary room. It's a Kieran, nevertheless. Kieran Morphle, Chris Hill is whispering in my back ear, and a quick shout out to Chris Hill controlling the cameras throughout this entire race. Without him, this broadcast wouldn't be possible at all. So if you wouldn't mind it, just posting "well done, Chris Hill" in the YouTube chat, just to show him that you appreciate the things that he's doing out there for us as on the community as a whole. As he's now also one doing the cameras for the sprint series. Would be lovely to see some appreciation for him as well as the drivers, of course. And while you are appreciating Chris's good camera work, you can also tell us which car you were cheering for out there in the YouTube chat, and we'll try and give them a little bit of additional screen time if we are quick enough on following up on the YouTube messages, of course. Still following Ryan O'Sullivan. You can see, even though they are not, we jump up to the 38th placed car. Simply back to Ryan O'Sullivan, you can really see that even though that the cars on the back of the field, they are still taking the almost perfect racing lines through all the corners. Such a high quality of drivers we are seeing on the track at the minute. I don't think there's a single team out there who haven't posted lap times under the 220. Oh, Timo Sidek have had a big crash in the 101 car. Sidek are really throwing everything away from the 101 team. This is surely going to have to be an additional pit stop for the Untalented Motorsports crew. Not what I like to see, as that's the car that I'm driving myself as well. Big unfortunate incident that have happened there. I bet you that Chris Hill will do his best to try and find a replay of whatever that was. Not so optimum. Anyways, back up to 41st position. The I assume that it's called Noob Racing Team. I just got a message from Dominic. We just got do a game freeze. 2:30. Team and I want to call the label shopping. Yeah, okay. I think the 101 car is about to retire, unfortunately, due to those unfortunate incidents. There's been a lot of game freezes mid-race for us in the 101 car, at least this evening of racing or day of racing. It has been a little bit unfortunate, and apparently that's what caused that last crash there for the 101 car. Big unfortunate there, but it is what it is, and not the spirit of the race, but yeah, that just means that I'll be available for broadcasting during the rest of the race. So you'll have to listen to me out there, and my voice will be killing me by the end of this, doing 4 hours 46 minutes additional of this. But unfortunate that that's another retirement in the race. That brings it down to 42 runners when the 101 car pulls into the pits next time around. But it is what it is. But still not that many cars have retired from this race. I think it was 46 cars starting off. I'll just have to do a little bit of that, and I've been joined in the commentary room for once. So this is Kieran. Hello, Kieran. Welcome to the commentary room. We are just watching some of the lower placed cars go around track, studying their driving style, giving them a bit of screen time as we just get a replay here.
Yeah, I know what this is. I've been watching. This is a bad time, really, to show up for you, isn't it? I heard it was a game. Oh,
yeah, game freeze. Very unfortunate time. Time that happened going into Rouge. We have had close calls with those before, and Blanchimont, especially in the rain, we had a big one that caused me to do a 360 there. But this one, yeah, it is what it is. Not more can be salvaged from this race from that team. But anyways, following the 27 car, the Noob Racing, Eric in that car.
You're trying to beat a record scratch or something? What was that?
It's just Eric driving. Following him around as the messages keep getting spammed into me and by my teammates. It is what it is. But yeah, following Eric around, as we can also see his driving, it's the same thing. That's every time we see these back marker cars or these back markers in this race, they are still very quick and hitting the lines very well. Very smart about the driving. Also, most of the cars that we see in the back of the SSRI endurance races are normally cars that have been involved in incidents and having disconnects or other issues during the races. As this basically a top 8 being contenders for normally the podium positions, and then from 8th to like 30th are one big gaggle of cars. And another car, that's the 39th place car. Good job of getting out of the racing line there. Sim Racing Holland, one of the Sim Racing Holland entries. I wonder what happened to him. He must have spun it in Rouge as well.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Lamborghini Evo 2, but the older Lamborghini, not that's not old, but the other Lamborghini that could be chosen, the one generation older than this, was known for being very twitchy to drive. I haven't driven this one myself, so I can't really speak of that, but I've heard from drivers that it's a lot better than the older one.
The old one? Oh, very much so. As someone who has driven an endurance race in this thing, it's very different to the old one. If anything, it's actually the complete opposite. It is not really twitchy at all. The car's more set up for understeer, so if anything, you're going to go wide more than anything. So I can imagine what happened going through Eau Rouge just then is the car probably bottomed out because there is a very, very harsh little bump if you take the right line, or wrong line in this case, which will send the car sideways, because overall this car doesn't look damaged really. It looks like it's managed to get away from clipping any walls. I might be wrong, but nevertheless those tires are very much going to be cooked from probably going sideways at about 150 mile an hour or 200 odd kph, however you want to look at it, because that is a...
You want to look at it in kph preferably.
Take your preference. It depends where you want to be in Europe.
I think most of our viewers are Central Europeans.
Yeah, that's fair. So I probably should stick to KPH, shouldn't I?
It doesn't really matter too much. There must be some British people out there as well. Or even Americans.
There are even some Americans. I saw there was a Malaysian in this race, actually. We've gone very, very multi-continental at the moment, as I think we're about to see what happened here.
Yeah, he
a
clipped the
bit too much
inside curve,
inside.
and then, then the second curve there on the inside of Radio, and that's what gets you when you do that. And not ooh, that's lucky for the car that's spoiled, but he's doing a good job at staying put. And we can see he moves as soon as he sees a car going on the outside. From very good job there, not causing additional havoc there. But yeah, those tires they are pretty done for. They're not just cooked; they're also flat spot at this point. But he still goes very close to that inside curve, and not taking a chill in the following lap.
I mean, at the moment, with how these cars, well, especially with how this car can probably get set up, you do need to get really close to that inside curb. I mean, Eau Rouge Radion, famously one of the biggest commits within the GT3 calendar, where you have to be pretty much on it all the time going through there, because if you drop it at any point, if you take too much curb, if you don't take the right line, you are going to either spin, flat spot your tires, as we've just seen, or a wall will be met, which I actually want to get, because being someone who hasn't casted this race just yet, I've been doing my own stuff, I kind of want to have a look back at what on earth has been going on in this race, because I did get to catch up on the start and the first couple of hours of this race, and my word, I do not think I have seen an SSRI endurance race that has been that, or with that much going on at once. There was so much going on. Pole position, getting hit on pretty much immediate out of Eau Rouge Radion. The rain coming in so soon with the Sim Racing Holland Mercedes calling one of the biggest pit strategies I've seen to send them into first place. They seem to still be holding that position as well. Unfortunately, the 101 Mercedes.
Not so long ago, yeah. We considered the 101 starting on the dries as well, because we knew the Mercedes was capable of it, as we have rain again in half an hour, ladies and gentlemen. But we were considering starting on the dries as well, because we knew that the Mercedes from previous experiences are very capable of doing damp condition racing on the dries, especially around Spa and Monza. It's actually not worth it to take the wets for anything else than safety's sake. It is slightly quicker on the dries, though we opted for the wets because of skill issues around this track. Honestly, but it is what it is.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it turned out to be the best decision in the end, because if I'm not mistaken, the rain actually lasted a bit longer than everyone was hoping, and we did actually get a wet track to begin with, so it ended up with a lot of people diving in relatively pronto, and then for those who stuck it on the wets, got a very nice dry exit, I guess, to end stint 1, as I think, is this for position? No, this is just... Okay, so this one is just a back marker. I think the Ferrari, if that is... The only one I think that can be is the 14 if it's been lapped, but will be being overtaked. Lamborghini, from looks, yes, it's being blue flagged, so that is a back marker by comparison. Goes just wide, going through Pouon, but nevertheless, it sounds like a race in its entirety of take it by the strategy more than anything, because capability-wise, bad time to say that, as we see the 556 has gone into the wall, is that is at the fast right-hander, yes, because we're at the chicane, so luckily you can just hop into the...
Yeah, quick into the pitch, but it looks like heavy suspension damage on that from how it looks. Yeah. Fun fact, I had a big crash earlier in the race as well, where I got so much suspension damage that my wheel was literally 180 degrees, so I upshifted on the wrong side and while driving. Pretty interesting and trying to get the MFD stuff sorted upside down, but it is what it is. But fun fact about the 123 car are that it's the first time that the CBSR racing team have featured a second car on the grid, and it's only the second time in I believe in their team's history that they are not fielding a Mercedes overall. So that might be the reason why they don't have their classic CBSR livery on the car. That's the drunken guys of usually Tehorst and Van Duren, of course.
The 69, I always remember.
Oh yes, one of my favorite liveries, to be honest. Actually,
Oh
is
yeah,
my
no,
favorite
it is
livery
beautiful.
by quite a margin. That have only developed ever so slightly over the years, but every time they have tweaked it, it's just become even more iconic to look at. But yeah, following their B team around, basically they do have quick drivers in that team as well. For instance, Varg Marcus. I actually haven't seen any of the other drivers that they've chosen to field in that car or heard of them before, but I know that they have Varg Marcus in that car who drove the 2 first rounds of the Endurance Championship with the main team.
I don't know if you know, but in the main car, I'm actually wondering now who they have in there.
It's only Van Doren and Horst in this race.
Just during it. Ooh.
Yeah, Horst is driving at the minute, and I think they sacked Danny DeSwart last season as he couldn't keep up bringing them their beers quick enough, and that's why they couldn't have him as their third guy anymore, even though he was hella quick. Honestly, I don't know. I'm just making stories up for the people watching out there. But it is what it is. I
mean, it might be commitment side of things, because obviously when it comes to doing this sort of thing, it is a bit more of a commitment to appear on these sort of things, and overall they do take it out of you. I guess a way of putting it is, because 12 hours, it's felt like an entire race to begin with, but we've just dropped below I say just dropped below 5 hours. We're coming up to 4.5 remaining, and from what I remember doing this race last year, because of all the races before, you've had I think at the moment we've had a 10-hour and a 6-hour. The 10-hour would only just be, or would still just be going, but the 6-hour would have already been over. This one drags on. Obviously, there's the 24-hour coming up, the infamous Nordschleife as well, or we're hoping that it will get released in time, because yes, I do know that it was announced April 1st.
If it doesn't get released in time, then there is a secret agreement that it's 24 hours of Snetterton in flooded conditions.
So we're not going to get any finishers then,
No.
based on that? Okay, we're just going to get everyone drowning.
It's literally 24 hours of pain, and it's encouraged to switch to the Jaguar for everyone in that race.
Oh yeah, no, it has to be done in the Jag. It's
home field advantage.
The secret code that no one knows, the Jag is the only buoyant car. It's the only one that can float on a
I would say that if you pick either the old Bentley or the BMW M6, that's allowed as well.
Ah yes, both boats.
Maybe the V12 Aston could be fun. Having a speedboat on the track while they are ferrying around would be pretty cool.
And actually, speaking of Bentleys and boats, we do actually on this grid have the boat Bentley.
Yeah, do you know what team that is or what they have done the last couple of years?
I do know what one they are. I cannot remember the team for the life of me, but I know they were Honda. Rest in peace. Yes, Team Rocket.
Yeah, they also drove the reason why they were that was they actually had bad position as well. Yeah, they were driving the Honda at the beginning of last season with the Mazda livery, and then because of the Honda got a BOP to a not so nice place. Let's say that on this PG friendly stream. They opted to switch out of the Honda, and they're also the team that did the Porsche Rari livery the season before that. I think they have done another one as well of those strange to look at kind of cars. Obviously, this one are the Evergreen livery. the canal blocking boat, of course, Team Rocket.
And I do know at certain points within the race, they very much held up the name or the reputation of the boat as the Bentley. In corners does struggle, but overall the straight line grunt of the engine in this thing is pretty incredible, and the BOP obviously bringing it more in line with everyone else. But overall, at the end of the day, it's not the best at the end of the day. So what these lads have managed to do, because if I remember right, they started 33rd. They have managed to do incredible to get to where they are, just keeping out of trouble's way a lot of the time, as within endurance racing that can do massive things, and it's clearly paying for these lads.
They've been doing that all season. These guys are highly highly. What was I about to say? They are highly experienced. Was the
They're
word I was looking
wise,
for?
yes.
They have all done a ton of endurance races in the past, and that's why we see it. The Bentley is also kind of an interesting choice for endurance because it does have a really good fuel economy, even though you shouldn't think about it for such a large vehicle. But the fuel economy of the Bentley are actually pretty good, and it's not as heavy as people think when they look at it. The old Porsche 991 was actually heavier than the Bentley. Fun fact.
Huh. And that was better around corners as well. I guess gravity plays a factor into that.
Oh yes.
But I mean, the main thing I
Engine
remember,
placement.
or the main thing that puts people off to this car especially, is where the wheel is.
I actually think
Ooh.
that's a very weak. That's a very weak thing to pick it off from, because it's actually optimum for a race car to have the steering wheel on the right-hand side of the car, because most racetracks they go clockwise, so you have the inside
That's
of
true.
the corners most of the time. We even saw that back on Le Mans. I can't remember if it was Peugeot or Audi who purposely put their wheels on the British side of the racing of their LMP cars, so that the drivers would have the optimum seating position for that. Just a little bit of extra pace there and the consistency. It's the small things, you know. And to be honest, once you start driving the first lap or two, they might feel strange, but you quickly get used to the opposite side of the wheel, even for Central Europeans. It's not that big of an issue.
Oh, wow. I mean, with most of the cars in general within racing, it's obviously a case that when one does it, they all do it, they follow suit. You get the one that breaks it, clearly in the Bentley's case, and I do remember when it was actually driving in the real world GC3 championships, it was never a slouch, even towards the end of its life. It was a very, very competitive car, winning Mount Panorama being one of the main notable things back in 2020, I believe. So overall, it's a very notable car, but then the company that were developing it, I believe ProDrive, moved on to another car that we only have one of as well, which was the Aston Martin. So that's what ProDrive are now developing over the Bentley. And I mean, hopefully, fingers crossed, because obviously everyone likes to rumour, we're going to be getting a new car, potentially, with the Nordschleife coming up soon.
That is likely going to be the addition of the next generation of the Aston Martin. So maybe that car will have a bit of a rebirth. Although it is strange to see that low amount of Aston Martins into this race, as the Aston has been famous for being one of the better endurance cars to run, because it's so easy to drive and it's extremely competitive in the right hands. Soft on the tires as well, and decent engine sound when you're inside the car as well. It's a pretty nice car. The onboard dash, I don't use those personally because I have an additional one mounted on top of my wheelbase, but it's also a nice dash. It have that they're actually not that expensive to have those additional ones. I bought off a German 3D printing company, so little bit of a trick there. Message me if you want that address. They do flag displays as well.
No plugging. Hang on.
No. They do flag displays as well. I run 2 of those, as they are also used as spotters for other sims, especially if you do oval racing. It's nice to see if there are cars in the side of you when you can't see the windscreen mirrors from your camera angle. But it is what it is. Anyways, looking at the THRC car they used on Aston Martin last season, by the way. Bouncer van der Voort, who just finished 3rd in the AM Championship in the Sprint Series, driving the car currently. He was leading that championship up until the final round, but then it just wasn't his day. Let's just say that, and got unlucky with a few incidents that happened on the track. That's not the best for him.
I do remember
Very unfortunate. He could have had the championship almost on a lockdown before the race. He did lead with quite a few points, but sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
No, but he still got a podium in the end, didn't he? 3rd, like you said.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, wait. I'm thinking of him as well. I was thinking the same thing. Good point. Good point. Yes.
We are just so clever here in the comment booth with great memories. But speaking of the GT3 Sprint Series, the sign-ups are still open, I believe, and you can go onto the simgrid.com and sign up for that. I know that personally I will be driving the Lexus next season. I've noticed in the chats that there are a few others who are considering it just for the fun of it. It would be nice to not be left alone in the top split with the Lexus by myself. So having someone to compete with would be fun. I know that my good friend and racing buddy Nikolaj Schrøder might be selecting it, and there was a few others with mentions in the chat. So yeah, we'll see if the Lexus will get a rebirth in the Sprint Series. We know that there's a Nissan as well. Richard Pixley is keeping on that one, and they are pronounced it correctly. Just wanted to say that I know what his name is, but I just refuse to call him that in sprint racing.
Stubborn one, are we?
Oh yes, I made my decision. I've made my choice. Daniel Ispahan, anyways, from SLRT Red. We saw that car have a bit of a shunt through. Now the rain have disappeared from the screen there, but it will probably come back soon. Yes. It sometimes does this, and then it will reappear, but that normally means that it's a short spell of rain when it arrives. But Isberg here in the 556 SLRT Red, who had that incident in Blanchimont not that long ago. 33rd placed car at the minute. They are also still going, and I must say, I don't know if this is a custom livery or in-game livery, but it does look striking.
And I mean, well, the customizability even within the game is pretty impressive to see what you can do. And I wouldn't be surprised if it is actually an in-game one, because a lot of the time the custom ones we see often have more intricate designs, logos, that sort of thing. Prime example, the 101 your car, you've got AB. I think I've brought this up before, but it was built based on a German train, as it was designed by Monsieur Dominique Gies.
He's actually German, so I don't think it's
well, it makes perfect sense. Well, I don't know what it is in German, so I'm not even going to try.
It's Dominic Gies! Something like that.
But Giese, no, that's the British way of saying it, Chris. But I'm wondering, is Gies got something planned for your Lexus, or is that something you're coming up with?
No, I actually made that in correlation with Colin Mooney, and there is a small teaser on the GT3 livery chat. It's taking inspiration from an old Toyota Group C car. If you have played Gran Turismo 4, then you know which one it is, of course. With the coloring and a little bit of an Easter egg on the rear wing. Memory of a famous sentence that I might have said after my class win on Brands Hatch this season.
Oh, we have only got a teaser, haven't we?
Oh, yes.
How could you?
So but that's because I haven't figured out how to put the full livery up there yet as a... There's actually a better picture of it on my Instagram, by the way, but I haven't figured out how to upload the livery yet.
Is this becoming a plug again? What is this?
I could have started promoting my broadcast I'm running with Moon as well. Find that on YouTube, a supercharged broadcast, if you're bored. But and be our 5th viewer, I think it would be very kind. Now that you were mentioning that we could do that. Nillen is still following the beautiful BMW of SLRT around. Just trying to get a little bit of a style studio of the car, actually doing quite well hitting the egg. Not taking as much of the curbs around Lake Com as I am in person, but it's a driver preference, and we know that the BMW can actually handle quite a bit of curb if you do it right. A little bit more difficult to drive than the Mercedes, in my opinion, but I do know quite a few people who disagrees with that. But it is a wonderful car, the BMW also. I remember that this car came out, actually the only other car other than the Lambo that the CBSR, whatever, the drunken team, they have driven. They drove this for one race, just as it came out, the famous Silverstone race that was almost 90% enforced back then, when the M4 was European and not buffed correctly. But I remember them doing that, and they had their classic livery on the M4 as well there. It looks stunning, as always.
I'm almost surprised that they didn't use the BMW for the second team then, because they might have the one still somewhere in the locker, but as you mentioned, I feel like the Mercedes and the BMW are possibly the more comparable cars on the grid in terms of, well, maybe not in terms of driving style, but definitely in terms of lines that you would take between the two. Mercedes obviously being the absolute curb monster that it is. But BMW probably being second.
The BMW and Aston, they can do that as well. Usually the front engine cars, they are very good on the curbs. If you have ever driven the Nissan the Lexus is actually not that good on the curbs, but if you've ever driven the Nissan GTR, that car can murder the curbs. It's like even if there's a sausage curb, it's like it's not even there when you take it. Wonderful piece of machine to drive. And then after the latest Kuno spot, it's also become quite a bit more competitive. I'm not basing that off of Richard Prixley dominating in Tier 2, of course, because that's just Prixley in a Tier 2.
Well, that's just Prixley. That's all you need. It's just Prixley.
It's just Prixley who... you said Prixley as well there. Oi! Now the rain is back, by the way, in 10 minutes, but it will be a short shower. And no, but he might have sank back that pre-season test a little bit too much. Who knows? Maybe he just went in without practice. But yeah, we'll see him with the top tiers next season, hopefully. So it will be interesting to see what he can actually do with the Nissan up there. As I would assume that he will be competing for the semi-pro championship immediately.
Well, yeah, he gets the auto promotion. Yeah. Wondering if he's keeping the Nissan this time round, because obviously
he is. I have seen on the
he is taking the Nissan.
That he already signed up with the car.
Good.
So I assume that he will be keeping it. Oh, now I closed something I shouldn't have closed on my screen.
That's not a good start. But going back to the race, as you quickly mentioned there, yes, the showers are back, but it is looking like it's only just going to be a little bit of a spitter. And I would imagine most cars are going to stay on the slicks. From what you're saying, the Mercedes probably going to be one of the stronger cars on the slick, more greasy track. I wouldn't imagine it will go any further than greasy. Depending, it's probably going to be like 5 minutes of rain. It won't be that much.
Still, yeah, exactly. But it's still a matter of how good you are driving the car and controlling your electronics when you're in those situations. A little bit of quick advice to those who are staying out on the dry tires in the short rain spill there. Move your ABS down to 1, even though it seems counterintuitive to lower it in those conditions. It will help you quite a bit when doing so. I'm not going to go into the moving brake bias back and all sorts of fixes as that's a matter of preference, but do that as well for your own sake. Maybe pop the TC 1 up if you are too uncertain. Now I've helped you enough out there, but just a few hints to how to make those conditions more drivable when on the slick tires.
Get a bit of coaching going while done. Is this what happens when the car gets retired? Is this your retirement plan, become a coach, basically?
Oh, well, I'm just trying to help people out who are still out on the track doing their thing so we can have the best possible finish.
That's true. I mean, we've still got 4 hours. We've still got a ton of race to go.
Oh, I think you actually missed the highlight of the race when there was a live pizza eating being broadcasted for some reason.
Right. Was that you or Geese?
That was Chris deciding that was the one thing that was the most important to show in the whole world.
Okay. And actually, while we're talking about pizza, there is actually a fight for position at the moment.
Pizza, that's fight for position. What?
It's pizza position. Who knows? But we've got the 943 of Ruled Oldman.
IDC Racing Team, and that's the 18. That's Pilotto and Calvin Horn who are driving that car alone. I can't remember the team name for the sake of it, but I do know that both of the drivers are pretty damn quick in that Mercedes. I think it's Astro Racing Team. Yes, Crystal just saved me in the background there, but yeah, it's Astro Racing Team. That does ring a bell for me. And the longer we do this, of course, the more use we'll get to the team names of the cars, and just looking at the numbers and getting it right. It is a little bit difficult with the cars that are just black, as they often get confused with one another, but you know how it is.
And I think this is a McLaren coming through, one of the leading cars, or a car at least 1 lap up. I'm going to wonder if Alderman's going to use It's a McLaren that's coming to lap.
The black one is a McLaren. Yes, I thought we were looking at the blue one.
No. The blue one is a Ferrari, but I am now
yes.
wondering if Alderman is going to use this McLaren, this lap car, to get past the Mercedes of Belotti, because obviously that the Mercedes is going to need to get out of the way at some point. So if Alderman sticks on the rear end, has pushed him back a little bit, but the pace will come back to him, along with the Merc, the number 18, and especially going down the main straight or going up the hill here. It may not seem that way, but as someone who has gone to this track, this straight is on an ever so slight incline. Might not be so clear on here, but
it's a very big incline. I've been there myself, and I'm going again this year for the 6 hours of WEC. By the way, join me out down there if anyone are willing to. But yeah, that is one hell of a hill when you are standing in front of it. Pretty crazy to see the cars when they go flying up it, and how spectacular it is when it goes wrong. Honestly, but yeah,
like the McLaren has now navigated the 18 already. Has managed to do it in a very efficient fashion. Has only pretty much just brought the gap back down to what it was beforehand. I think we're getting some flashing now from Alderman to try and get past, as he's very, very desperate to get on his way. But at the moment, Mercedes does seem to just have that awkward amount of pace where he is the ever so bit slower, or at least within certain sectors, because obviously each one of these cars will have their strong points. Ferrari, I think, mainly being in Sector 2, and then the Merc having that powerful engine is better in 3 and 1. At the moment...
On the way around, I would assume we at least didn't have any top end on anyone when we were out there. Even if we got the slipstream down Camel Straight, we had difficulties pulling up on the Ferraris.
Oh, really? How much wing were you running? Or is
it actually doesn't matter that much. If you move the wing by about 7 clicks on the Mercedes, you only gain about 2 or 3 kilometers per hour at the end of Camel Straight.
Wow.
Yeah, and basically that's why I actually don't know how much wing we have, because when I woke up this morning and got to my PC about an hour and a half before the briefing, jumped into the practice session to see if everything was working on my wheel and stuff, and the first thing I heard from Dominic when I joined the team was, yeah, we are changing the setup. What? Why? An hour before the race?
Great start, good confidence.
Oh yes, a bit of chaos, and then my gear shift stopped working on my wheel, and it was all chaos here in the morning. Figured out that was the USB that wasn't that got unplugged somehow, but not the greatest of starts to an endurance event. So I actually don't know how much wing we were running, but I do assume that we were running close to maximum as they tried to make it more drivable in the rain, which I didn't have that much of a problem with, but apparently it was a big issue for the car. But it is what it is. It is what it is.
I do know at least the Mercedes having a better lower end power threshold. The V6 hybrid of the Ferrari doesn't do particularly well in the lower RPM, so potentially exits on corner or where the Mercedes is going. It definitely seems that way, especially coming down Blanchimont or specifically at Curb Paul Frere. The Mercedes is managing to pull quite a decent gap, as that gap does look to be extending once again. The Mercedes goes wide once again. It does seem like Belotti is struggling a decent bit going down the hill.
Yeah, that is a potential track cut when you go wide there. But yeah, the problem with the Ferrari are often that in quite a few corners and many racetracks, you are stuck in between the gears. You have to select either being super high revving or too low revving. And that's the main issue with the Ferrari. Otherwise, it's a wonderful car to drive, especially in endurance events like this. The Mercedes is great as well. I would be stupid to say anything else, as we chose it ourselves in our team. But the Ferrari are definitely one of the strongest endurance cars at the minute. Just for me and for Dominic, who as we chose the cars, it's a more enjoyable car for us to drive, even though it's not perfectly suitable for our driving styles. But it's the perfect compromise, at least.
I would argue
it is super good on the
sounds better than the Ferrari
speed.
Though.
Oh, it does, and it's very good in the low wind speed.
Oh yeah, it feels like you've got power pretty much anywhere. Because bit of a note as well. I've also signed up for the next season's sprint races, and I have signed up in the Mercedes. I am hoping to take it for a spin. I actually had a quick peek of the amount of range of cars. You probably could imagine not many Lexuses.
No, but at least one.
There's at least one on there. I believe I saw a Bentley as well. Obviously, you mentioned the Nissan as well on there. But then it's mainly taken up by McLaren's. There is a 65. That is Van der Linden. Oh.
Specifically France Van der Linden, as there are three. I don't know if all three are competing in this race, but there are three Van der Lindens in our community. So it's very important to mention that it's France.
Very good point, yes. But that's the other Sim Racing Holland. There are three Sim Racing Holland cars. Oh, there's four. There's one I haven't seen yet. But there is this Lamborghini, which we are on at the moment with the 96. There was the McLaren, obviously, that we just saw, sadly, at the top in a wall. And then we had the Mercedes as well, the one that was leading for a decent bit of time in this race. And I'm not sure what the other one is, as we do now get rain. It doesn't seem like it's going to last long, or we've been alluded to that way. 10 minutes at least is being said, but obviously we can only see 10 minutes, so it's probably going to last quite a bit shorter.
Too fast, and it will very quickly drop to greasy from this point on. And adapting to these conditions ASAP are so important for these drivers at the minute. Especially maybe when you're battling as close as these two Lamborghinis are. Not that often we see two of those that close together.
As we go wide, I think that's another off track, as you just said. I think main areas
already greasy now.
Oh my word, it is going very quickly. We might see wet. I wouldn't imagine it goes to wet very quickly, or damp it would be, isn't the next one?
Yes, we haven't seen a fully wet track so far this day. It's only gone to damp in this day of racing, but it is interestingly quick that it drops around here, and which is also why, if you think it's optimal to do the tire change, then you'll jump in as soon as it starts raining. But I don't think that we'll see anyone going in this time around. Then it would be people in the back of the grid who might just be out there getting some sort of idea for crossover times for future events, who would do something like that. But we'll see what happens, as Verhulst is actually gapping the other Lambo a little bit at the minute, and he's actually right on the back of the McLaren that's for position as well. I didn't notice that, as he caught him that quickly, that they were fighting for position.
Yeah, I think Verhulst has managed to adapt to these conditions very, very well, actually. Because we went from about 0.2 of a second, actually, at one point, at least going into Eau Rouge, to the 123 Lamborghini, which is behind him. But now he's caught up to the McLaren very well. He gets an amazing exit here, but the track is unfortunately blocked off.
No, he actually tries to block in the car, trying to lap them there. Although it looks like he lifted there the 96.
Yeah, he has lifted, and sadly, I think this is going to bring back the 123, which he thought he got rid of initially.
Look at that. He just got the much better run there through Blanchimont, and going in there, that could be too close to the car ahead. He does get it stopped. Can he actually takes the inside line for the second part of the bus stop. Does he get the move done quicker on the front? It's very close. It's a drag race, and he does get it with the other Lamborghini right behind. Will he make the move as well into turn one as we go really racing here in the wet conditions?
The McLaren.
Doesn't look like he does come back for the McLaren, maybe 3 wide, almost run down to a Rouge, a drag race between the McLaren and Lambo behind. I don't think the CVSR Lambo will try this. It would be a little bit silly. But no, what a sequence of corners we had there this late in the race, ladies and gentlemen. McLaren gets a bad run there, but the Lambo looks like he had to check up there to avoid running into the back of him. But now in the tow, down the Camel Straight, behind the trees, they re-emerge. The McLaren can't really pull into the optimum racing line here. It's stuck a little bit. There's slight contact. The Lambo getting pushed wide, but not enough to make a big difference. The McLaren keeps the position for now.
At the moment, one thing I did realize is actually that puddle at the top of Eau Rouge has now appeared as an amazing exit. Coming out at the top of the hill is giving massive overspeed to the 1-2-3, the CBSR Lamborghini, but the McLaren is planting himself in all the right places. But I think he's gone in a bit deep there. He's gone a bit too fast. He has, I think, just kept that on track. However, that outside curb is horrible to get the throttle on there, as these curves will now become absolutely
You really don't want that. The
slippy.
same with this one here in Puon, but it does look like from these pictures up top that the McLaren are running too high ABS and traction control. Looking at his both the braking and the way he gets the throttle down from up top at least, and that could be the reason why he might have overcorrected those settings to try and compensate for the lack of the grip, as we are on damp conditions at the minute, and some sort of lapping
I think
Mercedes
that's the
are behind
34.
them.
I think that's the 34. I
Looks
think
like
that's
it's
De
true.
Jong. I'm not too sure. I'm trying to see on the map, but the numbers are sadly covered up.
Yeah, I was doing the same.
It is the 34. It is De Jong.
De Jong.
So this is one of the podium places at the moment. The Lamborghini, I don't think letting him through in the optimal place, because that's going to give him some really bad speed coming down here. However, McLaren letting off very early to let the leading car, or one of the leading cars, through. And the battle now behind De Jong can continue as was before. This Lamborghini is getting some amazing exits. I do know it is a very planted car and can get on the throttle very early. However, this McLaren at the moment is doing everything it needs to stay ahead. Once again, Lamborghini looking on the exit, but the overspeed, the McLaren, I do know when that turbo kicks in, gets some amazing pull on it. And the aero on it can give you a lot of confidence here.
That was actually nerfed in the later. Ooh, he goes way off, almost clipping the inside wall there. That won't be possible on the future updates of this track, but very close to clipping the inside wall at Radion. But the turbo, specifically the turbo on the McLaren, was actually nerfed in the latest update in the Kunos pub in certain riff ranges to make it slightly more fair, not that OP as some people said it was, though. Nothing in comparison with the Ferrari at, before the latest update, as that seemed to be the meta car. But it does look like that McLaren are very good at placing the car in the right place. It does look a little bit more stable in these conditions than the Lambo. The Lambo does seem to be sliding. It was so slightly more than the McLaren, though. The McLaren definitely missed that apex by almost a country mile.
But it just seems like at the moment, Van der Voort is managing to be very, very committed. But I think that's a bit too committed, as he's gone way wide, coming down Puon, potentially touching the curb on the inside, or just forgetting that these conditions have worsened quite a bit. Damp is now the track, so obviously you need to slow down.
Speaking of version, the Car 6 had a disconnect not that long ago, but they have emerged back onto the racetrack. But they did have a disconnect just a brief moment ago. I just noticed in the YouTube chat. Very unfortunate for them, as the race leader's actually in the pits as we're speaking.
And that's going to be a bit of an awkward one, I would say. I'm wondering if the stint timers have kind of screwed them on this one, because I can imagine coming out on fresh tyres, they're going to be slick, so I would imagine, because this rain isn't going to last. But warming those tyres up are going to be an absolute pain. However, once those temperatures get high, luckily the tyres won't be too destroyed from any reheating process. As we actually see the other CBS car going wide at Puon, and sadly that was for position as well. Peel, the 555 McLaren, manages to breeze past as he gets a much, much better line through Eau Rouge, and I would imagine that the horse slowed down to prevent any track cuts on that.
Yeah, the track cuts, actually they haven't seemed too discussed. Normally when it rains after, again, some of the later updates from Kunos, they seem to be a lot more strict in the wet weather than they used to, but it does seem very balanced here at Spa, as I don't think that we had any unfair track cuts in our wet driving earlier in the race. Also, I would like to say that we got away with quite a few there, so it might be somewhat reasonably optimized for Spa. In that comparison, most teams have. We have seen quite a few drive-throughs in this race, but main strategy, if you want to do well in a on a race in a race here at Spa, avoid the drive-through as we have a battle for position coming into the bus stop here between Cooper, and that's Frans van der Linden in the other car. That's Sim Racing Holland and ST Racing, it looks like. And Ryan Cooper comes out on top of that. But do, for the love of God, try to avoid the drive-throughs around Spa because that pit lane is dreadfully long.
Oh, yes. This is possibly one of the worst places to get it, as it will bite
Possibly
you.
it is definitely the worst place to get it.
Trying to think of anything that's as long. No, this is kind of... Because this is a bit of a double pit lane setup.
Exactly.
Because you've got the F1 side all the way over, but then you've got the endurance edition almost at this point on the downhill part as well. So it makes for a very, very horrible drive-through penalty as Cooper is managing to pull away from Van der Linden very nicely there after a very ballsy dive bomb going into the bus stop before the start-finish line. As I think I now see, yes, this was the fight that I saw as well. 666 Ferrari of Duma is managing to catch up with Plus. You know what? I'm going to try. I'm too British.
It's just Plus.
It is just Plus. Okay, I'm too British for this sort of pronunciation.
Yeah, but we saw earlier in the race that Plus actually does have quite a bit of pace in the rain, and Milan Dumas seem to be struggling ever so slightly as the rain have actually stopped and the track will be drying from this point on. Was just a quick spill of rain. Interesting to see how the cars will react now, but Milan didn't seem too confident in the rain earlier in the race. He didn't make any major mistakes of at least what I can remember, but I was behind him for quite a bit where we caught up a lot with the 101 car, even though that we were doing quite slow lap times ourselves at that point. But yeah, that's interesting to see as he goes almost too far onto the curves there in the 666 City Walk Racing. I'm definitely not going to say that quickly.
And sadly, I did actually just look down the leaderboard a little bit. One of the cars we were throttling earlier on, Bellotti, the 18 Mercedes, sadly getting a drive-through, so that is going to send him a bit further back into the grid than he would have liked, as he was managing to get a very nice charge going
double
underway.
yellows on the track, both at Blanchimont and Lake Com. It seems like at the minute, though, the Lake Com one is moving again. The Blanchimont car is still somewhat stationary, starts moving now only as cars are coming through down there.
And we might be able to see him in a little bit as the 666 is catching up.
No,
it seems like he's underway.
Already up to the bus stop, unfortunately, but not unfortunately. Fortunate for him, of course.
Aye.
No, stay in the middle of the track. We want the action.
We want to see drama. We want to see the damage. This is a bit of a grim cast on that sense. But the gap actually now to Plaus, like you said, seemed to be a bit of a wet track merchant, managing to adapt already as that dry line, I can imagine, is getting better by the second. We are still damp at the moment, but the gap went from about 0.6 to now 1.3 seconds. So Plaus just settling in a bit more, and now looking ahead of him to Wenzel in the 944 Lamborghini.
But the thing is, I would say that these conditions they're in right now are more tricky than when the track is getting wet. At this point, it's how much extra chance do you want to take each lap. You get so encouraged by seeing the delta you're cutting off half a second, 0.7 of a second, all that all the time, and how much risk can you actually take? Which curves are drying up quick enough for you to use them, and that's something that can easily catch out drivers, as we saw a great example of it there. From the 944 machine in 21st position. Coming around as he is about to get... that's actually for position once again.
Yeah, that is Plaus.
To him very nicely, it looks like. Plaus is really doing a good job at this point of the race. Having great pace over his competitors, it looks like, at least the ones closest to him. Is he really trying this? I hope not, but it looks like he's showing himself on the inside. No, yes, no, what is going on here? Forcing Wenzel to go somewhat, or at least leave the gap coming into the corner, but couldn't take full advantage of it himself. Could Plaus there. But wow.
twitching
was
pretty
some,
much every point as well, going around that corner, trying to find every ounce of grip he could, as he's now managing to find a lot of speed in these ever-changing conditions as the Lamborghini loses all the control. But now the Ferrari has gone deep. Lamborghini pulls alongside again, and I think he's going to get the inside line, meaning he gets that position back.
Oh, it's big slide from both of the cars once again. It's a drag race up to Blanchimont into the slipstream. Goes the Ferrari of Plaus at the minute. I don't think that he will have the run into Blanchimont, but he will probably try to show himself, or does he back off and get the run into the bus stop? He does have a better line through Blanchimont, so he will have to run into bus stop on the outside line. Remember, this will become the inside for the second part of it. He is late on the brakes as well, but he's not clear yet, but it looks like he will get the move done through the bus stop. Yes, slight contact looks like between all the three cars in this group. Will become a double loss for position for the Israeli driver of Reynolds here, as Milan Dumas dives to the inside into Lasars, I should say. That is a different track, the other one, as it does look like he went through there. Milan Dumas did, or is Milan the one in the car behind? Which one of these?
No. The car behind is a Ferrari. It's not a McLaren.
But Milan is in a Ferrari as well. Yeah, the purple one that overtook, that must be Milan. Yeah, it definitely is. I have decided.
So Wenzel really getting everything thrown at him there, managing to, I think at one point going into the bus stop was trying to utilize or just back off ever so slightly to concede the first position to try and defend the next, but sadly going up the hill into La Source, it did not work out, as the overspeed from Duma behind did overall work in his favor. Sadly, a double place loss on that side. However, with the quicker cars now being ahead for an endurance race, you want to get your chin up ASAP so that now you can utilize that pace of the faster car as well as the slipstream to start pulling you on and getting a better race result in the end.
Speaking of better race results, look at that timing from the 69 car. They have managed to cut the last couple of stints into 1 hour each if this SAF come into the pits now. And they will have probably the best tires on the track, as this track will briefly go into better conditions. And getting the stop done now might not be a bad idea, as they're losing less time in the pits in relative to the cars on track, as they are going a little bit slower out there at the minute than they will be in 5 laps time. And that could be a masterclass of strategy for them if this pays off in the end.
I think we actually saw them just drop there as well, as we see track now at damp. So that line, as you can see relatively clearly, actually managing to appear now. So whether people are brave enough on Eau Rouge to fully send it now, we'll see. I don't think it's there just yet, because those curbs will very much be lethal.
I don't think the curbs are not that bad in the rain, as long as you can take them on the right angle. We figured out earlier, but I also it might actually be about time where you can go through Rouge with just a slither of lifting in the cars that do have the lift off oversteer. But yeah, we'll see if there are brake lights popping up as we follow the Bentley through Rouge. What a sight to behold! Oh, there's brake lights on that one at least.
Oh. we wish at this point, but. Nah, the track still now going to greasy. Actually, good timing as well to look back up the corner.
Definitely be ready for just lifting through.
Obviously,
that was sort of our big telltale in our team when it went greasy. That we knew that had been ready for a little bit of time through that. It's actually much worse in Blanchimont. That feels much more difficult to get right in these sorts of conditions, as you know the dangers of Rouge. So you're normally taking a little bit more careful there, but Blanchimont, hitting just one of the curbs can send you into a big spin through that. We have seen quite a few yellows there. I'm not sure where we've seen the most yellow flags at this day of racing. Whether if it's been Rouge or Blanchimont, but I do think it's been very close, at least between those two.
Now as we hop back to the 944 Lamborghini, the gap to Duma doesn't seem to have extended. Actually might have dropped back a little bit. Whether Duma's made a little mistake ahead, it seems to be actually a potential case that Wenzel's managed to find some pace. He has got a Ferrari sniffing up his backside though, which is going to be a car that wants to get past ASAP. Trying to see what car it is. It seems to be a 500, so it's potentially Pyle in 13th. But now he's going to be looking forward, potentially going to utilize that car to regain the position that he feels oh so stolen from as he loses grip on the curb once again. It seems to be the bane of his existence at the moment. My word, this Lamborghini getting the tail out very frequently, but managing to stay committed. And especially now coming up curb, Paul Frere, you definitely want to keep on that throttle because you will lose at least a second potentially coming up here, just even for the slightest lift, as you are full throttle definitely now with the greasy track all the way back to the start-finish line. 666 holding the inside. Lamborghini won't be able to find a way through just yet. Is going to get on the throttle a bit earlier, but there is a car in the way, so he won't be able to do anything at the moment. Keeping in the middle of the track is Duma. Squeezing on the outside, once again seeing a very nice defensive class here, as the Lamborghini does get his nose in a slight bit, but the exit from the Ferrari is better. So now we're going to see a bit of a safer line through Eau Rouge. Are we going to see a committed full throttle from both of them? Might be some, I did see a break, but that's from the Ferrari. Lamborghini's going wide.
Get on the outside there. Wow. What? He is really doing his best. That's some Israeli drifting. We see there's almost free wide if the car behind manages to do that. Down the camel straight into Laycomb. Does he try the inside move? Does seem like he's showing himself. Touches the curb. Will they make contact? No, keeps away from it. Still on the outside, but he must concede now. He can't keep keeping it on the inside through these corners.
And I'm pretty sure Pierre Vial behind is going to be absolutely fuming. This is an amazing fight to watch, obviously, but when you're that car following, as much as it's nice to watch, it is hurting your race. These two really going at it, and Duma showing his defensive skills on full beam here. As now Wenzel has got a little bit more work to do to catch back up. His exits have been the strong point at the moment, as long as he doesn't go all squirrely on the curbs. As long as that he keeps the Lamborghini in check, it should be all fine. He is getting flashed by the Ferrari behind, so I think he's going to have to let him through some point soon.
I'm sure we don't see any marshals waving blue flags. Oh, there it is.
There he is.
Next week wave. So yeah, he does have to let him go very soon. Elsewise, this could be a potential report. He loses a little bit there. Now he should be smart to let him go. No, the faster can't just lift off there, trying to avoid the contact, but this is getting into the territory of blocking if he doesn't do it soon or ignoring blue flags. But then again, you really don't want to let anyone through when you're this almost losing a full branch amount there, but you really don't want to let anyone through when you are battling someone that closely. So it is a little bit of a tricky situation for him.
Word!
The Ferrari almost runs into the back of the Lambo. The Lambo drives into the pits. The Ferrari follows in behind, as they will be having the same issues when they come back out on track. Or hopefully not. Further down the field, another battle for position. The Aston Martin of Ambrosio, and then a Val ahead, it looks like, in the McLaren, and there's a Lamborghini behind. I think that's a car that yeah, that must be a car that's further up the
Oh no!
Oh no.
Lamborghini behind, possibly getting a bit too nosy on that one. Aston Martin trying to find a way past as much as possible for the McLaren, but obviously when you're looking both ways at the same time, it's not the easiest thing. It's actually now the 169, the Raggy Mobile, is catching up along with team-friendly R2E Porsche, who's doing very well. I believe they are one of the front runnings. They are in 4th at the moment, I believe. So car doing very, very well, and I'm imagining there's going to be some team comms on this side of things screaming, "Let me past now." But obviously we don't want to hurt the Aston too much.
Two cars are different voice channels. Although there might be that spotter might have jumped into the other channel there to see their words.
Yeah, there we go.
And that gives the, I think that's a
169. That is Raggy. Yep.
Yeah, getting through in the background. And not for position. We know this
No,
Chris Hill who's yelling in the background, but just noticing that he does a good job of sneaking through there as well. Not
Now,
losing too much time behind the back markers. Haven't
But
seen yellow
sadly-
flags in quite a while in these
it's
corners.
a good thing.
The
It's a
drivers
good
have
thing.
been doing quite a good job in this spell of rain at least. But then again, the earlier rain sections could possibly have wiped out the the drivers who would have been likely to make those sort of mistakes, myself included. So it is, smashing at YouTube are being mentioned in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much for the kind words. That's Aces. That must be Alex, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't he Aces? I think Chris just said it
Yeah.
was.
You
He
just did.
keeps it just in the back of my ears. Though to be fair, Alex, earlier today I had a massive headache when we were doing it together, and I was literally almost throwing up when I was doing my second stint in the race car after our brief spell in there. So that's why it was a little bit slower earlier, but yeah, we are doing the best we can. And we have almost done an entire hour of commentating at this point, so only 3 hours and 45 minutes left to go. The time is flying by at this point.
And
I
one
still
thing
wish
I
that,
always love with
That
something like
someone
this
could
is
join
the-
us for a little bit of an interview out there.
Oh, God.
We do encourage everyone watching, whether you be a driver yourself, if you've been involved in the racing, or just a fan watching from out there, jump to our Discord channel, go to the section that's named Broadcasting, and find the voice channel called Interview Waiting Room. Jump in there and we'll drag you in for an interview ASAP. When we see you there, maybe pop a message on YouTube as well that you are there, then it makes life a bit easier for us to drag you in. And of course, we really want to hear from you. It doesn't matter if you're leading the race or if you're at the back of the field. Your race are equally interesting to us to listen to your stories from the racing. I actually prefer listening to the stories of the back markers in these kinds of events, when they speak about how their experiences. Yeah, I was also driver once for the car would spawn in as we are back
there we go.
live on YouTube, just having a bit of a conversation in the background of how to solve this situation and try to figure out what was going on in the racing. When we left you, we were in the middle of battle between, I think, 4th and 5th position.
Yes.
And
So
talking about how we want to hear from all of you drivers, fans, and whatever you are out there, moms of Bas Van Melis, maybe come in for an interview. Feel free to. So as we are back in the battle for 4th position between Clyde, Barney, and Gessel. It looks like R2E and what is the other
Sim
team
Racing
name?
Holland.
Sim Racing? No, isn't
Oh
it
no,
the
that's SSRI. That's the
Yeah.
local team.
The
Ah.
local team, the esports kind of almost-ish team racing. Actually, a fun thing now that I've been, of all the time that I've been in the commentary room, this entire day I haven't seen the Wild Things racing car once. And you know what? Where they are in the race at the minute? They are
First.
leading.
Perfect.
As we are
Ooh.
back after a brief word from our sponsors, or lack of, as you can probably hear. If you're interested in sponsoring us, then do contact the admin team on our Discord or webpage. Anything goes, basically, as long as it is appropriate for minors to listen to. So none of my OnlyFans content are allowed to sponsor this beautiful, beautiful event. Nevertheless, the battle for P4 is still going on as they are very close battling, passing the back markers in the race into Brussels. They go. I think this is Brussels at least, and then Jack X or No Name or whatever it's called in these days.
We just call it No Name. Just call it No Name. We all call it No Name.
Commentators' corners. It's more. No, we should call it Chris Hill's corner. No, that's actually a corner at a Spanish track. I can't remember the exact track, but there's a corner there that's named after Chris Hill, or there's Chris's Hill at least. You should have been watching the touring car series back then. Do go.
Is it the new Barcelona street? It's the new Barcelona street circuit, isn't it?
No. We had a touring car race on I think Race Room or something that I was doing comms on alongside Dominic Geese. Chris, of course, is always doing the cameras, doing a good job of that. But we had a running gag in that series that we like to see
Chris
the environments and the trackside attractions, and there was this big hill that when the cameras were following the cars, you would always get this big hill in the middle of the frame, and you could see absolutely nothing but the big hill and the spectators on it. And that became Chris's hill.
That became Chris's hill. Nice.
Probably one of the more entertaining races that we've ever broadcasted here at the channel, even though not many people have seen it, as it wasn't not that viewed events. But big traffic ahead of the two drivers now. That's the Mode 11 car diving into the pits to avoid the action, and another car's will there, almost causing a big collision there between the four of them. But that's Tim Kroll, the other car, coming into the pits. They're actually doing a pretty good job there in the 33. That's Kroll and Martin van der Gran, I do believe. Good men, both of them fun to talk to, and they are having a top race considering their usual performances in racing. But the battle is still going on, and a still greasy track. Interesting to see that haven't gone at least green yet at this point, though it might go directly to fast. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, wonderful battling for the top position is still in this race.
I think the main reason the track hasn't actually dried up as quickly as we probably would have imagined is obviously it's getting later in the day now. Track temperature and overall temperature has dropped quite a bit compared to what we were seeing earlier on. We're now down to 16 degrees both ends, so the water will probably sit around for a decent bit of a time. But at the moment, these two intertwined for several laps now at this point, even through disconnect or crashes I should say. They've managed to keep going. That Porsche very strong at getting on the throttle, but at the moment you can't get on the throttle too soon if there is a car in the way. There's Clyde Banney doing all he needs to do just to keep that Porsche behind. He just seems to be keeping his own line, his own race going. And the only thing he's affecting at the moment is Gessel behind.
Yeah, the thing is, it's very difficult to overtake in these specific conditions, as even though the track is getting drier and drier, if you go offline, it's still very wet and slippery out there. So that could be the thing, as long as Clyde Barney can hit his braking points and keep it on the optimum line, hitting the apexes, then it's very difficult for Gessel's behind to get the move done. Gessel is really relying on Clyde Barney to make a small mistake somewhere and take full advantage of said small mistake if it happens, as we are coming into another big pit stop round, it looks like, as both the 34 car, the 151 and 202 have come into the pits all within the top 10.
Oh,
and that's interesting there. That's Gessel's trying to undercut Clyde Barney, it looks like, and the SSRI team. Playing out the strategy might be a good option if they feel like they are quicker at this point, and they will have an equal amount of pits yet to go, I do believe, in this race. Let's follow this, at least keep a note of this when they come back out on track, or at least after Clyde Barney have had his pit stop, and see where they end up.
I do know that or at least a couple of the cars at the top of the leaderboard at the moment are potentially on offset strategies due to incidents, crashes. But I do think the weather potentially lining them up a decent bit at least. Obviously, the last spell of weather we saw not really affecting anyone, as it was only a little bit of a spit, as we do actually see first place. The Wild Thing 79 also now in the pit lane, so the majority of the leaders have done their pit stop. Only really the 911 and the car we are currently riding on, the 74, not having done their ones. So where they come out with how well they do in the pit is going to play quite a bit on the overall overall standings with these cars. Obviously, still a couple of pit stops to go, but if you get caught up in traffic or have a bad pit stop, that will very heavily affect you. Even just getting up onto the stilts, however you want to call them, very much causing a couple of seconds lost, as now Plate wanting to get past the McLaren ASAP, as this is very much going to hold up that gap to the Porsche that was just behind him.
Yeah, see how it goes on, but yeah, it's interesting to see how these cars are still racing this late in the race. This is a quite important part of the race for Clyde Barney. He needs to clear the traffic as quickly as possible as he knows that Gessel is out there on much fresher tires at this point. Really, at this point, I would expect him, if Barney leaves it out on track for just a lap or two more, that Gessel will pass him on strategy. I think that Barney, he does try to cover off Gessel. It's very smart there, so maybe not that important to make that send on the McLaren after all, but he comes into the pits. The 79 is actually still in the pits, it looks like.
Yeah, the 79, actually, a very good point. Yeah, potentially taking a bit longer. Oh, just exit. You know,
I think that's pretty normal, that pit stop.
That's a pretty normal stop. So yeah, to be expected on that. Obviously, the 911 now in the lead, but naturally still going to need to do their pit stop with the fastest lap. So potentially wanting the free space that they currently have to gain that the space that they want to make up to the 79, but obviously now we get a very nice picture-in-picture along with the Porsche that was the main rival in this case. But we've got a whole lot of pit lane to go through to get to their lane at the moment, so this is very much going to be close, but that Lamborghini does seem to have some very good pace on him, so I'm potentially going to say it now, called it a bit early, but I think that's a move done.
Yeah. I will actually, I was just thinking about something. The 911 car, if they can go 11 minutes more on track, then they will actually be one pit stop ahead of the rest of the front runners in a pit sequence, and will have saved that in total. At least they can go to the end with one pit stop less than the other drivers if they can go 11 minutes more on track on their stint timer. That's actually quite interesting to follow, and let's try and keep a note on that when we hit 3 hours 24 left in the race, whether or not that the 911 is still out there running without having stopped in this round.
So we see the Porsche, the 416, now coming up to the source, first corner. Lamborghini's not moving just yet. However, I do know the undercut around Spa especially is going to be very, very powerful. Lamborghini's now moving. However, he's going to come out of the pit. He's not going to have the speed needed. That Porsche is going to have massive, massive overspeed. As we've got to the top of the hill, Porsche is going to start appearing now in frame. They're right next to each other. It's side by side, but the Lamborghini doesn't have the speed. Porsche's got the overspeed from coming up the hill, and that is move done and dusted. Beautiful strategy from the 416.
Oh, very much so. And another interesting thing, we see the Mode 11 car right ahead of them. That's one of the cars that dove into the pit directly in front of these two guys, so they actually benefit. They're not in this battle, of course, but just going in those 2 laps earlier than the Lamborghini. Look at the distance between the white BMW that should be theoretically slower as it's further down the field than the Lambo of Nard Cox. Or it was Clyde Barney just before, but now it's Cox in the car. Look at the distance that they pulled out just by boxing 2 laps earlier. Even by having, I wouldn't say slower drivers in the car, but yeah, slower drivers in the car.
But this is what happens if you get a good pit. They potentially got up on the jacks sooner and everything, because each second matters on these.
On the braking inside the pit lane and stuff like that. But then again, if you overshoot that by just 1 kilometer, or actually you could go a little bit over 1 kilometer speeding into the pits and get away with it, but speeding into the pits are very costly thing, especially around Spa.
Oh, very much so.
But another thing that we haven't... Some people that we haven't spoken to at all this race are the racing stewards. So a quick invitation to the 3 of those who have been doing this entire race between the 3 of them. If one of you wouldn't mind coming into the interview waiting room, then we'll drag you in and have a little bit of a talk about the workload that you're going through with this race. Of course, we'll not ask directly into outcomes of incidents, but just a little word on how it's going in there, whether it's been a busy or calm race for you guys. Let's see if anyone takes the invitation.
Anyone takes the bait.
I know that the stewards normally don't want to show themselves for good reasons, of course. And this is the first time that I actually haven't stewarded an endurance event in the SSRI. Well, basically the entirety of the existence of it. Feels very free to not be in there, not be under that kind of pressure, because that is a stressful job they have. I know that the 3 guys who are in there at the minute, they're not racing in this race for various reasons. One of them being out with a knee injury, one of them I think have there's pedal issues, and the third one just doesn't bother racing. Then you can decide yourself who is who between them. Some say he have no life, others say that he's just a Dutchman, but all we know is
yeah.
he's a great man. No, he's a great guy. But these three guys have been doing the entirety of the stewarding for this race, and it is such a demanding thing to do the stewarding for these events.
Oh yeah.
Dealing with all the things that's coming. And though I do feel like it's been somewhat of a calm event, I have been following a little bit alongside, as I can't keep my nose out of the stewarding business after all. It does seem to have been at least calmer than Valencia, which was a very hectic one, I must say. But it seems to have been a calm one, which we expect of a track like Spa. And considering the track conditions that we have seen this day of racing, it's I think it's gone pretty well at least so far. But we would like to hear from one of the three of you who are sat in there just hanging around, moving your thumbs maybe, or whatever you're doing out there. We have seen you from time to time in the YouTube chat, so we know you're out there listening.
Actually, looking back towards the race at the moment, Dennis Shops, 416, did actually lose a bit of time to the Lamborghini behind, who seems to be looking a little bit racy, pretty much a similar position as to what the Porsche was originally. Lamborghini's brakes, pretty incredible from what I remember using them, gaining a decent bit, but the exit speed, the Porsche feeling unbelievably planted, manages to make up the gap straight away. I think we're kind of seeing the strengths between these two cars put on show very, very nicely between these two drivers at the moment. Porsche very nice at getting on the power, and I think in sector 2 especially is very, very comfortable around there, but the Lamborghini managing to hold speed a bit better. I think especially in sectors 1 and 3 just edges the Porsche out, but at the moment Porsche is just doing enough to keep that gap at a relatively safe distance, but obviously slipstream does come in a little bit to this equation. These two are potentially going to be locked in battle now for potentially most of this stint, because I can imagine when one gets past, the other will start making up that gap themselves.
Yeah, most definitely. And we know both of these drivers are very, very quick drivers. Nard Cox obviously having had a sprint championships on his belt previously in SSRI history, and his usual teammate Sam Spenkeling finishing second this year. Of course, Nard, he got a little bit involved with some stuff earlier in the race that might have put a stopper to that season. And the year before that, Nard did all the Tier 1 races by not qualifying at all, doing a last to first challenge, and more often than not ending up in the top 10 of those races. He is a very capable guy and very, very good at overtaking. Scopes we have seen for so many endurance events here on SSRI, and always super consistent, driving very quickly, very fast. Always in the Porsche, it seems like. Also, good driving from him, of course. Just keeping that Porsche going in endurance race is actually quite a difficult thing, because I haven't driven this particular Porsche that much. I drove it a little bit when it got released, and just seemed that the tire wear was horrendous back then. Look at this drive that Nard Cox gets out of Blanchimont, going to the inside, actually side by side, almost trading paint between them. Inside becomes outside, outside becomes inside, through the final part of the bus stop, drag race down to the source now, but the Porsche does get the run out of the bus stop chicane there. Wow, that was the move from Nard Cox, really trying it. They're trying to launch later on the inside, as it looks like Nard could break later there, and Steady Scopes have to take invasive action to avoid that one. As I actually think I have a little bit of a gift for you shortly, Kieran, of a driver who might be interested in a little bit of an interview from a team that we definitely would like to hear from.
Is it untalented?
No, unfortunately not. Oh. Now Tim Krul joined us all of a sudden, but that was not the guy that I was talking about.
Good magic trick!
No, but I'm just waiting to see.
You're trying to get a double interview. Well, while you're looking at that, welcome Tim to the interviewing booth on this side of things. How's things been going in your car?
Good evening. Well, it's with the rain coming and going, it's been quite eventful. It's been good though. We started P20 and now we're at P10, 11. I'm not sure where we end up if everyone done their stints, but yeah, we cannot complain to be honest.
So it sounds like you're one of the teams that has managed to just stay away from all the incidents that definitely happened earlier on.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
yeah.
one thing I do want to err towards the side of is that the rain aspect that you mentioned. Did you ever get to be in the car when it was one of the changing conditions, especially in the previous one that just went? It was such a short period of time that we had the rain, staying on the slicks. How did you manage to cope with the forever changing conditions?
Pray mostly. No, I was the starting driver in the beginning. So in the first 2 or 3 laps, I went from P20 to P13. So that was really good. Then the rain hit, and I was still in the car for that first stint because that was a whole stint in the end that was raining. And we switched to wet tires. But am I correct that a lot of the top 10 guys didn't switch to the wet tires in the first rain?
Or they started on the wets. So the first 10 cars
really?
started on the wets, yes, and managed to basically make up all the positions they did, but just through not pitting. They gained a pit stop on everyone, and got to where they were. So you erring on the side of the dry tires from the sounds of things, taking the pit stop, but it still sounds like just staying out of the way of things helped you massively.
Yeah, well, we pitted from P13 in the beginning, and then we came out like P20, I don't know, 25 or something. But in the end, when it was dry again and we had to pit again, when the stint time was actually just like full on used, we ended up like P12 or 13. So I think we also, because we pitted later, we made up that pit stop as well, because we were basically back at where we started. So that was the good. And yeah, and the last rain just what was it, like half an hour ago or something? No,
Yeah,
even less. Yeah, that was. I mean, it was
take.
it was such a short rain. It's just, I mean, cranked the brake bias back, some more traction control, a bit more ABS, and then just find out where the grip is. The first 2 laps of Radion and Eau Rouge. That's it's scary. It's fun though.
I can imagine. Yeah.
It was
And
great fun though.
Being the initial driver, you were the one trying to almost feel out what the conditions were doing, especially with being on slicks earlier on. How early to seeing the rain did you decide to dive into the pit lanes? Because obviously you could stay out for a little bit. The Ferrari, I can imagine, being potentially one of the stronger cars in the changing conditions. But how was it feeling out possibly one of the most dangerous corners on the calendar, especially for feeling with the rain, because if you go full out and it's just a bit wet, you can easily end up in the wall.
Yeah, but do you mean like at the start or just now?
At the start, either or, take your pick.
Yeah, because at the start it's just feeling out. I mean, you practice, of course, in the beginning, and then you practice with like a little bit of rain and on wet tires. So that's why we made the switch, because we know we have to make up an extra pit stop, but there's also a bit more grip and a bit more stability, which in endurance, in the end, just saves you so much time. That's what we think, at least. But the last one with the dry tires, with the slicks, it's what do? You just you just have a feel, basically. You start with a small lift and then turn the steering wheel and then hope it grips.
So hope is the main thing from the sounds of things.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, because you practice a bit, you know where the absolute limit is, and that's the wall, of course. But in the end, yeah. I like it, actually, just finding out where the grip is, and it changes almost every lap. It's really good. Because it's crazy how fast, when the rain drops, it takes like, I don't know, like 5-6 corners, and then it goes from optimum to greasy and damp. It was really quick.
I mean, with the conditions changing, how much were the rest of the team in? I'm assuming you were in a call together. How much were they almost feeding information about the weather? How much were they almost trying to you on, or vice versa, you for them when potentially one of the other guys were in the car, how much was there communication between you guys for just confidence almost at that point?
Yeah. It's when you go sideways, you just hear two other people going like, ha ha ha, and then they tell you like, yeah, not do that again, and then yeah.
And you do it again.
Yeah, it happens from time to time. Yeah, you just try. I mean, of course, what happens is there's always one of us spotting the one driving, and then he of course reminds us to take the brake balance back and add some traction control, whatever. So, but in the end, the one driving you just have to have a feel for the track, and then go from there. I mean, everyone probably has it, because I always find it funny because when it dries up or it gets wet, it doesn't matter. But when it's changing, everyone falls back on a pace, and when it's drying, everyone just goes up on their pace again. So, in a way, the game is that good that you can feel when there's grip and when there's not.
Very much so. And Oliver, do you have anything?
Just a quick question to Tim before we move on to the next guy we have in here, who's also a little bit of a special guest and a near friend of the online channel and myself, of course. But Tim, what are expectations for the rest of the race? We see you in P11 at the minute and Van der Kran driving.
Yeah.
What do you expect to finish, and who's driving the car over the start-finish line by the end?
We don't are much of stint planners, except for we just follow up on each other. So I'm not really sure who's gonna drive in the end. Well, we started P20, which was a bit above our expectations, but now we before I left the pit lane, I was P8, so I am hoping we manage to get in the top 10, which would be really good. But else, I mean, anything top 20 is above expectation anyway. So for now, I'm really happy where we are.
Please come in again later in the event and tell us how your last couple of hours have gone, of course. But thank you for joining us. We are moving on to currently a driver who has been in a car that's currently placed P3. It's of course Justin De Jong. Justin, we know that you've had some quite interesting strategy calls in this race. You opted for the dry tires in the start of the race and in the rain periods, as we were discussing in the 101 Mercedes, as well as we know the Mercedes can handle those kinds of conditions. How have the race gone so far for you guys? We do see that you've dropped to third.
The race is not going too bad. The only problem is a little bit the thrust in the car, and we're not able to get the pace out of the car as we want it to be, if you know what I mean.
Oh yes, we always have very high expectations for you.
Yeah, the first stint was quite epic. It was on the dry tires, staying on the dry tires. Every time I was going to Blanchimont, I hold my breath there. You know, it was so tricky there to come through it alive.
Wet tires. I felt I was starting the race as well. We started on the wet tires from the start, and I was equally sketchy. I would have preferred the dry tires at that point.
Yeah, it was so sketchy on Blanchimont, but yeah, we stayed alive. A little bit unlucky with 2 track warnings, that cost us a DT. But in the end, I think it doesn't matter for the end result as where we are driving right now at the moment. I think for us today, this is the maximum we can get out of it.
Well, at least the top 3 is nothing to be to take for granted in a tight class as this one. Just being in the top 3 in this packed field, isn't that something really special to do?
Yeah, it is. It's a very competitive field, but yeah, it would be nice if we just could more of a fight to P2 or P1, if you know what I mean, on pace and but yeah, we like I said, we cannot get the pace out of the car as we want it to be. Maybe it's a setup thing. I don't know. I have to look into it and think about it. Yeah,
Would you say that
Yeah.
this race is a bit of a redemption race for you guys? Because we did see it didn't go exactly as planned on Silverstone or Valencia, for that matter, for you and John Betong in the Sim Racing Holland 34 car.
Yeah, it is. We really need a good result for the championship points. Yeah, Silverstone was, in my opinion, a little bit controversial, but yeah, it is what it is in the end.
Oh, it most certainly was. But for yourself personally, you're coming on a hot streak in SSRI with a win in the Tier 1 as well before heading on to this race. Do you reckon that you can continue the podium streak throughout the rest of the endurance season and maybe the next sprint season as well?
Yeah, hopefully. Let's. I did another race a few days as well, and it was a quali, and then a 25-minute sprint race, and it was on the Red Bull Ring, and the 25 sprint race, the like in the order that followed up, it was reverse grip for the 45 minutes feature race, and there I had to do a last to first. So I had pole position in quali, win in 25-minute race, and I won the 45 minutes as well. So that was pretty good. So
in the Mercedes as well.
Yeah, in the Mercedes as well. Yes. I'm in a good place now with the Mercedes. Just the combination with the setup, this car and this track, that doesn't feel too well, if you know what I mean. But
Well,
yeah, we tried to make the best out of it, and
we struggled a bit with setup as well. Now, our team, we actually changed it less than an hour before the start of this, which obviously wasn't the best of ideas, as you probably know, changing setups that late. But sometimes you have to do what you have to do. The Mercedes does seem to be quite planted around here. At least it seems stable through the corners, not too oversteery. Do you agree with that statement?
yeah, I agree with that statement. Only in the wet conditions on Blanchimont, it is really tricky. It's really tricky, but for the rest of it, it's okay. It's good in Eau Rouge. It's quite planted in Eau Rouge as well. So yeah, overall the car is fine. Just not fast enough for our liking, but I have to give credits to P2 and P1, especially P1. They were flying with the Porsche.
Yeah, they actually seem to be there and having an equal amount of pit stops left in the race as you guys at this point.
Yeah.
I was wondering a little bit about that when we saw the last pit stop round, whether or not that they owed us one, or if they were on schedule or whatever, but they actually have seemed to nail this one quite well.
Yeah, they nailed it quite well, and their pace, yeah. The best tactics are pace, you know.
It's pace and staying out of trouble.
Yeah, pace and staying out of trouble. That will help you the most. It's the best strat to have. But
speaking before we let you go back to John, as I know that you guys are very serious when you do your racing and take it good results. It's more serious than we do at my team, at least. But what have you? Besides the drive-through you obviously got earlier in the race, have you had any big moments in the race?
No, nothing special. No.
Just driving.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait. I spun in La Source. Yeah, not by myself. Someone hit me at the rear, and that cost about with the damage and the time we standing still there to wait to let other cars pass and that kind of stuff. I think that cost us around more than 20 seconds. So that's the only thing. Yeah, that was in the first stint, was it?
So that plus the drive-through, you think you could have been second, maybe?
Yeah, second position was maybe doable, but like I said, they are also quite fast on pace. A little bit faster than we are, not that much, but they are a little bit faster. But yeah, maybe, yeah. You tell me.
I don't know.
We don't know. There is still 3 hours to go, so a lot of things can happen. So like good things, but also bad things, you know. So yeah, let's keep our head down. And
I don't know if I want to say that I'm crossing my fingers for you guys. That would probably mean that other cars get involved in incidents. But I hope that you can at least keep up the good work that you're doing in the 34 Mercedes.
Yeah, let's see if we can bring the podium home, and from that point we go to the next race. So
yeah, we are looking forward to that very much here on the SSRI YouTube channel. With all of our great broadcasting, or at least pretend to be great broadcasting.
Yeah, it is. It is really great, and you guys are also doing a good job, taking the time for it and to entertain us and people who are watching. So thank you for that.
Oh, that's because we don't have anything better to do on a Saturday evening than sit here.
Yeah. You have to drive. You have to drive. You have something better to do.
Hey,
He was driving.
No, I was driving, but then Civic decided that the wall at Rouge was a perfect place to park the car.
Maybe I can ask you some questions. How is your race going so far?
Well, apart from a disconnect, we are not in the race anymore. Apart from a disconnect after about an hour, and then I bended into a wall, getting severe damage, and then Timo Sinek later on bending it into a wall, getting severe damage, and retiring the car. Yeah, not the best of performances so far from our team, or at least when we were driving. We did have some good stints at Dominic's last, and my last stints were close to optimal as we had decent enough pace, but yeah, it didn't go as planned, to be honest, in this one. We were expecting a top 15, maybe even sneak a top 10, but with an early disconnect, and then we just decided to go full send after that to try and claw back time. Not the best of ideas in tricky conditions.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand. If you have a disconnect like Rodriguez, I believe, they had a disconnect as well. The other team, they were fast as well, so unfortunate for them.
Yes, most likely, but yeah. You always try to get back in the race after disconnect, but when you keep on having the issues, then it's that just comes a point where it's not fun anymore.
Yeah, I understand.
But
I
it's
hope
like,
you guys can figure it out.
Yeah, we have. I think most of the disconnects we've had have been due to my PC, but I do believe that I'm getting quite a big upgrade on that one before the next race, so hopefully that's over.
Yeah, I know how it feels when your hardware is fucking you up.
Yeah.
I know how it feels.
We're trying to keep it clean here on the YouTube channel. We are after 9 in Central Europe and Britain now, so we can go a little bit more over the line.
Yeah, you can always bleep it out, right? But there is a delay.
Chris's button.
I think Chris would have a very long day if he had to try and bleep it out if we just had freedom of speech here. But
like in the Netherlands, it's allowed to swear a little bit on television, you know. But
oh yeah, it is in Denmark as well. But I don't think that YouTube is as kind to that as us Europeans or as liberal.
Yeah, but it was not too bad. It was not too bad.
We have to apologize for saying something bad about YouTube, so they don't demolish our channel and take it down forever. And we are very sorry that we obey our overhumans, the YouTube corporation.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I will head back to my teammate, and I see you guys later. And have fun. I will probably come back in the end after the race.
When you finish on the podium.
Yeah, okay. When I finish on the podium, I will definitely come back, okay?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for taking your time, Justin Dijon. That was Justin of Sim Racing Holland, one of the many Sim Racing Holland cars on track, currently P3 in the race, and expecting them to be around there at the finish as well, as you could hear on Justin. Everything seems fine with just over 3 hours left to go in the race. We are following the 65 car, also one of the Sim Racing Holland entries out on track, who was close to getting involved in a fight, but the car behind him just dove into the pit in the background because we are so damn lucky on this channel and the race today. Though to be fair, we have been blessed with a wonderful race this day of racing.
Oh,
we can see Bas van Melis is in the YouTube chat as well. You know, we want you in the one interview as well, Bas. Please come join us at some point and tell us about the Mode 11 race so far. There was one moment particularly in the race that hurt my heart quite a bit when you had to lap me when I drove around with a bit of damage. I was crying on the inside and outside, honestly.
I mean, initially, the Mode 11 was your rival at that point, weren't they? So...
Yeah, well, Bas is always my rival. We are frenemies, sort of say.
Ah, right. Understandable at that point, then.
It's a deep and serious rivalry, but we are great friends at the same time.
You'll
yeah,
jokingly throw things across the room, won't you?
Yes, basically. Even though it might seem a bit harsh to think that sometimes not being said between us, well, it actually doesn't when you're looking at it, but it's always with a smile on the lips and in good fun.
Yeah.
Except for when we're trying to commentate as curse the Mode 11 team all the time.
Oh yes, that always ends well. But yes, looking back to the race, as we kind of alluded to, the luck of the broadcast, everyone managing to be relatively well spread out at the moment. Not too much action going on the grid, as I can imagine the offset pit strategies will be coming in soon. So I'm actually going to be keeping an eye on first place, as I could imagine they will be coming in at some point, as casters do this thing where they say things aren't happening. As the 944 Lamborghini kind of just gives that one up, potentially limping at this point, but that was very odd, not wanting to put too much of a fight to the 723 McLaren. So not too sure what the thought process was there, as I understand letting cars pass in an endurance race will allow you to keep the pace up so you don't lose too much time having to defend the position, but potentially going a bit deep into the top of the hill into Lake Cum, but nevertheless the 723 McLaren is allowed just through and free now, as he's got very, very good pace. And looking forward to the 666 Ferrari with L in at the moment. So those gaps having spread out at the moment. Trying to see what the gap is actually now between the Lamborghini and the McLaren, but we need to wait for the leaderboard to update on that one, as there we go. Apparently 4 laps of a gap now. There we go, 3.8 seconds. Huge gap actually in McLaren. The Lamborghini, I'm wondering if has any damage on him, because that doesn't seem like he's getting too much pace. Might have just been a bit of an unfortunate falling back on that one. Doesn't seem too bad at the moment. However, he is a bit twitchy. But whether we have a bit of a unexperienced driver, who knows? Because obviously these grids at the moment, with the amount of drivers, we have a huge range of skill levels. So, but we take everyone on board, whether you're new to the game or you've been doing it for several years at this point. Welcome to the race, because naturally we want to fill up these grids, especially around a place like Spa, which has quite a few pit stop or pit lanes. So you can actually get a lovely amount of cars on here, as we have a beautiful amount of cars on this grid, especially. I do like the amount. So we get to fill the track up well committed through Eau Rouge Radion. So I think it was just a bit of an unfortunate lap with the car coming past as well, as the pace has been found again by Badaska. We look around again. The cars once again being quite awkward in gapping. Front runners managing to keep the pace very nicely to other cars on the grid. And I will say, one thing was very interesting watching this earlier on to try and keep up was I actually was watching this with my parents, who were around at that point. And I will say, watching a race like this with people who aren't too into racing in general, you do find some very, very interesting terminology come up. So the switchback, I can't remember what my mother said on that one, but it was a switch. I can't remember exactly, but you get to hear some very odd things as they try and explain what they were going on. They do still enjoy it though, which is always the lovely thing to see. They understand when a fight is happening and what's going on. You do have to try and fill them up in as much as possible, as I was almost doing casting when they were watching. But overall, having people just who aren't even fully understanding of this enjoy it as much as they did really shows the sort of level and understanding that these can provide to those Racing virgins, should we say, as we hop onto the front running car now, waiting that pit stop, as that pit timer must be coming to an end relatively soon, as the offset pit strategy has worked massively in their favor. And as Oliver mentioned earlier on, they do actually have the same amount of pit stops remaining to everyone else. So this strategy working beautiful in their favor. The start of the race, I remember seeing them having a very unfortunate case of pretty much immediately going into the wall at Eau Rouge Radion. So managing to claw back to where they are at the moment, they have done incredibly well. I especially love to see the fact that it's a Porsche at the front, because from doing this last year and not having the BOP in place, you pretty much only saw Ferraris at the front. So having this balance of performance and seeing a range of cars, especially the top 4 being a variety, it's beautiful to see as we hop down to 12th and 13th, 69 and the 555. McLaren and Mercedes in a battle, and I think that's it already happened there, as the McLaren got a beautiful exit coming out of the bus stop to get the overspeed on the 69 of Van Drunen. The CBSR guys falling back once again, unfortunately. I would imagine that McLaren now is probably just going to pull away. Mercedes having a decent bit of grunt with the engine, but the McLaren's downforce will massively help it going up the hill, especially through Eau Rouge Radion. So that is done and dusted. Just need to keep the car on the track now so they can start pulling the gap.
Sounds like I missed quite a bit of action by being gone in 2 or 3 minutes there.
Not particularly. It was a very nice exit from the McLaren here that we just saw. Zimmerman getting a good exit out of the bus stop to get past Van Drunen. But besides that, I was mainly explaining on the factor of how I was having to watch this race earlier on with my parents and hearing some very odd terminology when it comes to certain racing styles / etiquette, like the switchback, that sort of thing. It was very odd. But always enjoyable to have race watching virgins come in and still enjoy it, because they very much were enticed by the sort of racing we had. And as you kept mentioning before, this has been a very, very entertaining and very good race. A lot of action going on, albeit not too much at the moment, but it has given us a lot to watch here on the broadcast.
Oh, the 79 car, first time I get to see that all day. Just down ahead. I actually think that they have changed the livery a little bit on that BMW from how the original black and pink M4 looked. I seem to remember it had some coloring stripes on the roof, but seems to have become a sponsor now of Colex on the top of that car. It is one of my favorite of the Wild Things livery, of the Wild Things Racing Team's livery. So to see the thing they have there on the very back of the car, underneath the rear wing, they had the same on the roof originally, and that was one of my all-time favorite liveries in the community, as it just looks so pleasing. It honestly looks like an actual race car, and not just some sim racers putting some cool stuff together. It looks so amazing out on track, and such an iconic combination of colors in the community. We have seen Wild Things Racing in the recent season, on the past season, that they've gone to a pink and black livery instead of this classic one, which is also very nice to look at, as that will quickly become an icon as well. Basically anything Denise Pope does livery-wise are stunning pieces of art. But the pink cars, they are definitely more noticeable on track, as quite often sim racers tend to go with a lot of the black colors, as they are the easiest ones to get decent combinations out of, and you can use a lot of different things alongside with it without having to think too much of it. But nevertheless, one of the all-time classics, the black and pink Wild Things Racing liveries. Also, one of the main reasons why I want to see the car. It's a stunning piece of art. That machine on track, it just looks so nice. It's hard to put words on why it looks good. It just looks good. You know, it's one of those things.
It's a BMW. I mean, a lot of the time, the thing that I always find enjoyable, especially with the sort of lineups we get within GT3 grids, is the kind of size differences between certain cars. Because obviously, the BMW, at least a couple of years ago, you wouldn't have imagined a car that looks, well, it is pretty much a saloon. It wouldn't really be imagined to be going up against the likes of a Lamborghini, a Porsche, that sort of thing. But obviously with the sort of performance they put into these things, as well as the BOP behind all of this stuff, it's great to see cars like this, and the sort of range we can have on these grids becomes amazing. And always the one that I like to refer to is the Bentley, because that in real life is an absolute behemoth of a thing, but naturally when you tear everything out of it, it becomes quite a competent thing.
It's because it looks slim, it looks that big. In size comparison, I actually think the M6 BMW had a larger volume, it had a larger volume of car than the Bentley actually did. But the BMWs, they just look that little bit wider when they are in frame, so they also seem like they are shorter, but they're actually not. They are the same length and just a tiny bit wider. That gives that the perspective of the car when you're in comparison. I think that you are one of the guys who definitely remembers the GTE M8 when that was next to the Ford GTs on the Mans. They're huge the size difference in those cars. And that was stunning to see, and especially when the M8 was next to the LMP1 cars, just how big of a difference in size there was between those. Because when you see an LMP1 car, you actually don't, when you see them on TV, you don't actually get a true image of how small they actually are. If you've ever stood next to one of these cars, they only go to about just over your waist, obviously depending on how tall you are, but just about your waist. That's how tall they are. Very, very small cars, and that's just optical illusions when you see them on track. Sort of get an idea when you see the mechanics standing next to them, but they are often bent a little bit forward, so you never see the true height of them. And that was actually a good picture of seeing how tall the Beamer was in comparison to the Lambo as it just went by there on the outside.
One thing, while we've actually been watching the BMW, that has happened. The leading Porsche, the 911, has indeed pitted. Only falling down to second at the moment. Might be waiting for the leaderboard to update, as I could imagine Beaton might overtake in the Mercedes. But obviously, if they get caught up in traffic too much, as I believe that's the CBSR. God, I saw a Mercedes for a glimpse of a second there, and I thought this might have been a fight to happen, but obviously now the 911 falling back.
Even if it was a fight, then the John Betson and Justin DeJong still owe us one extra pit stop more than the Porsche does. That's a bit of the thing in this race. We also seem to struggle a little bit getting our Mercedes to the full 68 minutes of stint time. I know the Mercedes are usually a pretty fuel-hungry car, but I was surprised that we couldn't get it all the way up to the maximum allowed stint time in this event.
I think most cars actually around here struggled, because as I remember from last year, we ran the Aston Martin, actually. This was actually the race last year that I won my first ever points within the endurance system. Well, at least outside of the participation point that you get, as we finished 18th here. But stretching out for the full stint timer was never much of an opportunity. You kind of had to stick to just 1 hour points. But back then, the main busted feature was the Ferrari, as that was incredibly fuel efficient, not really changing all that much. But I'm wondering if the tank size has potentially shrunken down a little bit. But I very much know the Ferrari is one of, if not the only car that can really do that full stint time around Spa. This is quite a long track and quite a fuel demanding one at that.
But last season we also had longer stint times. Last season I do believe we were allowed to go 75 minutes.
70,
and we could definitely not make that in the Mercedes. I think we made about 65 in the races we did the most, except for when we did a fuel saving, but we were just losing too much time on that in general to actually get an advantage out of it. On most tracks it wasn't worth saving the fuel. Speaking of the time you lost in that, in comparison to just taking that extra pit stop and getting it over with. Of course, on a track like Spa, it would be worth it, but we couldn't save an extra pit stop anyway in that race. so it was what it was. But we did try some fancy strategies in other races that paid off quite nicely to us. And that's the thing about these cars. Even though that we are all racing them in obviously the least fuel efficient engine map in races like this, they normally wouldn't do that in real life. They would normally have the qualifying map and then a race map. But we are sim racers and we just go
Go speed. Go fast.
Yes.
Actually, we've dropped down a bit. We see some drive-throughs and penalties appearing. I did see the one for the 944 appear, as that was a collision apparently earlier on in the race with the 666 Ferrari. Don't think we've really had too many more appear. It's the other Ferrari, I think it was. I just missed it. I've already forgotten which one had the drive-through coming out, as that would more than likely have been track limits appearing somewhere you really don't want to be doing it. It's quite a harsh one for it, especially Eau Rouge Radion. There's plenty of places where you can gain off tracks, but then if you get the overall penalty of that drive-through, you really have to soak it in, as the CBSR Lamborghini, the 123 off track. Trying to see where that is. I think that's at the bottom of the hill. Yeah, that's Stavolo, so that was going through Piff Paff that happened. I'm wondering if it might have been getting on the throttle a bit quickly there, as that car can bite you if you're not careful.
I'm never getting used to hearing CBSR and Lamborghini in the same sentence, unless if it's CBSR crashing into and then Lamborghini. CBSR Lamborghini just sounds so wrong when they are.
I have to still say it, because if you say CBSR, I just assume Mercedes, so I have to say Lamborghini, because you need to remind yourself that it's another one. I'm never used to another one. If I see another CBSR, it's normally in the sprint races where obviously to Horst or both CBSR drivers are driving their own version of the Mercedes. But in this case, obviously now having a completely separate endurance car and going for a Lamborghini, it just doesn't feel right at this point. So getting used to that is still a thing.
It is, but I wonder if they will run two cars in the next race when we go to the Nürburgring, if they will combine the two to get a reasonable amount of drivers to field for that. I think we were looking at in our team as well to get a fourth main instead of doing it as a free main team. We'll have to wait and see. Anyway, speaking of free main teams, we are following Steve Parker at the next pick. They are four in the 1111 car. But anyways, following Steve Parker around, a driver who is famously known for putting in the most practice laps before the sprint races. And more often than not, he actually he's doing a good job of getting pace out of the cars in the sprint race, and just have a tendency to get a little bit unlucky with crashes, but that doesn't seem to be an issue here in Endurance, as he actually almost hits the inside barrier going up Radion. Maybe we should just stop speaking. I think that's for the best. Steve Parker in the car, a good driver. Famously known for, I think it's 2 or 3 seasons back in the sprint season when he was driving the Mercedes, that he was drifting basically the entire race at Paul Ricard. Every time he came into the right hand at the end of the back straight there, we saw that Mercedes sideways, and became famously known for that. Steve Parker, the Drift King himself.
Needs to get some nicknames going in the Discord, don't we? So we've got DK at the moment, we've got Chris's Hill, which we need to put a banner on. Getting all these more inside things, which if we've got any graphics designers, who knows, we might be able to put that sort of thing around. But actually Parker now being approached by what we believe at least to be somewhat net lead, with the pit stops at the moment, the 911 Porsche, with actually, I think this is the first race I remember seeing that livery, which I would like to point out I really do like. I know it's quite a generic one with a dragon, but overall it is a very clean and nice one.
Oh, it most certainly is. It most certainly is a nice livery, and it just shows what these cars can do. And just in general, how beautiful racing cars can be. It reminds me quite a bit of the Flying Lizard team way back when. I know they're still racing lower classes, but they used to run what was it, GT2 Porsches back in the day, or was it also GT3 Porsches way back when? I honestly can't remember that IMSA. I think they were at Le Mans as well once or twice. But they had the red and white car with the lizard on the side, also with the numbers sort of looking like that on the sideboard of them. Very nice, nice cars.
That's actually what we're looking around. I mentioned it earlier, and I've kind of stuck out longer than I probably expected. I like to talk; it's an issue with me, but I will be loving and leaving you now in the casting booth. I have pinged a message.
The Sebring race then instead of this wonderful show?
I will be. Oh, I very much will be. I'll be sticking around. I'll put it on the TV. As that's what I was doing earlier on.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
Yes. So this is much better, more interesting.
Actually, yeah, no. The TV. Actually, no. This will go on the TV. I'll get a laptop for Sebring.
Yeah.
How that'll do. This gets the main screen.
I actually forgot all about the Sebring race until one of my mates messaged me here on Discord. I could have had it running on the big TV just next to me, but no, I'm fully focused on this.
This is the dedication now.
Yes, and this is much more interesting, to be perfectly honest, and much higher odds at stake in a race like this when it's all personal and you know most of the drivers out there.
Oh, it's nice. It's very nice with that. You get a better understanding of the capabilities of everyone as well. It's great.
Most certainly. As we actually have a yellow flag after Erosion Radion. That's the 95 car Big Brain Racing having a little bit less big brain moment, it looked like. Joe Tomlin in that incident. Strong British name as well, Joe Tomlin.
Feels very British.
Oh, most certainly.
Very British. I love it. But on that note, though, I will leave everyone with you, Oliver, and I believe your evil cousin or twin or whatever it is at this point, your evil alter ego to appear as well. So I'll leave both of you in the casting booth.
I don't think that he will be around for the endurance races, unfortunately.
Okay. Is he just tuckered out for them? Not enough, or too long for him?
Yeah, I think the joke of the evil twin have passed a little bit. Ryan Sullivan going for big one. Taking out the car, leaving the pit exit. That might be a straight return into that, though he only took a little bit of damage there to the wall, but that is not how you want to start your stint.
That is a code brown for coming out of the pit lane. The first thing you see is a car coming at you backwards.
Just taking over the car and getting rich, setting up your electronics and everything, and there's a car coming flying in backwards to the pit exit.
Oh my word.
And that was another one of the big brain racing cars. They are having the less big brain moments, both of them at this point.
Right, as more stuff is happening, I'm trying to leave. Let me go. Stop giving entertainment, but I will quickly drop off. So everyone, thank you once again to Chris for running this sort of thing. And although for me at least this feels a bit of a short stint for casting, I still very much enjoyed it, and especially joining you, Oliver, with this and the two beautiful interviews we had. So thank you everyone for having me for this time, and I will leave everyone in your hands.
Yes, thank you. There are much rejoicing in the YouTube comments that you are leaving. As I'm left alone here with only the lurking of Grandpa Chris Hill in the background in the back of this jet, but you will live with my soothing, wonderful voice for the rest of this race, and I think I'll be talking like this just to keep it entertaining and nice, as Hokala are currently on the offense for P7 in the race. Although that is a bit boring speaking like that, and I'll get tired of it myself very quickly. Anyways, Jonas Hokala of R&E Team Teal on the move. He looks to be challenging for P7 in the race. If he can get by the 202 car, in no relation to the 101, of course. The black and the yellow striped Porsche, it seems like. Tucking right in there, and a beautiful detail on the livery of the R&E Teal team with the picture of the car on the side of the car. I think that's called carception, almost. That's something that I hadn't seen before. But he's doing a stellar job. Of course, that's one of the teams that we used to see, at least from last season, used to see in the right up there in the front of the field. Also a big showing of this season being way tighter than last season, with a lot more cars challenging for those top positions in these endurance races. But whether or not that he can get the Ferrari past the Porsche, we'll have to wait and see. Not an easy thing to overtake in these cars. Remember, there are no DRS, no ERS, none of all that fancy stuff. It's just down to the drivers and the strengths and weaknesses of the different cars. Still, dry it will be for the next 30 minutes as the sun is slowly setting over the virtual Spa-Francorchamps. We'll have to see how dark it will get. It will probably get really dark really fast, and we'll have to try and figure out the cars from the headlights going around. But yeah, on board now, folks, we can really get a good look on how this car drives through the Rouge ready on there, in taking that a little bit of S03R02 from the inside, 5th gear, bouncing on the limits, so they're not taking a 6th before they go up the hill. That's very different from car to car, how we have to do that in the Rouge. Does seems to be in a good show here on the 202. Will he pull out and try for the move into Lecombe? He does go for the inside move. Up the inside he goes, and the Porsche gives him plenty of room there. Not putting up the greatest of fights, as there are no point in risking your own race, especially with just 2 hours 40 to go. So Jonas Höckler now up into P7 in this great race, as I'm being sent clips of big crashes on Sebring for some reason on my Discord, but I'll just mention that I am doing more important stuff than watching that at the minute. So just excuse me for maybe let's say 30 seconds. And I'm back. I hope that nothing interesting happened while I was gone, but yeah, if you throw your favorite team into the YouTube chat, we'll maybe try and see if we can get a full onboard lap with the car of the viewers choosing. I know that there are only 17 people still watching, as the Sebring race have obviously started, and it is getting later and later in the evening. Of course, I just jumped up to 19. Maybe it's because that people want to tune in to hear my beautiful voice. But yeah, throw in the number of the car you wish to see racing or to see an onboard lap with in the YouTube chat. We'll try and see if we can get that up on the stream for you guys out there watching. And Chris Hill immediately says number 7. But Chris, you are not racing in this race yourself, and I don't think there is a number 7 car in this race. And maybe that's why Chris thinks it's funny. He is such a funny man. Nevertheless, the racing is still going fast, and if you're in the race or just watching on the YouTube, tune in or go into our Discord and jump into the interview room and help us entertain the masses. Maybe just tell us a little bit about how your race is going, your expectations in the race, and all that sort of jazz. Number 6 have been selected, so I'll just be quiet for a little bit and let's enjoy the driving of Dick van der Kills. Really? Let's enjoy the driving of Dick. as we didn't get to see the full lap as the yellow flags out in the bus stop chicane. But from the driving that we have seen on board here with Dick van der Kills, on board to the looks like big damage. I wonder if Kurlenka will get it straight into the pits or what he will be trying to do from this position. I've been informed that he's just returning to garage. Maybe not the smartest of things to do when you're that close to pit entry. But I've been informed that his last name actually translates into English as wishbone, as in the wishbone suspension. Fun fact, but from the onboard that we saw there with our good friend Dick, I should probably call him by his last name. But what we saw from the onboard, he was doing such a good job driving that McLaren, hitting the apexes very nicely. From a man myself that I've driven that McLaren many times around this racetrack and done many laps in the McLaren here, it did look very nice. Which is a bit surprising to see that smooth driving from the cars further down the grid. But yeah, very good driving as we're straight into the battle between the 555 SL Racing Team and the Team Rocket Bentley, the 3-2-1 with Yannick Velndijk behind the wheel of the Bentley and Hendrik Zimmermann in the McLaren. Look on the size differences between these two cars as the McLaren tries at the outside but overshoots completely into the bus stop there. It's very hard to fool a driver like Yannick, who have so much experience in these racing machines, in the GT3 class and in endurance racing and racing in general. But Zimmermann doing the best he can to try and get by the Bentley. Now we just have to catch right back up to Yannick Velndijk and try for it one more time. If he can keep those tires alive, of course, and whether or not that they are different pit strategies, we'll also have to wait and see. But having a Bentley almost in the top 10 at this point in the race, they're just outside in 11th. That is a bit surprising. We have seen the Bentley being driven in other communities and other big race events as well. It's sort of the car that, especially, I know that none of the drivers of that car are English, but a lot of British people who are very good but want to challenge themselves in racing, they pick the Bentley as it is of course a very British car and a beautiful machine and a different car, not chosen by many, but not that far off being competitive if you know how to drive it and set up the car. Or at least that's what it looks like, at least from how it drives and being seen around all over the racing scene of the GT3 online racing in ACC, of course. Looking around and see if there are interesting chatting going about on Discord or anything. No, not really. All still stands for any of the three stewards who have been doing all of the race to come in for a little interview and talk to me for just a brief moment, if you are so kind. And bored, they're probably also watching the Sebring race while they're doing the stewarding and watching this as well, probably running some triple monitor kind of setups, as we're actually getting quite a few viewers back here on the channel. Almost on 30 viewers for at this point of the evening. I do assume that many of the people watching are drivers of the race who are trying to spot for their teammates as well, and maybe family and friends supporting their loved ones, and yeah, just good to see in general. As it looks like the Zimmermann have come right back up to Yannick Velndijk and will try the move again at some point to see if the McLaren can get through the mighty Bentley. Bentley, the mighty Bentley, driving fast away. Oh, should start singing here on YouTube. We are not that late onto the evening as of yet. But look at these cars driving through Rouge. It is such a beautiful sight to see. Also interesting when you're looking at the cars, look on the size difference. Look at how tall the Bentley is in comparison to the McLaren, as the McLaren dives up the inside into Lake Combe. And Yannick Velndijk doing the smart thing there, trying to get underneath for the switchback, but the McLaren did just have the optimum line there, not risking the car there for Yannick, as Martin van der Kran have brought the 33 car into the pit lane. Not the optimum time to pit, to be honest, as they will still have to do 2 more stops in the race to get to the end. Wonder if they're cutting it into 2 halves or just going as deep as possible and seeing if rain will come back and they have to pit for that. But good move there from Hendrik Zimmermann of the SL Racing team, the 555 machine. Already pulling a little bit of a gap there to Yannick Wallenberg. And he will try to make it as big as possible, as quickly as possible to get away from that big Bentley. It is a little bit of a frightening sight to see in your rear view mirrors a Bentley, as it does look really intimidating with the big grille and the circular headlights on the side of that. They have moved up quite nicely as the pit stop round are playing in, and we'll have to wait and see when the other drivers comes into pits. Remember the 68-minute stint time there is in these events means that if they pit with less than 2 hours 16 to go, then we are not expecting them to do more than that stop and 1 more, but before that then it will be 2 additional to the pits that they will take. So yeah, that's something to keep an eye on, as we know that the 911 car has 1 stop less than both the 79 and 33 up in the front battle of this race. So don't be fooled that they are 30 seconds behind. They are theoretically leading the race on sequence. But yeah, we will have to wait and see how that plays out for them. They had a bit of an unlucky start to the race, but they have fought right back up into it. Jumping a little bit further down the grid, where it looks like we have some battling going on as well for 33rd position. It is Jost Verhelst and De Bruyne battling it out down here for 33rd. 2 Italian manufacturers, the Ferrari and the Lamborghini, going around the track. A little bit difficult to see the black cars at this point in the race. It will get even darker, which will make it even more difficult to spot the different cars out there on track. But beautiful sight to see the cars here in the early evening hours of the virtual Spa-Francorchamps. Early evening hours. It is the evening hours, but as the sun is setting behind the drivers. As it looks like that Jos Verhelst actually made the move there and got through De Bruyne. Was like that before. I think he made the move. Yeah, he did make the move. I was just getting confused because I'm talking so much. Getting it done. Ahead of him will be Damien de Kaiser in the 1111 car now. Quite a bit up the road, to be honest, and whether or not that they can catch up will be maybe a little bit more of a tricky one. But let's see if Just Verhelst can keep up with De Bruyne at this point of the race and maybe do a counter attack at some point. Important thing for Verhelst is that he needs to stay within that slipstream and get the toe down these long straights. Both cars look super plain there through in Rouge, but remember the track is getting colder and colder. And that can be a little bit difficult getting the tires set up optimum for this, because you need to run them slightly more pressured at the start of the stint and this part of the race to have them as optimum as possible throughout as much of the stint as possible, as the pressures will drop during the stint at this point of the day. Both the track and ambient temperature are down to 15 degrees, which is less than half of what it was when we started the race. Or at least with the ambient. I can't remember the track, to be honest. Actually, I have it on a sheet. I think the ambient was also only about 21 or something like that. But you know, the old memory isn't what it used to be, as they are still driving into the night. Offer still stands for people out there to come if you want to get interviewed. Doesn't matter if you're at the front or near the back. We want to talk to each and every one of you if possible. The more the merrier, as that makes the stream more entertaining, and also just getting a little bit of a mentioning around the team by coming in here. It's always fun to hear yourself be interviewed after a race as well. At least that's my opinion of it. It looks like that the Bruyne are getting a little bit of a gap on Verhelst at this point of the race. At this point, he's pulling it out after getting the overtake done. Just 1 lap after the overtake, he already pulled out about a second to Verhelst of the Sim Racing Holland Holland team, one of the 4 Sim Racing Holland cars who have entered this round. of the SSRI endurance season. Coming into, I don't know if it's a replay of what we are watching now. No, it's not a replay, but it's just different cameras, of course, as we don't have the timing boards. That's what got me confused, but it is the 34 car of, I believe, is still John Beton driving that car. Yes, it is up in 4th position as he will take third as Nard Cox has gone into the pit lane. As Nard will still owe us, or at least the team will still owe us 2 stops. The SSRI team will still owe us 2 stops after this one is complete, if they want to go through to the end. It's just the way that the race has panned out with the rain and everything, that people are coming into the pit now. We do see quite the pit stop round starting with both Nard Cox, Jonas Hokela, Yannick Vallendog and Joe Tolman have gone into the pits. I will try and make mental notes of where they come out, of course. If anyone in the Team Rocket team could throw Yannick into the interview waiting room, it would be nice as well, as we want to hear from him if he has stopped driving for the day. Would be interesting to hear some words from the Bentley guys, as that's one of the more unique cars on the grid. Same goes for the Maggenbergs and the Aston Martin down in 21st. I do wish that we would see these black cars get some sort of paint scheme for the next round, so that it'd be easier to know apart from each other. But this is John. John is one of those drivers that he will rarely make any kinds of mistakes, as he is such a stable driver. I also have been around for quite a while. I do believe that he does some sort of driver coaching on the side of racing. And he must be doing a pretty good job of that. I do believe that there was, I don't know the story exact, but for the 24 hours of Suzuka we did way back when I joined the R2R guys in their Aston Martin Real True Back Market team. I think we borrowed a driver from John's Academy for that particular event. Almost certain that's how we got to know. What was his name? I cannot remember the name. 5% luck, 50% skill, 100% reason to remember the name. It was Bird Dog, of course. Bird Dog. It's the old memory isn't what it used to be, you know. As Gessel seems to have come out very, or Clyde Barney have come out very close to Gessel. Gessel is right behind him on the track at the minute for 4th position in this race. But whether or not that Gessel can get the move done is a little bit more questionable, as Barney are on a much fresher tires at this point, as he have just come off the pits. Pascal Vida goes into the pits as well. Jumping down to Eric Gessel now of the R2E team, as he actually does get the move done there on Clyde Barney. He uses the traffic to his full advantage, trapping him a little bit behind the McLaren, but now he's the one being trapped behind the McLaren. Clyde Barney back on the inside through Lassaur, slight bit of contact there. Ooh, running right, drifting a little bit. And that seemed to have lost the overtaking opportunity there from Eric Gessel on Clyde Barney. That was the move for 4th position. Very tight racing there, but now he'll try and get the run out of this, cutting a little bit on the inside there of Radion through the Camel King onto the Camel Straight. Does he have the run in the Porsche on the Lamborghini? It does look like you have a little bit of overspeed trying the outside line. That usually isn't the one that works the best, but he seems to be braking a little bit later. He does get the move done into Lake Com. It looks like, yes, he does. Eric Gessel up into 4th position with 2 hours 22 remaining. That can end up being a very deciding overtake there from Eric Gessel in the 416 car of the R2E team. Good move from Gessel there. Maybe Clyde Barney didn't have the tires right up into temperature, or maybe they might be a little bit too hot, as he's expecting the track to become slightly cooler by the end of his stint. We'll have to wait and see how that develops and whether or not the Barney will stride back. I wouldn't be surprised to see Clyde Barney come back into the battle for 4th later on as this stint progresses. But we will have to wait and see, as traffic will become a very important part of this battle throughout the remainder of this race. As we see the Ferrari, they're getting a little bit loose. Eric Gessel to the inside of the lap traffic. Whether or not that Clyde Barney can get an equally easy overtake done, we'll have to wait and see, as that could end up costing Clyde Barney a little bit of time. If he have to spend too much of set time behind the back marker. Yeah, now I'm just saying time a lot because I want to. But yes, they are still going at it up for P4 at this point of the race. It does go through there. Ooh, looks like there might have been contact there between the back marker and Clyde Barney. But nothing too serious, it looked like, as Barney did go through in the end. Imagine having raced for 9.5 hours at this point at the race, roughly 9 hours 39 minutes. That's 9.5 hours at this point of the race, and still being wheel to wheel battling for top 5 positions. Such an immense pressure on these drivers, and fatigue must be playing into to the game at this point, especially for the smaller teams that are only 2 main operations. It can be difficult keeping the concentration for an entire 12-hour event. But those teams who are running the 2 main entries, they are doing a pretty good job there. As the car comes out of the pit lane between Gessel and Barney, that loses Barney a little bit of time once again, and Gessel gets lucky with the traffic and keeps increasing that gap. After that, now we're following Clyde Barney as he moves through the traffic. As the back marker seems to just move out the way there of Clyde Barney. Trying to get back into the fight and finding the rhythm once again after having been in that much traffic can be a challenging thing. Of course, not for a top-end driver like Clyde Barney, but for me personally, if I've been stuck behind traffic and then go through, then I more often than not make a mistake into the next corner that could seem a little bit dumb and a silly mistake. But yeah, when you just get used to that slower pace for just a tiny bit of time, then that's one of the things that can happen. Of course, but Barney on it through the Paul Frere curve, or Frere Rocher, or whatever it's called these days. Hard to say. Up towards next corner will be Blanchimont. This one, it is a lot tighter than it looks like, even though it does look very tight on these pictures. From some angles, it doesn't look as tight as it actually is, and it is a super tight left-hand corner. Not exactly 90 degrees, a little bit less, but you're going so fast through it that it's super tricky to get right. In about 3 minutes time, we'll get through the magic marker where cars pitting after that only overs 1 extra stop. Meatball flag for a car being shown there. I wonder what car that was for. It's definitely not a Barney's car, and it would not expect it to be the R2E car ahead of him either. And it doesn't look like any of the cars behind seemed damaged. So wonder why we saw that meatball flag being waved on the side. Yeah, Chris is just mentioning in the background, could be a car that just forgot to put the lights on. Hard to say really, but I do believe most of the drivers would have put them on at this point, because it does seem really dark out there on the track at the minute. But yeah, must have been a lights thing, as there were no slow-moving vehicles, or at least trashed vehicles driving around the track at that area at the point. Further down the field, we start looking at a few cars. We're just looking whether or not that there are cars without lights at the minute, just going through them one by one. But it does look like the meatball flag have disappeared, or at least we can see it with around these cars. So far it looks like that they all are fully lit according to rules. Remember, you don't have to run the full lights at this point. You just have to run the lights on one click. On the light switch, of course, there are the off setting, and then the daytime running and nighttime running. Oh, well, the lights on and the full beam. sort of say. Though most people would prefer to run the full beam at all times, at least when it starts getting dark. Also in light, it can be something just to try and psych out the opponents, running with more light, making yourself more visible, getting a little bit of a mental game going. But whoever it was who got that meatball flag, I think that they have turned on the lights at this point, as it's something that you rather quickly notice when you get, as there pops up a message on the right hand side of your screen that you have to turn on the lights within 3 laps. And no one likes to run without lights on at this point of a race, or at least this hour of a race, sort of say. As Yannick have joined the stewarding team instead of the broadcast interview room. God damn it, Yannick! You know you are needed in here. We want to hear from you. But it is what it is. Anyways, further down the field, Anthony de Horst are under immense pressure by Lawrence van de Water of the RO Motorsport team. Ferrari versus Mercedes. It seems like that we can't go more than 2 minutes in this race without 2 cars being stuck in intense fighting. Colder temperatures, so we might start to see some of the cars sliding a little bit more around on the tarmac or asphalt, or whatever you would prefer to call it in your local country. Other words are available if you want them, but I'll stick to those 2. I'll probably just call it tarmac I'll call it asphalt. I'll decide on the fly. I'll decide on the fly as always. But Van de Water putting the pressure on Anthony de Horst. Maybe it's a reminder to Horst that he have to drink the water as well in the races and not just the beers. That could be the thing with the name. Into the bus stop we go. Very close together. Looks like that de Horst does get some better lines through there, as Van de Water might have been slightly on the alternate side of things. Ooh, getting close there through the source. But again, Anthony getting the much better exit virtue of getting earlier on the front, on the run down to Eau Rouge and ready on, of course. Through the corners we go. They're keeping a respectable distance into that inside curve, as we have seen that catching a lot of drivers out during this evening of race, or this day of racing as it have become. Into Lake Holm we go. At the minute looks like Van de Water is not able to get close enough to try for the move. He have been somewhat at this distance for quite a while, so he might just be waiting for de Horst to make an ever so slight mistake so he can put his car into an attacking position. Though it does look like that Ferrari does get a better run out of a no-name corner, which actually have a name in these days, but yeah, the older generation like myself knows it as no-name or commentators' corners, that when you're sat in the commentary boxes on the track, then that's one of the few things that you can actually see from the boxes positions. Getting very close through pit path, it looks like. Davalo and then Paul Flair right after. Siege are the first driver to come into the pit at this point, where only one more stop is necessary for those boxing at this point of the race. The Ferrari Van der Water does have a run up towards Blanchimont. Will de Horst back off? Yeah, it looks like de Horst doesn't back off completely, still keeping the throttle in. Water looked like he had a slightly compromised run there that gives the inside to de Horst into the bus stop chicane. Now he's stuck on the outside for the second part, as the Aston Martin of Magnuberg that will try and unlap himself from behind. Nevertheless, Lawrence Van de Water did get that overtake stuck and got it done as the Aston Martin dives to the inside of Anthony de Horst there. It goes through as well, unlapping, giving Lawrence Van de Water a great gap. that he can maintain from this point on. And that's how quickly it goes from being a position up to being about a second down, I would assume at this point. Just one corner it takes, or two corners in this situation. As 1.8 seconds are the gap now between Van der Water and Ter Horst. Not optimum for Ter Horst and the CBSR racing team, though they can be very pleased with their performance so far this event. Haven't really made any noticeable mistakes, at least for the time that I've been sat here in the commentary booth. They have kept a good pace throughout and have put their car into the top 15 positions. Next car behind them positions-wise are the Mode 11 car, currently driven by Levels. But a big gap between those two machines there are, as Levels are just coming out here about 40 seconds, almost 39 to be exact, between the two. Also two of the, I would say, legacy teams in the community, two teams that have been around for quite a while, with drivers that we all know and love in both of the machines. Of course, Mode 11 being the team of Bas van Melis and of course Wesley Levels. Vargas, I think, are driving in that car as well. Usually we would see drivers like Andrew Richardson and Nikolai Schröder and those drivers as well in the Mode 11 car. So big team they have got put together in the Mode 11 team. Well, that Bas have put together there. Almost a community within the community. It seems like some of these teams are becoming as how big they are. But good to see them nevertheless still running after all these years. And entering with two cars in races are also fun to see. And drive-through penalty there for the 199 car. Must have been track cuts or speeding in the pits. A little bit hard to say. Ugh. As it is getting later and later into the evening, and of course we're getting tired and tired here in the box as well. So good to see these cars out doing a good job at this point. All small strategical decisions that the teams have made early in the race will either start to pace off or bite them in the rear. It's all the small details that have to come together to get the best possible result in races like this. But of course they all know that, and they're all doing the best to stay on the best possible strategy. But sometimes things happen in races that you can't foresee yourself, like disconnects, or you get taken out in a strange freak incident, or you crash the car yourself and have to come in for damage repairs, as the 511 car caused a yellow flag, or still causing a yellow flag at the pit exit area, which probably means that he has been off and ready on. But he is going again, it looks like, at least on the minimap up there. I wonder how the 6 car is doing, as we haven't seen a lot to that as of late. And that's one of the machines that we know that there are supporters of out there in the YouTube chat. Here we have the 6 car Van de Kills, the Sim Racing Holland #6, still hanging on to the 38th position in the race. Still not last though, and still keeping the car going. It's always a great achievement finishing a race like it. It does look like I have damage on the car, but that can be decent. It could have been from earlier incidents that we didn't see, or they have happened a long time ago, and the damage repair just haven't synced to our stream. So don't be fooled by that out there on the on your screens in the living rooms or offices or phones, or however you choose to enjoy these great events here at the Sim Racing Sport International channel. But yeah, actually Van Dreil are in a close battle for 35th between him and the 123 car. It looks like, yeah, it's the Lamborghini of that's the CBSR Lamborghini, and then the THRC McLaren going side by side down the Camel Straight. Will this be the move from Jesse Van Dreil? on Heisinga. Looks like it that he got through there into to Lake Kong. Good decisive move from Jesse van Dijl to get 35th position in the race. He can be pleased with that overtake. We know that the 1-2-3 car had a disconnect early in the race, back to the very beginning of the race, roughly the time where the 101 car also had their disconnect issues. So interesting to see how this will play out for the rest of them. So it's a little bit of a recovery drive from the 1-2-3. Don't know exactly if anything have happened to the 73 in this race, but they must have had at least some sort of contact with something, since there are some damage that at least have been on the car at some point in the race. We can see at the front of the car as the 6th car dives into the pit. They only have one more stop to go in this race. At least they only have to take one more stop in the race. We don't know if they opt to take maybe 5 or 6 just for the fun of it. At this point, maybe trying to go for a new fastest lap by the end of the race if they feel very fresh. The one likely when you're that far down the order, but you never know. A little bit of onboard action here with Jesse van Dijl, where we can really see how dark the track have become. It's still not at the darkest it will become during this race, but it is getting a little bit more tricky seeing your brake markers around the track and maybe turn in points if you are using spots for that as well. A bit surprised that Van Dijl and the team, they managed to do a 2:18.1 at some point in the race. That's actually a pretty respectable time around Spa. Already gapped the 1-2-3 car by 2 seconds at this point, so Van Dijl might be looking forward to a fair health at this point in the race. Though it's a 7 laps gap between them in the side, it is not entirely accurate necessarily when those lap numbers come up there. It has something to do with how ACC calculates it with the splits and the cars in between and stuff. It's not easy to figure out, but we do have SSRI to check it more precisely, or I know that Chris have, I don't. So the gap is what it is, and Chris asked what the question was, and I'm just talking, trying to keep something going on the stream. Further up the field, MSR Esport in the black and yellow Porsche. You can really start to see the oxy lights on the cars in these conditions. When it gets darker and darker, the LED stripes you see around the cars gets more and more visible. That's for the team, so they can easier spot their own cars, and it's also very nice for us here in the broadcasting booth to try and differentiate some of the cars in the darkness, that we can use that as guides to spot them. Not all the cars are running auxiliary lights, of course, and not all cars have it in the same places. But those who do, we will try and spot. Some of the easier cars to spot are normally the Mercedes AMGs, as some of the more fun auxiliary lights are placed on those cars, as they can be on the antennas of on the roof of the car, which I like. Yellow flags out of La Source, it looks like, and John Beeson have just been through that area. It's the 944 car, 946 I think it might be, that was involved in that. I think 946 are the number. Is it 944? Hard to see it. 944 I think it was on the minimap, looking at it. Nevertheless, John Beeson still doing a good job. Sean Beton, I'm not entirely sure what he prefers. He might want to come in and tell us at some point. You never know. Anyways, Hubert Patuska, some Polish dude, was the guy causing the yellow flag out of La Source, but still claiming on to 24th position. He will have to serve a 15-second penalty though on his next pit stop for some sort of incident it must have been. Could probably figure out what it was. If you just give me a second, it was for causing a collision way back when on the lap 167, so that's quite a while ago. It must have been. But yeah, we are still. That's actually quite a while ago. That's around last time that I was in the car. So that's several hours. That's actually many hours ago. At this point, but they are still to serve that as the next coming pit stop. The Barwell Motorsports team. That is. The visibility are getting low and low up there. You can see the auxiliary lights there of the Lambo on the inside of the right hand side of the car. They are just over the door, the white stripe there. There might be a little bit blue, hard to say, as they're coming into the pits as we're just talking about them. Good to see. Well, not good to see, but well, they had to make the pit stop at some point, and they will have one more to go after this one. They will have to stop for an additional 15 seconds, except on top of whatever they are choosing to service in the pit. Possibly tires, maybe a driver change and a tank of fuel. 30 seconds usually, so plus 15, and maybe some damage repairs if they have some of that as well. Could bring it above 45 seconds stationary. Plus the long pit lane, of course. Don Healy in the Wild Things racing car. They are not running auxiliary lights in that one. I think it would be nice if they could maybe add a little bit of that at some point. But yeah, another good thing to see that only really gets highlighted when it's getting darker. And these races are the exhausts on the car, they're glowing red. Of course, in the BMW, you can see it on the front of the car, just behind the front tires. Actually, they choose the short exhaust, very visible there on the right-hand side of the car. Not so sure it's on both sides of the car. Can't actually see anything on the left hand side, but on the right-hand side of the car, you can surely see the exhaust when that car is going flying by. Same goes for all the other BMWs out there. Beautiful, beautiful sights, the red glowing exhaust pipes of these cars. And yeah, I don't know if we can see the red glows of the brake dust into the hard braking zones. We will have to look out for that as well, as that's some great spectacular sights to see. Still nothing really going on in the YouTube chat, but we would love to hear from you guys out there, of course. Any inputs you have would be highly appreciated to get involved in the racing. The Wild Things racing team also coming off a good season in sprint racing, winning both the pro class and the silver class with drivers with Patrick Sodecat in the pro and overall in tier 1, of course, beating out Tim Spenkeling in a very tough championship battle between those two. And Chris Hart early in the season also doing quite a good job for Wild Things Racing there. And then with the mighty Nissan GTR of Richard Pixley in the silver and tier 2, of course, dominating that with mighty 4 wins out of 5 possible. Truly dominant performance as the 9-4 free car of IDC Racing Team have just been spun there at Eddie Rouge and Radion. But yeah, they did a good job there. Denise Pope in the aim also just finishing outside of the top 3, even though it wasn't the greatest of season for the great woman driver of Denise Pope, but she surely did make some impacts in the season and had a monstrously good result at Mount Panorama. Of course, we all remember that, and how the airfield got pulled together by Dimitri Sheik, who drove a train there and parked that car as a bus in the corners, not letting anyone by. But yeah, all in all, a good performance of the season so far from Wild Things Racing. looking down here in the 943 car, I see that's another car through. Chris is telling me something that I already mentioned, but who knows if Chris is also getting old at this point, and maybe just tired. I think are the right words for that. Up to the McLaren driver Marius Schiller in the LHR left-hand racing. Fun name, of course, with the green auxiliary lights. Yes, we have to make stories about something at this point. So we're talking about the aux lights on the cars, as they are very cool things. LED fans we are, of course. Choosing green on their cars, it fits nicely into their color scheme. I personally often run, for some reason, purple lights on my cars because I feel like they are easy to see at night. But the green have really also sticks out, and the McLaren obviously having some good auxiliary spots when it runs over the top of the car like that, as it's very visible compared to some of the other cars. Many cars just have them hidden away in the grille of the car, which is not the easiest thing to spot when they are running a full beam on the headlights, of course, but yeah. It is what it is. Anyways, 10 hours into this 12-hour race. If you're still out there and awake, remember to hit the like and subscribe button. And do us a favor and hit the bell as well. The more comments you leave would also help us a little bit in the YouTube algorithm, maybe promoting the community as well that way. A thing that we haven't talked that much about in this race, I think, are how the wind speed affects these cars. And the weather overall. ACC, the more wind there in ACC, the larger the chance we have of weather changing, of course. And it is 2 kilometers per hour at the minute. Not that high, but very often in ACC we see winds on 1 or less kph, of course. And speaking of the wind, you can actually feel in the cars when you're coming into corners whether or not you have headwind or tailwind, about how late you can brake. Of course, the 2 kilometers doesn't make a huge difference, but sometimes we have higher winds and you can really feel how that have an effect on your braking and speeds down the straights as well. That's something that many people gives many thoughts about in sim racing, but it is something that impacts the cars, of course, as it does in real life racing as well. Few more cars coming into the pits, probably splitting up the 2 last hours into 2 separate stints and running them somewhat equal. It looks like the 110 car, the 943 who had the spin earlier as well. Both of them leaving the pits. The 16 car on pit road also, probably in for a sleeker set of tires. As they say in America, I don't know why I said it like that, because we are not in America, of course. That's one of the other auxiliary light solutions on the McLaren we see here, when it just runs over the top of the car. They chose the somewhat reddish color in the BTL racing car, the 151, currently driven by Tony Chavar. Maybe he's a pirate, drinking the rum. Or maybe his name is just referring to how the car sounds. Nevertheless, he's driving that car around in P6 at the minute, doing a good job for the team BTL Racing, keeping the car in the top 10. Just 1 position away from the top 5, of course, when you are 6th. But they are quite a bit away from Clyde Barney at the minute. I'm just trying to spot where Clyde Barney is. Yeah, Clyde Barney is going through Brussels at the minute, and yeah, that's basically 2/3 of a lap between them. Yellow flag just behind Clyde Barney for a brief second. Coming up again, that's a 1-2-3 Lamborghini, the CBSR Lamborghini that spun for some reason through no name. Might have been taking the inside curve a little bit too much, or using it somewhat too much of the outside, getting it into the wall, maybe having some sort of a slight spin in that situation. But it is still very much on for a lot of positions. Remember that we still have basically 2 entire sprint races left in this race. That's how much action that are yet to come around the mighty Spa-Francorchamps racing circuit. Probably have a very much longer official name that I will not try to find on the internet because I don't want to, basically. Race leader coming into the pits. You have this one and one more to go in the race. That's chin boxing. I highly doubt that they will swap drivers, as we have seen them doing quite long stints in that car throughout the entirety of this event. But we'll have to wait and see when they cross the first timing line after the pit stops. And I do believe that this will at least temporarily promote the 79 car into the lead of the race when they pass the pit lane. Or past the 911, who will be stuck in the pit lane when they drive by as they're coming through the bus stop at the minute. The 212 car have taken over fastest lap in the race. I actually didn't notice that, as I thought the 911 car had that for a long time. But that is Pliers that currently the car that drives with the fastest lap, or the yellow brand, or the purple branding for that at the minute. Maybe some explanation for the viewers out there in the YouTube chat what you can see on the left hand timing board that's running on the screen while we are broadcasting, and have been if you have been wondering what the things means on that. On the very left hand side you have the position of the cars in the race. Then you can see there are one number that have a red square around it. That's the car that we are currently following with the cameras on track. And one car with a purple marking around the number. That is the car with the fastest lap of the race. Next to that you obviously have the driver names, and you have a bar that goes up and down, jumping a little bit from time to time, usually very stable. That's how much ping the cars have. Not something that are that useful for us at the minute, but when you are in the car yourself and driving against others, knowing how much ping they have, or latency, or lag basically, then it's quite useful to know whether or not that they will be rubber banding when you're coming up to them. And if you know that you have high lag or ping or whatever you'd like to call it, then you also know you have to be a lot more careful when people are trying to overtake you, because they might see you being in another place on the track than you actually are. Next to that you can see the car brands that the teams are running, then the number of the teams. Yeah, not much to be said about that. This is endurance, and everyone is classed in the same class when we are running endurance events. Then we have a green box next to them. That just means that all of the pit requirements have been fulfilled for the race. As sometimes on ACC, something that you'll see if you have ever watched our sprint races, that if you have mandatory pit stops, then the box will be yellow with a number inside that indicates how many pits that the teams must take, and that is not taken into account for stint timer, of course. Next to that, then for the race leader, there will be a number that indicates how many laps they have driven in the race. And then, of course, the purple ones, the numbers and indications down there are the gap between the cars. Although when it says the laps, or if it's blank, that's just because usually the game can't really figure out what's going on. There are normally more than 2 sectors between the cars. And then, of course, next to that, then is sometimes a white box with P that pops up. That means the cars, they are on pit lane. As we are back to some sort of... I thought we were back to some sort of action, as we were, but that's... Yeah, the 169 cars have just been passed by the 202. I was a little bit confused on who was where and what because of the darkness and the blackness of some of these cars that makes them hard to see out there on track. Good thing that they at least have headlights so we can look for those out there. If you've ever tried driving some of these cars with broken headlights and or damaged them, it is very difficult. It is doable to a certain extent, but very difficult and not recommended if you don't have working headlights, and you'll also be showing the meatball flag. That means you have to pit within 3 laps, so not a lot of us have ever tried that, or driving longer periods of time without lights on these cars, but it can happen if you crash the car hard enough into a wall that you'll do a lap without the lights. Not that we hope that will happen to anyone. Robert Klin of RPM Triberg Racing. Yeah, I probably butchered that name completely. With the blue auxiliary lights on the front of the car, not running all the way down the side of that McLaren, only on the support for the windscreen there on the front. P8 on track at the minute for the 77 car. Another German behind the wheel, Mario Schüller. Left hand racing. I assume that all of the drivers in that team are left-handed. Yes, that would make sense really with the name. I've seen that car a little bit here in the later stages of the race, and they are very close to the 199 actually for position. That would be a battle for 20th position, within a second at least of each other, with 1 hour 45 minutes to go. But remember, behind these drivers are the 212 closing the gap as quickly as he possibly can. The car with the fastest lap of the race, of course, the 212. But it is, Schüller against Suhaili, something. Suali. I'll think it's Suali, maybe, yeah. Or whatever. Suali versus Schüller. A lot of L's, battle of the L's, I shall call this from this point on. Going on for P20. At this point, though, the gap does seem to extend a little bit. That is now over a second once again between these two drivers. Up to 1.3 after being very close. Maybe Suali made the move on Schüller. We just didn't notice as it happened in the background. A little bit of onboard action. You can see the blue lighting there coming onto the steering wheel. That's because a lot of the newer generation GT3 cars, they have sort of a purple bluish LED light up in the roof, so the drivers can easier see the different buttons and stuff within the cars at night time, as they are not all lit up. Very small detail, but it's at least good to see that it's in the game. Of course, just a beautiful action. You can really see how dark it's getting on the outside of the headlights from the drivers. At this point, going close to being white there from Schüller, but not exactly white enough to get any sort of a track corner. No time gained there. It is one of the corners that are a very big sinner for that around Spa, as it's so important to get as much speed through that corner as possible. The Paul Frere curve next to Stavelo, of course, most people just refer to that entire section as Stavelo. But yeah, because if you lose just a little bit of speed, if you have to lift off the throttle through that corner, then you're losing on all the way on the run from curve Paul Frere up to the bus stop chicane, as that big straight is full throttle. Same goes from this point to the source and down to Lacombe, very long straight. The earlier you can get on the front, the more speed you can carry through Erosion rally on, the better it is for a lap time, as it is such a long and important straight behind. Looking on board with the McLaren, that's one of the cars that goes through Erosion rally on in 6th gear, as earlier we were on board with a Ferrari that did it in 5th. And that's just because the gearing of the cars are different. As it's supposed to 272 top speed down Camel Straight from Schüller there. as Ben McConnell have gone into the pit to serve his second to last, or maybe his last stop, but the 169 car's second to last pit stop. As he might actually be moving out the pit lane again. Could have been stopped there for a little bit of time. Still urging anyone out there who wants to tell us a little bit about how the race have been going to come in and tell us about it in the interview waiting room. Then we'll drag you in as fast as possible. You get some free PR for your team, and yeah, just telling the good people of YouTube, your friends and family, maybe your supporters, the other team supporters, friends and family, your opponents, maybe just adding to the whole broadcast experience that we are running here on SSRI, making it more interesting for everyone out there to listen to me ramble, or maybe just getting a break from me ramble, and you get a chance to talk to the wonderful people out there. Still on board with the McLaren. Beautiful sight to behold this McLaren. That's taking the early turn into the bus stop. It's a little bit different what drivers like to do there, whether they're turning in late with less speed, doing it sharper to get the better turn through the second part of the bus stop, or if they're turning in early like the McLaren did there. Very different from driver to driver what they prefer to do. It's a matter of style, how you choose to run the tires, and basically also a little bit of matter of skill, as the later option a little bit harder to pull off with consistent outcomes. That's definitely too much of a cut there. I feel like he had all four wheels on the left-hand side of the curb there and ready on, which usually results in a track cut, or at least a reminder of you have to slow down to not gain any time, or not a reminder of that, but you could get a no time gain as well if you lift off in time, or not gain any time on your previous lap or on your best lap. I can't remember exactly how that works. Some corners it will just automatically give you a cut warning if you rejoin the track with more than a certain amount of speed, which is slightly interesting and something that you need to know if you want to avoid it. Something that have caught me out a few times personally, both at Suzuka, Catalonia, and Imola. I know there are some of these corners. But getting the good aerial view here of the LHR machine running through the night time. Rounding in once again. These drivers are a lot of laps into the race, and 110 is off at Pouong, it looks like. Some people might think, what are the reasoning to keep driving these cars around and around and around in circles? And the reason to that is basically to see who is the fastest driver there. Not much more in it, bragging rights and seeing who's the fastest of all. The competition aspect of driving these cars are what makes it fun to compete, and just the achievement sometimes of finishing races like this, bragging rights of beating your rivals, and just and basically just having a good time with your mates. A lot of these teams, they know each other inside and out, and they do these races just to talk to each other and enjoy the evening or the day together, catching up on old times and new times, making the best out of friendships, and increasing some, making them better, whatever they prefer to do. As it's getting to a point where it would be really nice to hear from someone out there, maybe in the interview room. It's getting harder and harder to figure out what to say and keep you guys entertained with. Here on the SSRI channel, the 73 car have gone off at Blanchimont. Once again, we see a car falling victim to that particular corner. have been a major sinner this time around on Spa. I do think it's getting close between Blanchimont and Radion, where we've seen the most yellow flags in this race. I think next time we are racing at Spa, we should ask Chris Hill to keep account of that. Or maybe do that at the Nordschleife. Good luck figuring out the correct corners. Having a mini-map going next to you and a pencil to note down where and how many. That would be great fun for everyone. Except for Chris, of course. Anyways, Tim Kroll in the log, driving car. One of the few drivers who actually managed to get into the interview room and speak to us in this race. Also a team that have been around for quite a while in SSRI history. Of course, one of the Dutch teams. And Dennis Kroll, I think it's Curtins and Van der Meer, Martin van der Kraan, of course, who are driving that car today. Maybe it's both of the Krolls, actually. No, it's both. It's both of the Krolls, because this is Dennis Kroll, and we know that Tim Kroll was in here earlier also driving that car. That often confuses me. Same goes with the two Mecklenburgs and the 415 car. They actually ran the Lexus for a good portion of last season in endurance. Good to see that car on track, of course. Anytime that car goes on track, it brings a smile to my face, as it's one of my personal favorite cars to drive. Maybe not the quickest car to drive out there, but very fun to drive. It just handles it in a different way. That makes it interesting to drive. And in the end, that's what it's all about, having fun when you're out there. However you choose to have the fun, whether it's by competing for positions or just driving the car. As long as you're having fun, that's what it's all about. Van der Water coming into the pit now. To serve his second to last, or that team's second to last pit stop in the race. Should probably keep track on who's pitting when. Next time around we could also just look it up on the pit wall app. Yellow flags again. Ooh, that's a big hit for Verhelst there. And quite far up the road he got off there. He must have been side by side with someone, as the 944 car also gets a drive-through penalty. I wonder what happened that Jason Van Dijk should stop go 30 as well. Dives directly into the pits after that impact. It did look quite heavy and in a strange place. He must have lost it on the grass maybe, and then spun it all around into the wall on the opposite side. Hard to say. Following O'Sullivan of Big Brain Racing. Also have had some incidents in the race. Both of the Big Brain Racing cars have that on them for this event. Unfortunately, but still in it, of course, in 33rd position. Or 30s, no, still 33rd. I thought they'd jump up to 32nd because of the 556 car being in the pits, but they did gain on that, as there must be a lap between them. Good to see, of course, that the back mark is still going. Also shout out to the 225 car, who have been at the back of the field for so long in this race, but they are still keeping in it. Doing a good job of that, but a stop go 30 for the 73 car. That could change that a little bit down in the back end of the field. Now we're getting a replay of what happened. Going through Blanchimont. Does he touch the inside? Yeah, touches the inside, loses a bit of control. That loses all of the control, spinning it even before the grass, and then it just goes around as he hits the brakes. That's a little bit of a classic mistake that occurs there. I'm not wholly on saying that I have never done that in dry conditions either, because I definitely have. It's a 212 car. That's Pliers who stopped in the La Source and returns to the pits. RTGs there. That must have been an incident and a half for them to do that, as they will drop quite far back down the order after that incident. Which means that Van Schijk will probably get the position on Pliers for the 610 Motorsports team. And you would think that 610 that would be the number of 610, but nope, 16. Which is actually how you say, well, 16 in Danish, and you'd say the 6 behind first and then the 1 first. But who honestly cares about that when you're watching a motor race, right? No one tunes into this channel to learn Danish. Am I right, people? If not, then I'll start teaching you Danish for the rest of the stream if no one reacts in the YouTube chat. And no one wants that, I guarantee you. As we'll basically just all say grød fløde for the rest of the race. I wonder when players will start moving that car again. Move it out of the pit lane and cross out the toe to get back in there, and then the actual damage repairs on top of that. As we, I think, get a replay now of what happened to players. It looks like it. Coming into Lausanne, he might touch the grass on the outside. That looked very strange. It slows down and stops braking, and I wonder what happened there, if he ran out of fuel or something. That seemed very strange, at least. Must be something like that, at least. Of course, no one could hear Chris. But yeah, that was a little bit weird. I do see messages popping up around it, but not in channels that should be discussed openly. Damien De Kaiser goes into the pits as the 944 car have a drive-through over their heads. De Kaiser taking the second to last stop for the 1111 Mode 11 car. That's basically the B team of Mode 11. Sort of say that they normally run a very competitive car with the top of their drivers, and then a car that I would say that just in it for the fun, they are still normally a good team, and from time to time we see them pop into to the top 15 positions with the 1111 as well as the main 11 car. But the Kaiser took that car through the pits for the second to last time. We'll see when he crosses a split whether or not that he's still in the car or what. No, it's Steve Parker taking over the 1111 car. The 944 didn't take the pit stop that time around. I'm just seeing whether or not the players will rejoin the track. I don't think that he have. I think that players and the team, they might have disconnected or something like that. I don't know exactly. I wonder if the fastest lap then just are brought over to the car with the second fastest lap in the race. If we can scroll up through the standings and see if anyone at this point have the fastest lap marker next to them. Doesn't look like it. That's a little bit strange, as the 73 cars off at Blanchimont once again. That car does seem to have been involved in quite a few spins at that particular corner throughout the evening, or throughout the day, I should say. Leaving just enough room there for the SSRI car to get through there on the inside, as the SSRI car misses the braking a little bit for the bus stop chicane. Back up to the 77 car that finds himself in 11th position, or running in 11th at this point of the race. The RPM Tribeck team with the blue auxiliary lights, of course, on the front of the car. A little bit interesting position there, 24 seconds behind the Bentley of Daniel Lenson at this point, who have taken control of the mighty Bentley of Team Rocket. Was it Team Rocket that used to be Red Rocket? I can't remember. Anyways, I was every time that I saw the Red Rocket name back in the days, I was just thinking of that one South Park clip that I think we all were. Our Lambo 96 had issues with bounce mods all day. Yeah, you can come into the commentary booth. Maybe tell us a little bit about it. That would be very lovely to hear about him. Join the interview waiting room, and we will drag you in ASAP. Of course, we like to hear from anyone out there. Doesn't matter how it's going in your race or how long you kept racing for, even if you retired, we'd still like to hear from you if you're out there watching, and put some words on your experience of the day of racing. It would be very lovely. Of course, lovely. Simply just lovely. It's getting really dark out there now. I think we have reached the peak darkness of the race. 10:43 in-game time, of course, that is. As we are 1:45 Central European time at the minute. As we have been joined in the commentary booth. Ooh, welcome to the
Good evening, guys.
welcome to the YouTube channel. Good evening. What car have you been driving all day? As I do seem to remember your name.
Yeah, Car 6, Sim Racing Holland.
That's right. How have it been out there for you today?
This is not our best day. The first 6 hours were okay. Rogier had a good start. Quali was bad. He had infield laps. Then it started to rain, so he started 43. And after 2 laps, he was 28. But the guys around getting the pace, and we lost some places. He did 2 stints and was 32. I took the wheel.
Another car just parked on the start-finish line for some reason. Sorry to interrupt you there. That seems a little bit strange. Weird place to park a car. He's going again now, I think. Anyways, you were saying... Oh,
Yeah,
we have major damage in the 511. That might be why. But yeah.
we're racing at the 32 at the moment. Then I took the wheel. I had, let's say, 40 minutes. Then it started to rain. I had a good stint in the rain. Lost some places in my first stint, and took them back at the rain. So it was place 32. That's my second stint was finished. So Rogier took the wheel. Had a decent third and fourth stints, and then started the problems. Had a disconnect. Cost us 3 laps. Rogier had a crash. Yeah, and now it's place 38 at the moment. 37.
It just seems to be one of those races for you guys, but it's a good thing to see that you are still on the track and trying to just at least finish the race, because you're getting very close to the finish line at this point.
Yeah, well, no, we will always finish the race. We never stop.
Yeah, that's the thing. Just keeping the spirits high in a race like this. You did mention a bad qualifying, but realistically, where do you think that you could have finished the race if we take away the disconnect and some of the major things that went wrong? But just say that it went smoothly and all well. You reckon top 25?
No, that's a little bit high. I think our place in this field is between 30-35. So if we had 32, 33, we had a decent race.
That's the thing. It's always about keeping going. And do you set expectations before the race in your team to say, if we finish in this position, then it's a really good race for us, or do you just take it as it goes?
Yeah, but if we see the disconnect, it took 2, maybe 3 laps. So I think maybe now we had to place 30 if we don't had the disconnect.
Yeah, because we have seen quite a few disconnects from other teams as well this evening, and of course all the retirements, and a lot of teams are finding a good deal of many different walls around the track today, costing a lot of time. How did you find the challenges of the wet around the Spa today?
My stint in the rain was good. I had a good pace. The car was feeling good. Yeah, no problems. It felt good in the rain.
That's always good to hear, because that's one of the things that's discussed a lot about the McLaren. Some people say it's awful in the rain. Some people say it's great in the rain. Personally, I like it as well, and have had a great result with the McLaren in the rain. But I do reckon that the people who think that the McLaren is bad in the rain, they just need to shut their mouths and stay it where the sun doesn't shine.
I had fun in the rain. Yeah, I had a good stint.
Yeah, of course.
So some more rain was, it would be nice for us, but
You never know. Still 1 hour 20 minutes to go in the race. Do you reckon that you have the pace to catch up to the car in the 35th at the minute, the 27 car? I can't remember the team name of those guys, but do you think there's a chance of catching?
in the rain we had the pace, but now at dry we don't have the pace.
Yeah, that's the big thing about endurance races, especially around a track like Spa, when you know that the rain can come and go as the wind basically blows around here. Next time we go endurance racing will very likely be on the Nordschleife. Are you looking forward to that?
No.
As we see a big spin there from Van der Woerd.
It's a big circuit, so one mistake can take a lot of time.
Most definitely. It'll be one of the races where it's just good to stay in the race for as long as possible and see what happens, and maybe take advantage of other people's mistakes.
Yeah, of course, but yeah, let's see. First need to come the DLC, so I don't know when it's coming out, but
It's scheduled to come on the 1st of April, but that seems a little bit of a joke, to be honest, releasing any big DLCs on that day. But we are just waiting in intention to see what happens.
Yeah, we love the race here at the SSRI and love the race at the Endurance, so.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that brings a lot of people to SSRI. That's to try the forces of our endurance racing. Because as we have mentioned a lot of times during the day, it's actually a very close series. When we saw qualifying today, we had, 13 cars within a second, and I think was it top 26 or maybe close to 30 within 2 seconds. And I feel like that's a very close field, especially for endurance racing.
Yeah, but the last race at Valencia was also close. I think the whole top 23 was between a second.
Yeah, it was one of those days. Another car causes a yellow flag after Blanchard. Seems to be a difficult corner. Now that you have been on the track as well today, as a lot of the other guys that we haven't talked to that many guys here. Ooh, big price there from the 77 and someone else. But which corner do you feel like have been the worst out there? Have that been a Blanchard or a Rouge to you? Or the most sketchy to go through?
A Rouge then. Blanchard, no, I don't know. It's not a bad corner if you have the right waistline.
Yeah, exactly. Even in the rain, you would say the same.
Yeah, but in the rain you need a lift. It's also for a Rouge, but a Rouge, if you take it too close to the corner, you have a bump in it, and then the next corner is also hard to get.
Oh, definitely. Because it does seem like we're seeing more yellow flags in this race around the Blanchard than in Rouge for some reason. That seems to be the difficult corner for a lot of drivers today.
Yeah, it's getting dark now, so it's hard to find your point on the track, and yeah, everyone is getting tired at the moment. I think the most teams are teams of 3, couple of 2. So let's say if you have 3 drivers, yeah, you have 4 stints.
Yeah, basically.
So it's 4-hour racing or more.
Look, this is actually interesting. All the teams we've just seen pitting, including fourth placed Clyde Barney, they have come in at a point where they still need another pit stop. According to your strategist, do you need 1 or 2 more pit stops from this point to go to the?
1 at the moment. We stopped at 2 hours. So Rogier is now driving, and Dick is doing the last stint for the last hour.
It's a great name, Dick Van Kills.
Yeah, Dick.
Love that on the stream. That does that, but Van Kills on the top of it. It's just one of my favorite names of the day.
So it's 50 minutes left for Rogier, and then Dick is taking the wheel.
Lovely to hear. How have you been? Have you just swapped between you guys throughout the race, or have you had complications that have meant you had to be creative with how you split up the driving?
No, yeah, I had to disconnect, so I did drive my 3rd stint, and then I had to disconnect, so I was finished with it. It's now the 2nd time I have to disconnect. I was very angry.
Oh, I can relate to that. I had the same early in the race, and 4 times last season, 4 times in a row to be exact. 4 different races.
Last race at Valencia, I hadn't any problems, and the race before at Silverstone, I also had 2 disconnects. So I don't know what's the problem. I'm talking with my teammates in Discord. My stream at Discord was running. Everything was okay. Only my connection with the server is sometimes gone.
Yeah, it does seem that happens to some people for some reason. No one knows exactly why. Maybe it's CPU loads, maybe it's server things, because Kunos only guarantees a stable server, so I think it's about 80. But at the start of this race, we had more than 40 cars on, and if all teams have 2 drivers on, plus the commentary team and stewards, then it's quite a few connections over the 80 at least.
Yeah, but it's mostly the same people that have the issues.
Yeah, oh, definitely.
It's my feeling then.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we've seen that at least in our team, that it's always me who have to disconnect for some reason. Although today we have all seen quite a bit of stuttering for some reason, and that also cost us the race at the end.
Okay, no, we only had to disconnect. The rest of my teammates had no problems with the connection, so.
Not even a little bit of stuttering during the race?
No.
Maybe it's just a Uncharted Motorsports thing then.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I haven't been by the 1st hour, but I haven't heard anything of my teammates that there was some bad connection, so.
It could just be us running horrendously old PCs at this point. And that are not updated. I actually see a little bit of a bad ping there from the 77 car moving up and down quite a bit. Have you seen cars rubber banding on track today, or have it all been smooth on that part as well for you guys?
Yeah, only one. Bellotti, I think. Bellotti?
Yeah,
What is it?
I think that's the 16 or 18 car.
18, Merc.
Yeah, both 18 and 16 Mercs, that's why I always get them confused.
Yeah, I only once he was 1 second away, and then he was back on the track.
Yeah,
But,
well, in general, it seems to not be an issue around here that much. We also, not this race, but I think at Valencia we saw a singular car as well having, not as bad as that, but just a tiny bit that was disturbing us a little bit. But it is what it is when we get so many people together on the internet, right?
yeah, true. But if you focused on a car and it's disappearing, it's strange.
Oh yes, it is. The worst thing if you're driving behind someone that disconnects and they just continue going in a straight line, disappearing out of the track. That's a scary thing when that happens to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you're turning in the corner and it pops up, you think, oh, what the hell is this?
Exactly. Nevertheless, we'll get back to the racing and you can get back to your teammates. Do feel free to pop into us again at any other time during this race or in the next race. We always like to hear from anyone out there. And
Yeah,
let
well,
this be a kind reminder to all the teams that please join us for interviews whenever you have time for it, as it makes our day interesting as well.
yeah,
Anything
just
you would like to say to the viewers before we send you off?
yeah, at least come back after 24 hours and have fun for the last hour.
Yeah, any special people out there watching on YouTube that you want to give a quick shout out?
I love my teammates, so for everyone at Sim Racing Holland and the people at the AM class at the sprints, I will see you about 2 weeks.
Exactly. This was the words of my. I'm not going to. You can pronounce your last name yourself, so I don't butcher it too many times.
Just call me Michael, but it's Michael Huizinga. But you the English guys always say Huizinga.
I'll say Hausenga. It sounds better.
Hey, yeah, it's nice to talk to you guys and have fun the last hour and keep up the good work.
We will try to have fun at least.
And I will be at the 24 hours.
Yes, hope to hear from you again. This was Michael Hausenhardt joining us for a little bit of time here in the commentary booth, as I think that we have been joined once again by the lovely Alex Newman, who have been on a little bit of a pause, waiting for us to get in here. So yeah,
I'm not complaining.
Alex.
It's good to be back for the final hour and 10-ish minutes that has happened. I have not had a break whatsoever in comms, but it's good to be back for the final hour and 10 minutes to see who wins this race. I think we know who might win this race, but anything can happen.
Yeah, it's still an entire sprint race left of racing in this event, and anything could potentially happen. A disconnect could put a spanner in the works, sort of say, for the 911 car, or back marker could have an unfortunate incident with them. They could be caught up in something, so you never know exactly what happens in endurance racing.
That too. It's just, have we seen any? I think we did see rain. I did just check in earlier, but has there been any more rain since that?
No, for the last basically since I left you originally. Back then we only had that short 10-minute spill of rain that came out of nowhere not that long ago. Well, it's actually a few hours ago at this point now, but you know how time flies when you're set watching motorsport.
Exactly. I'm glad it's been hopefully action-packed, but now coming on to the final hour, I think we have seen probably all of the battles starting to disappear now. There might be a odd one or two, but I kind of highly doubt it now. It's been a long 11 hours so far, and I feel like the drivers are going to start to become a bit more and more tired now. Its vision's also becoming more and more blinding, you could say, and you just see a lot less, which can lead to more mistakes as well with tiredness and less vision. So it's just all something to add up.
Yeah, and the cooler track. If the last time you were out racing were in the perfect ice and smooth warm conditions, and then you get thrown out to the track in much colder temperatures, then it can be quite difficult to adjust to the new grip level, sort of say, track conditions. That could play a factor as well later on, but yeah, everyone basically owes us one pit stop in the race at this point, so it's start to keep a track on who boxes when, to see where positions are on track. I do think that the 911 car will be the first one to come into the pits to start the next pit stop round, as they have always been just around the area, whether or not that they could actually make it, but now it's a guarantee that they only need one more stop at this race. If they can carry enough fuel, of course, that is, but I assume they can.
I think it all comes down to the extra pit stops that's happened during the race due to obviously stuff that has happened, crashes, abnormal weather and stuff like that, that will affect the driver time, so they might be able to do one final stint or one extra pit stop and then they can go straight to the end, or I feel like some cars might have to do two. I'm not too sure.
If they
Actually,
have to do 2, then it will be due to fuel restraints, as the stint timer are 68 minutes, and we
actually,
are
yeah, I
with
don't know
less
what I'm
than
talking about.
68 remaining if they're in the race at this point. But of course, you still need that 1 extra lap at the end, depending on when the leader starts his final lap.
Yeah, I think it's what I was speaking about. I think I'm losing my mind a bit. But I think what I was saying is if people had to pit a few laps ago, you might have to actually go through the pits, which is a very unlucky thing that if you do actually have to encounter, but I don't think anyone will. But yeah, as we have actually officially started the last actual stint that you can do. So we will start seeing a few people entering in the pits in the next few laps or so, but it's obviously going to be it varies for people's pit stops, and it's just what happens during endurance races. But yeah, we are going to see the final pit stops coming into play probably within the next, shall we say, 20 minutes? Or that's probably a bit of a long pit window.
Now we'll see if it, yeah, we can actually see them very late, because I do think that there are some of the cars that will have to pit with about 10 minutes left to go in the race. And they are not likely to take tires when they come in. They might just do a splash and dash to go to the end when they do that, or if they go in late. So it will be interesting to see how that all unfolds at the end. So it still might be a little bit of a strategical race for some of the teams out there. How much time you spend in your final pit stop, as we see one car diving in to take their final stop now.
I reckon all of these cars can do 66 minutes easily with fuel, so I don't think we'll see that. And I think the only likelihood that that could be is what's it called, driver stint time.
Oh, that won't be a problem, as
Yeah.
that was you had 12 hours at the start of the race to ensure that everyone could go through without issues. Like, yellow flags around this corner. No, don't go onto the track now. Oh no, that's the race leader coming through. Oh, that was extremely close there from Pascal Vida of Sim Racing Holland. Wowza, that was one of the things that could happen, of course, in a race like this.
You're lucky you're allowed to scream during this. I have to come in to keep it quiet.
Oh no, I can do anything.
Yeah, because your name's
No,
on the
but
book.
not all the cars can do 66 minutes, at least on the maximum fuel mapping, but of course drivers can change that and then they can go a lot longer. But 64 minutes they can definitely do, and that's the window that we're entering now. So no one should be in trouble. Of course, the Ferraris can go much longer, and that's a Ferrari that we saw boxing in earlier, taking his final pit stop. That's a 199. So when that emerges on track, we know that that car will not likely drop any further down than it will be when it comes back onto the racing track. It will even gain positions as other people go into the pit at some point.
Yeah, I reckon that might be for driver stint. I don't. Yeah, it will have to be for driver stint, and probably a tiny bit of fuel, and probably will need to. Yeah, you may as well take tires for the last stint. So actually, it could be close between P19 and P20. 70 seconds, but it does take quite a while to obviously go through the pit lane, and then obviously the option of tires is another 30 seconds. So it could.
It could still be all to play for a lot of these positions, depending on what they're up to go for on their last stops. The 14 cars are stationed in the pits as well. Not within the top 23 we can see on the leaderboards at all. But yeah, they're also playing it out early. Now the number 14 car.
Oh, I was about to say I don't see 14 cars in pits.
No,
I was about to say.
The number 14. But yeah, it is what it is. I'm just trying to look through a few things on this corner to see if anything interesting have happened there in the last time. No, not really. Not really, and the YouTube is still not moving either with the chat messages. If you have questions out there, then please do send them in on the YouTube chats. Then we have a chance to answer them at least. Following the black car of Daryl Young, currently driving the Wildfix racing machine. Not that easy to spot in the dark without ox lights and everything else. The black liveries do sort of just become dark when it's the middle of the night. The yellow flags are out again. I think what the stream that's in Brussels. That's a new place. Haven't seen many of those.
I must say, I am going to have to give you a heads up if I accidentally leave. It's because my internet's been playing up, and I've actually found out my entire Fnet system has kind of blown up. Not actually legitimately blown up, but something's happened with it. So I'm on just some weird Wi-Fi dongle. And unfortunately, it did affect my last broadcast by 2 minutes, so that's brilliant. But at least it's back up and running, I guess.
You know what? It is what it is if it happens. So no worries. Don't sweat it at all. Anyways, that was low on Van der Border. We saw that having a little bit of a spin. I think another car was involved in that as well. But that is not good for Van der Border, as he was doing quite well in the race before that. We have seen him being involved in quite a few battles, both with Valencia earlier in the race and Aaron van Duren as well. We saw a good overtake from yeah, that's what I'm saying, Chris. We saw him overtake him earlier in the race. All right, the viewers out there don't know that Chris is talking to me in the background.
I think the viewers have got it by now.
They just think that Chris is all of the commentators' fantasy friends.
He's all powerful.
Oh yes,
Oh,
he
you
is the god that we pray to in the middle of the night. We are so-called Chrisaholics.
Chrisaholic, I don't think I'm ever going to use that term ever again.
No, that was a bad one, I must admit. Nevertheless, Van Duren are now in the back of Van der Border, reminding Van Duren, of course, once again that he have to drink the water as well, that he can't just drink beers for 12 hours straight. But it does not seem to have become an issue this time around. More often than not, we see them have late race issues, as that's the... oh, for the love of God, I keep forgetting what car that is, the yellow and black Porsche. It is not. It's I think it's the Schrops in the 416. That Porsche is the 202 Porsche, maybe. 202. I'm being whispered in the back of my head. It is the 202, of course. Jan Dofner on the behind the wheel of that car at the minute. MSR Sport. I've been mentioned quite a few. Oh, yes, something's going on there into Lake Com. 3 cars off in that one. One of them just opting to go straight through it all. Definitely caused one of the track cut warnings. Of course, if you get you have 3 track cuts, and if you get the 4th, then you'll get the drive-through penalty that everyone wants to try to avoid in a race like this. No, we didn't see who the 2 other cars was that got flying through there, but nevertheless, the action haven't stopped yet, just because we are underneath 1 hour in the race. Meanwhile, Van Duren and Van der Border goes close together once again, further up the road. Or well, they were close together before that scuffle we just saw at Lake Com.
It's harder to identify the corners at night, I'll be honest. Oh, that's just common sense, I'll be honest.
I just look at the track map and see where the red dot is the car that we're following, and then I sort of just guesstimate.
I'll be honest, I forgot that exists.
Yeah, I also primarily use it at night to figure stuff out. Like, here we go, it's Aaron van Duren that starts it all, it looks like. No, he gets taken onto the side. That must have been water there, and then the Porsche of the 202 Porsche there, and it's Van Duren that just cuts us directly across. That was interesting to see. At least that gave us a little bit of a perspective of what happened there up in Lake Com.
Luckily, though, everything has settled down for now. 58 minutes left of this race. We do see another side-by-side happening for position, I believe. That is definite, and I believe that's Tudger as well. No, that's the 296. Who is that? Is that Kroll? Hang on, no, it can't be. That's not for position, actually. I'm just... Oh, what? Oh my God! The Lamborghini goes very wide. Wall there. I'm sure they will have some wet pants.
Oh, most definitely. They will have to change them after the race. Hope that they are wearing diapers while racing. Otherwise, that could be a great one to take care of. Big gaggle of cars coming into Lake Com now. one of them taking you to the inside runoff area to avoid any kinds of collisions and playing it as safe as humanly possible.
Almost wrecked himself.
Yeah, and Duffner now have to try and attempt to re-lap the 69 car of Aaron Van Doren, as he just did, as he slid through in the background. Which also means that who is that next to Van Doren there behind? That's a Lamborghini that almost hit the wall, and that's not a. I don't think it's a Sim, so it's not a car in the top 10. Then the nearest Lamborghini to that would be the 944 further down, but I don't think it's that car either. It's a little bit hard to see the numbers of the cars here in the dark and identifying them.
Luckily, that's one thing I do like about this game. It's just the attention to the detail that is the glow-in-the-dark panels. Obviously, you do get it in real life, but I just find it pretty cool. They've actually put that in the game as well. I find that really cool. I've said it a lot, but
Oh yes, it is a nice detail, but it's such a shame that not all teams run the stock ACC number board. Some run custom numbers as well.
oh yeah, they do.
Which makes it a little bit more difficult than some of the cars that have custom liveries, but they haven't been uploaded to the livery folder. They don't even have numbers on them, they're just black. But we can see some of the custom number boards there, the McLaren that was just passed by the 202 car. Yeah, but they go racing. I've noticed that it's not that popular in SSRI, but other racing leagues, then some people are running with sort of this glitter effect in their paint. It can be a little bit distracting driving behind, but looks really good on broadcasting. Makes it easy to tell the cars apart. I do still wonder how they make that that thing happen. Less than an hour to go, and both Van Doren and Zimmerman comes into the pits.
You see as well what seems to be then the water as well getting closer than ever to the back of. That's not Van. Hang on, who's he on the back? Oh, never mind. Just ignore everything I just said.
He's just driving out there.
He's just participating in the race.
Most certainly is. What the cell I find the brush, so to speak. Now we're having a look here at Lawrence van der Woert and the cars ahead of him. One of the yellow cars, and then I think that's the 123 Lamborghini ahead of him. That must be the CBSR Lambo driving there. Quite easy to recognize those colors, though not as nicely done as on their main Mercedes, of course, but still a good shout out. It's recognizable with the color scheme that they are running and doing the best with the in-game customization of that livery. Van der Woert of the Road Motorsports team, the 239. One of the teams that before the race I wasn't expecting them to be all the way up in a top 15 position, but they have just kept their heads down and kept their car clean and done the best driving that they possibly could, avoiding incidents and just picking up the scraps of other teams. And that's what endurance racing are really all about, just keeping in a position where you can take advantage of other people's mistakes, and if you just keep it clean yourself, then usually good things will happen.
That is very, very true. As we do see, whoa, getting very loose again from the stop, managing to save it, loses a position. No, no, that's not a position. That's just a car on track.
That was the 79 car that came flying through there. The second place car overall at the minute, the Wildfix Racing car. A car that I was complaining about. We didn't get to see much of the livery of earlier on, but then we finally got to see it, and now it's too late to actually get a good look of it because it's so black.
I don't think many of the liveries have changed since Valencia, I don't think.
No, I don't think so either, but I didn't have that much time to enjoy them back then, as we were in the race right up until the end, and I ended up doing both of the last final stints for unknown reasons. Not that that was a good idea at all, as my PC had a big stuttering, and then when it came back from the stuttering, first off, there was no ignition on the car. Second of all, I had a drive-through all of a sudden for track cuts.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, yes, perfect.
Ouch. What, are you looking to upgrade your PC then soon, you? Or
Yes, actually, I aim it should be sorted before the next endurance race.
what are you getting?
I have bought a used PC off of one of the other sim racers in the community, and it's actually getting delivered tomorrow, I expect.
Oh, so that's quite. Do you know what's in the PC or not?
Absolutely not, and I would have no idea even if I knew what was in it, what it was. But I
That's
assume it's
brilliant.
better than my 5-year-old PC that I bought for almost nothing back when I bought it. So basically anything is an upgrade. A 2-year-old gaming laptop would probably be better than my PC. So it is what it is. I'm
Do you
just
say
happy
so?
that I have been available to run races on it in the last couple of years.
I mean, if it's been able to do the job, then
Yeah,
or
well,
it's
I've been able to do ACC. It have had issues with LMU after one of the updates that came. Then I couldn't load that game anymore, and it doesn't like iRacing either, which is a bit surprising. And that's not that demanding game. So yeah, it is not the best, and I also run ACC on very low graphic settings just to keep it running somewhat smoothly.
as you, yeah, I guess works.
Exactly.
Hope.
It
I
does the
need to
job.
upgrade my monitors now.
Oh, me too. That will be the next thing on the rig thing. Although a new racing wheel would also be nice, as some of the buttons have started falling off and the stitching in the
Oh,
grips are coming off. But
what rim is it?
it's an Inato rim that I bought off of Bas van Melis a few years ago. I think it's 4 years ago now, 3 or 4 years ago that I bought it. It's the Inato 488 Ferrari rim.
Not.
I don't think that Inato still exists actually, but very high quality for the pricing that they do on they used to do for the new wheels on the Inato website.
You might have to. Ah, he just said they never existed. Oh, never mind. I was gonna. I'm looking at buying another rim. I'm probably gonna go for like a Sim Magic rim because they look quite nice, or an Acetec.
I think that my next rim, if I'm not going sim line, then it would probably be one of the most rims with an adapter on the back, as they seem to have the button placement that I want on my next rim. I don't want the screen on the rim, because I have a GT set up at home, so having a screen on the wheel would mean that you have to look very much down to look at it, and I don't think that's optimum. Also, I have an extra dashboard mounted on top of the actual wheelbase that works as that, so it would make no sense to do that. But
Funny enough, I am actually ordering the Simline 720S rim. That's a
really,
rim I've been wanting to get for quite some time. That's why.
me
In
too.
fact, the podium hub that came today, that's why I had the answer to the door earlier, was my podium hub. So just getting there now, and hopefully.
Nice. I've been looking
Yeah,
at
but
that exact rim myself, so I hope to get a good review out of you when you have tried it out.
Oh gosh, I need to order mine first, so that could take some time.
Oh yeah. But as well as, but I think that Bas van Melis might can tell us how those rims like work, as he is a wheel fetishist himself. He have a quite decent collection of the high quality rims and knows a lot of the people who makes the rims as well. And very nice guy to talk to as well, Bas it is, and very helpful if you ask him questions about wheels and rims.
I feel like mine's going to be so much more expensive than yours because of bloody import taxes.
Oh yeah, probably.
Oh, it's such a shame.
Yeah, I think what you need to do, no, I don't think you can do that either. You need to know someone who is traveling close to you from Europe, get a ship to them, and then he will bring it over and then deliver to you in person to get around the import taxes.
That's not happening, sadly.
Oh,
So I also
it surely must be cheaper getting a return ticket for some random person in Europe on a flight than getting the import tax.
you could probably do it.
Surely Ryanair is cheaper than the import tax. Ooh, drive through for Pascal Vida, by the way, down in 26th.
Oh, that's Weeder obviously having that crash earlier, as we saw as I just joined. Cool. Unfortunately, getting that drive-through penalty, serving it now. It seems. Well, actually, where's he gone?
No, we just jumped further up the timing sheet so we can't see him anymore, but it looked like that Pascal Vida will actually drop position due to that drive-through because he was only 20-something seconds ahead of the car behind. obviously I haven't followed that much in their pit cycles as of late, as we have been talking about. My favorite thing to talk about, real racing rims.
Yeah, I want that Fiesta WRC one as well, but I feel like the
yes.
buttons just look a bit dodgy on it.
Yeah, and it's whether or not that you would actually use the circular rims. Of course, if you go rally racing on your sim rig, then it's obviously a good investment on NASCAR racing. But if you stick to GT's open wheel racing, I don't think it would be that useful, to be perfectly honest. Of course, you could demount the button box and put it on maybe a nice mono wheel or SMP.
Yeah. Momo wheel would be nice with a button box of some sort. I kind of want the Fanatec. I think it's a Club Sport button box that looks quite nice as well, but I'm not spending 320 quid on it, and then the import taxes, and then the shipping taxes, and most likely FedEx's weird taxes for kicking your box.
Oh yes, of course. Don't forget those. Anyways, a few more people coming into the pits. That's P. van der Linden further down, and Tuja here in the 77 RPM Tri-Brock racing car. Tri-Brock. I think that's some kind of a Dutch word for no idea.
Actually, no idea, or are you just saying no idea?
I'm just saying no idea. I have no clue.
Never mind.
It would be funny if they called their team for RP no idea. I would enjoy that quite a bit, just like the left-hand racing, which would be funny if they were all right-handed.
Yeah, it would be. I'm just using one hand.
But anyways, they are actually in a very tight battle for 20th position at the minute. Less than half a second behind L in the 666 Ferrari, and that's the car we can see directly ahead of us here on board with left-hand racing Kevin Harold, of course, that is driving that car. Who got on the brakes correctly there? Both of them, it looks like as the 1, 2, 3 car seems to be having issues in Lake Com. Still on the battle. I think we can follow this battle for quite some time at this point, as not much else is going on around this wonderful, wonderful racetrack. But still close action for positions this late in the race. It seems to have become a theme here on SSRI that the races go on till the very last minute, no matter whether it's sprint racing or endurance at this point.
It's good to see though. It does make racing a lot more interesting, because usually I just came off a F1 100% league, and unfortunately my Wi-Fi went out, so I actually cut out on the final few laps of the race, which is annoying. But it is, the blessing is, it's not many people like it, but safety cars is kind of a blessing, because it just obviously tightens the pack up, and you don't usually get that in the circuit course of competition unless it's a manually done one, or like an M2 or something like that. But that's so much effort these days, but it's just better just not to have one. But it does obviously cause this issue of just the pack spreading out so far apart, but that is just something that will just happen during endurance racing, and it's very rare that you will actually see a battle that will go on until the very end. But we have seen it in real life though, like Daytona 24.
Yeah, but again, Daytona 24 also have the full course yellows, and if there's one thing that Americans like, then it's a good full course yellow.
That's true.
The small debris on the track, full course yellow, full course yellow. Some dude is taking a piss near the track, full course yellow, full course yellow.
The paint's coming off.
Yeah, and in NASCAR, competitive cautions because people need to take a pit stop. What? Why?
Full course yellow because the car's going left.
Yeah, basically that's how American motorsports work in these days. But it does keep the racing very close together, and it would be nice if we had some sort of system in ACC to do that without having to do too much manual stuff. We used to run full course yellow, so that just meant that everyone had to put on the pit speed limit. So way back in the days when it caused huge lag issues when you joined a server with custom livery. I think we all remember that quite fondly as quite a fun thing to have in the race, because that could really alter a race whether or not that suited you with the pit stop strategies and all. Even though I do remember that by the end of those rules, by the end of that time, there were rules made so we couldn't box under full course yellows unless it was emergency stops, and then you had to serve a drive-through after. But in the beginning, you could box freely under the full course yellows, and that really shuffled the back sort of safe in the races, and that was quite fun when all that was going on. You were never secure about your position. If someone had a disconnect, it could be a very unfortunate or fortunate thing for you out on track. But that was way back when I think there was also collisions on the information lab, to be perfectly honest, way back when in ACC. I think we all remember the good times of that.
That's just iRacing in a nutshell. There is still a way that you can actually turn off collisions on the formation lap. I'm not sure how you do it. I've heard of it before, but people just don't tend to do it because not many people just aren't used to it, and they would just end up going into the back of someone.
I think on iRacing, the problem with I actually like the formation laps in iRacing, but the problem with the formation laps in iRacing are that you're almost forced to go 2 by 2 the entirety of the formation lap, because if you try and break that and go single file, then there's some dude yelling at you, what the fuck you're doing, get over to your own lane. And realistically, you are not side-by-side formation lapping for a full lap around like Road America or something like that. You would line up much later, but it is what it is. It actually works quite nicely in LMU the way that they've done it there. But yeah, it's still what it is. It's never perfect. Some people likes one thing, some people likes another. Same goes for ACC. Some people likes the full formation lap, some people likes the short formation lap, and 15-second penalty for car 40 causing a collision with a 1111, and the drive-through for 511 for I would assume some track cut stuff or pit lane infringement. But a late 15-second penalty coming out there, they might have served their final pit stop, and if that's the case, then the 15 seconds will be added after the race. And yes, the stewards are still awake at this point of the day. 12:30 in the middle of the night in Central Europe. Half an hour till midnight in the UK, I would assume.
Yeah. Just getting towards Sunday here now. Day of rest for probably most people here on SSRI. And
everyone will stay up throughout the night and either watch this race from start to finish or watch the sequence 12 hours that's going on at the same time. And now we have a run from Kevin Harrell diving to the inside of Il, coming into to the late calm chicane. He's actually all the way through before the braking zone. Will Il try to launch it back up the inside? No, he doesn't. He plays it smart and tucks it behind. As we have a Mercedes right behind. That is not Verhoeven, unfortunately. That I think is the 34 car. Yeah, it's the 34 car. The top 3 in the race, and we could see the lights flashing. I was thinking that because of the closing speed that he was coming with. And he really wants to get through this as quickly as possible, though he's not in too much of a hurry, to be honest, as he's not directly challenged on track for position, but it just messes up the rhythm when you're stuck behind back markers for too long.
That'll happen too quickly for midnight for you.
Yeah, well. This wasn't that. Don't forget that John Vitonga and Justin DeJong, they're only those 2 drivers in that 34 car. And 2 main effort for 12 hours. That's sort of also what I prefer. I think 12-hour races are where you can start adding the 3rd driver into the team if you want to have a true endurance experience. I know that some teams still running 4 main entries, as maybe they couldn't get the 2 entries for having 2 main entries, 3 cars. Or they just simply didn't want to do 6 hours each, and that was the easiest way to get everyone driving time. But to me personally, I like to do 2 main operations for races up to 12 hours, and then a few more when it's above that. I don't mind 3 main driver entries, of course, for 12 hours either, but I prefer the 2 main.
I think it's all down to other people's times, and obviously people do tend to get quite tired after doing. Well, you wouldn't do 6 hours consecutively, but 6 hours is still quite a lot when it comes to racing at once, and I feel like a lot of people will struggle when it comes to that, and it's all just down to obviously experience as well, because I know you're probably quite experienced, as you were saying you've been racing for some time.
Yeah, at least 4, maybe 5 years at this point. I actually can't remember exactly, but I couldn't look it up, as I have pictures on my Instagram from when I built my first proper rig even raced before that as well on wheel and pedals, but that wasn't in a comfortable enough position for me to do actual endurance racing back then. Although I must say I started endurance racing way back when it was very tricky to do on Xbox on both Project Cars and Forza for that matter, with Tora hosting endurance races back then with 2 hour stints, and that there would be some weird swapping times and stuff like that. Very complicated, didn't work nicely, but it was what it was, and for Xbox users it sort of what we had to deal with at the time.
I mean, it worked for that time being. At least I really just want AMS2 to get driver swaps, man. They have all of this great stuff that they actually do, apart from the multiplayer menu, that's awful. But they've obviously got the release of the new LMDHs, the new GT2 Evo 2s, and also we also had Le Mans and stuff like that. So they're almost like teasing some sort of driver swap update to be added soon. But if not, it's just kind of a waste.
Yeah, I like AMS2 as well, but there's the online part that sort of drags it down. That it's not that good. Then even though there are that many good cars and classes to drive in AMS2, I just think there's a little bit too many. And when you go online racing, of course, you want to do the custom liveries as well. And I haven't ever seen anyone do anything where you could do custom liveries on AMS2. And I think that if they could get that done, then it would be a much more online friendly game.
You are actually allowed custom liveries in AMS2, but the only reason no one does it is because it deletes a livery spot from the actual default liveries in game, so it's almost like just not worth doing it at all. So yeah, hopefully, obviously, as you were just saying, some sort of livery support will be added to that as well. Hopefully in the next update. Obviously, we've seen some quite major updates recently with both the physics and content, both in separate updates, but have been quite promising so far, and it's definitely a step in the right direction for the game.
Oh, certainly. Was that a pass for position? We just saw that. Did Curtin just
yeah,
through Podaska in a Podaska gets a little bit of a wiggle on, sort of say, coming up ready on. Yeah, Podaska seems to have dropped a little bit there, quite a bit actually, in just the span of basically a straight. Still going a little bit with the wiggling over the curbs. Yeah, interesting how his race will pan out from this point on. Still 35 minutes to go in the race. I would assume people that are coming into the pits now will probably not. Maybe they will take tires. I think the people with 15 minutes left to go, they will not take tires as a.
Oh, there's a spin there from what seems to be Podaska.
Yep, and I think that was the 74 car that had to take a big evasive action there on the outside of Podaska. But it does do a good job there, quickly getting away from the racing line, as it's a little bit difficult to see cars parked in the pitch black, especially around that corner. And did get going in a reasonable slot there between cars. I think it's the 69 that would have been the next car to come up behind. The 911 car we followed currently P2, but I do believe that the 79 car still needs to pit one more time. But how long that car will be in the pits could be decisive for the race. No, I actually think that well, maybe he have the distance for running through the pits if it's a short splash and dash that they will take. I do believe it will come down to maybe 10 or 15 minutes at the point where the 79 car needs to pit in for fuel at this point. So it could still be interesting by the end of the race. Though 40 seconds, yeah. I still think that the 911 will take the lead after the stop, but it could be very close if they opt only to go for fuel.
Well, actually, no. The pit lane's still going to be too long.
Yeah, but it'll still be about maybe 20 seconds between them. But it's not as horrendously big of a gap as it have been earlier in the race between the stints. Speaking of 20-18 seconds, Scopes in the 4th position, only 18 seconds behind Justin DeJong at this point, and Sim Spinkling is only 2 seconds behind Scopes, up for 4th position. And that could become somewhat of a battle up there, if Sim can catch up. As we know,
There was some battles going though.
it would mean the world for Sim to get just that one more position in a race like this. 1.9, the gap is coming down though. That was over basically a 6 that's just one straight and one corner. But yeah, the gap is not that big for P4 at this point of the race. This could be interesting. But does Scope still need to pit? That's the thing that I'm wondering about. Should probably pull up a pit wall live and have a look, but I can't be bothered at this point. I'm just guesstimating. Oh, you're a lovely, lovely lad.
Where is it? There we go.
No idea.
What was it you wanted to see?
Whether or not that Scopes owes us a pit stop at this point, and some Spinkling for that matter. When they last, how long they've been out on the current stint.
Would tell you I need to make an account. God damn it.
No, that Chris can probably find it. He's a board man anyway.
Continue as Alex. That is my name. If Sam and some other drivers still need to do a pit stop.
Yeah, whether or not that Scopes and Spinkling they owe us the pit stop. Just had a brief yellow flag, and that's coming out of the bus stop. The 934 car. That's quite far down. No, it's not. That's a P14. That's just a little bit of a moment there. But still going in 14th position, as the gaps are pretty big down there. Spinkling now within a second of Scopes. I actually seem to remember that Scopes and Spinkling, those two cars on the same sequence, maybe one lap between them. We at least saw that earlier with Clyde Barney calling off the Porsche, but is still losing out the position about an hour or two ago at this point. But Sim is definitely closing the gap ever so slightly to Dennis Scopes at this point. This is definitely forming to become a battle within the last half hour for P4 in this race. I think that we will be treated to some immense battling here. Also, Anthony to Horst and Levels, the two legacy teams of SSRI have engaged in battle for 16th position. That's CBSR and Mode 11 that has gone into that dogfighting scenario with half an hour to go in the race.
This might be some hot laps to the end, to say the least. Do you see those Sam's trying to catch up? Well, he's doing quite a good job on trying to catch up Dennis here, trying to put some pressure on him within a second now. So Slipstream is slightly coming into play. It's not going to be too strong for him just yet, but it is going to start being a bit of an advantage for him. Obviously, we're not sure if he needs to do a pit stop just yet, or Dennis does either. I'm not too sure in terms of tracking pit stops at the moment, but I'm going to assume both of them are going to be going to the end. If not, they will have to do one pit stop, which is still, they're going to be quite close to each other. If that, Sam might be able to get the undercut on him, if that is the case, but they might just be racing to the end now. But we do see Sam might be in the advantage for pace, because he has actually been gaining quite a bit of time over the course of probably 5 laps. He's now all over the back, you could say, of Dennis Shops for the final half an hour of this race.
Yeah, but you know, one thing is catching up, another thing is getting by, and Sim might have to get a little bit creative with that, but he is definitely closing the gap as the back marker will come into place soon as well. That could be one of the chances for Sim to get the move done. Taking advantage of the traffic, which is such a big part of endurance racing, but that lap car does a very good job of just staying out of the way of these two drivers who are still battling this late in the race. Good to see. Very good to see, at least from behavior of the back markers. Just been told that Sim's current stint is 48 minutes, and that means that he will have to pit again in this race. And I think that Scopes is within a lap of Sim, as Sim are now on the outside of Dennis Scopes, coming into Lake Home, and Scopes keeps it on the inside. How are they going to go through this? Sim Spinkling does go through Dennis Scopes there, or overtakes him at least. He doesn't go directly through him, of course, that would be a strange move. As Duffler in the 202 gets a drive-through further down the field as well. Good strong move there, decisive from Simsport. He did seem to have a little bit of a pace advantage over the last couple of laps, and took full advantage of that. And Danish is on 51 minutes. Yeah, they are within that 1 or 2 laps of each other, so they will both have to come into the pits one more time. We are being told in the background that De Jong is on 51 minutes in, so he'll also have to come in for a pit one more time, but we didn't know that. Oh, that's Daryl Young, sorry, in P1, and we did know that he would have to come into the pits one more time, but Duffner with the drive-through penalty, that could potentially be hurtful for his chances.
Yeah, I think it's 3 laps between P7 and P8 and 2 laps between P7 and P6, so I don't think it's going to play.
Then it will not be hurtful for his race.
Oh, actually, no.
No,
What?
No. 50 seconds between. That will be actually could become very close.
Why did I say 3 laps?
As soon as we see Duffner dive into the pit, that's just the ACC, the weight updates. As soon as we see Duffner dive into the pits, then we need to follow that. And when he nears the exit, then I think Chris will give us a little bit of a picture of it. So then he will make sure that we have camera coverage of the pit exit when Duffner is about to leave that, as that could be some of the race decisive things that will happen here later on in the race. What was happening there?
Whoa,
that's the 151 car ahead of Duffner. Yeah, that seemed a little bit strange and unfortunate for them. They could be carrying damage for the rest of the race now.
I'm not sure it's too much.
No, I don't think it's too much either, but it will be a little bit, and you have to take that into account when you're driving the car.
Obviously, that's probably something to do with traction control. You might be trying to do that little tip, trying to use TC cut, going to TC0 on the exit of corners. Try get that extra. It's not even horsepower, just a bit more acceleration. Obviously, traction control, hopefully, as most people know, does cut out the throttle just so you don't spin, and that's probably what's happened there. McLaren as well, so yeah, I'm not sure how effective the TC car actually is now, but was very, very effective in 1.8.
Yeah, they have tried to get that fixed a little bit so you can't take it that as much advantage of it anymore. But I know that Dominic Gies in our car, he tried using the TC moves and moving the TC from 0 to 4 quite quickly, or with a shortcut on his wheel. Though that did from time to time mean that his traction control was just cutting in when he was just accelerating in a straight line, and losing him quite a bit of time under acceleration because of that, which was a little bit strange, but that could have been one of the ways that Kunos tried to make that more realistic, and you couldn't just flick it like that, as that would probably destroy some of the cars if you had tried that in real life. Nevertheless, Duffner have not opted to take his drive-through penalty just yet. Though Peel are picking up the pace. I think they said 45 last time they had a finish. A cut went over line. That's Yannick Valendal who have done the same in turn 1 at this point. Going for a little bit of a spin there. Maybe someone have dropped oil. Of course, I know no one have dropped oil because it's a video game and the cars don't do that in this game. But if it was real life, we would definitely be talking about that at this point. Will Duffner come into the pits this time around to serve his drive-through penalty? No is the answer. He will do it next lap then. The 11 causing a yellow flag on the start-finish straight.
Oh, has he run out of fuel? No. Stalled. Quite impressive.
The 1-2-3 car also caused a bit of a yellow flag at Lake Calm there for a short while. The 1-2-3 car having had a lot of small moments in the race so far. The CBSR Lamborghini, of course, is the B car. They might actually have left the server, but that
23 minutes left.
I hope that it's a disconnect, because it would be a strange time to just give up on an event. I think it's a disconnect, and they will reappear in the pit lane at some point, hopefully. And that's what caused the small yellow. Now this Simsport almost a 2-second gap down to Dennis Groves at this point. 1.8 seconds or thereabout. Last time they crossed a sector split. Duffner still carrying the drive-through penalty with 23 minutes left in the race. That are some of the main stories that are still going on. Levels did get past the horse further down the field as Maggenberg are right in the rear of Siege for P18 as well. But the main thing are when Will Duffner will probably come in this time around to serve his drive-through penalty. But where will he re-emerge on the track as Scoops gets the drive-through penalty from P5? Great news for Sam Spenkeling there. Very good news, but how close are the 151 car? Those are 2 laps it says there on the board. They are a little bit misguiding as that will probably change to some seconds at some point. So that will be interesting to see where Scoops comes out in all of this, as well as Duffner.
As we do see now, Dennis Shops has been given a drive-through penalty. I think you were just mentioning earlier.
I
Going
was
into
just
the
thinking
pits.
that he is coming now, but where will he come? Will Liebold get the jump on him? Where is the 151 contract? That's the thing that we need to look for. Duffner definitely comes in this time as well. Yes, he does to save it. We are looking. We are Duffner and the 555 for the 2 we're looking for. Then the 416 and the 151, but I feel like the Duffner 555 are the most interesting one of the 2. As that will be the closest one on pit exit, it looks like.
Oh, this is a new camera. Quite nice.
Oh, you haven't seen the split screen cams yet?
I've seen I've got one, but this is a new one.
Nevertheless, in the bottom right hand screen, we have the Duffner taking his drive-through penalty. On the big screen, we have the 555 car who's just coming around bus stop now. I do think the 555 car will take the position, it looks like, because the 222 have only just entered the endurance pit lane, as the 555 car will round the La Source corner right as we speak. And yeah, the 202 are still on the pit speed limit, so he will definitely take this one as he is passing him about now. He goes through. So that is the overtake done there for Duffner. Oh, sorry, for Peel. For Peel on Duffner, of course.
Dennis is not going to be happy with that.
Dennis, that's Scoops. Did he also lose out of position? I think that Dennis Scoops might have kept his to Liebold up ahead of these guys. It looks like, if I'm too much mistaken. But
yeah, I think I did the wrong Porsche.
10 seconds are the gap between Duffner and Peel. Whether or not the Duffner have the pace to claw in 10 seconds with only 20 minutes remaining, that's a big question. He needs a second or more than a second per lap actually to catch that up, as it takes more than 2 minutes to round a lap of this track, which also means that we have less than 10 laps of racing remaining.
Oh, that's a shame, because we're on the 290th lap. We could have seen 300. Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, boo. Well, here's the thing. When the race is over, then I suggest that you just go into a multiplayer server on Spa and do the remaining laps to get it over 300 just for fun.
Exactly. I'm not doing that.
But you're only allowed to race on a keyboard, and you must use A and S for acceleration and brake, and then the arrows for steering, and then up and down for gears.
Fine.
And pit speed limiter is, of course, non-existent. That would have to be...
Spacebar.
Yeah.
The car just jumps.
Exactly. I just put some buttons and see what happens. Maybe something will happen, maybe don't. It's actually interesting that Duffner almost lost the position to Kroll as well. Almost, but there are only 12 seconds between Kroll and Duffner. So Kroll actually are somewhat close to the 8th position as well, though it will be unlikely that he catches that one up. And the spin we saw Yannick Velenduk have, that could be the one that decides that he is not getting the top 10 with the Team Rocket cars. He's about 8 seconds behind the 77 car at the minute. Though Tim Kroll now comes into the pit, so that might change everything that I just said and made me look stupid. But it is what it is. 18 minutes remaining, and we can see that the weather will stay dry for the remainder of this race. Basically a race of two tails. First half of the race with a lot of mixed condition racing, and the second half of the race only seeing a little tiny bit of rain. Some spouts here and there, so yeah, interesting race as Maggelberg is still very close behind Siege and haven't made that move yet. Within half a second for 18th position. That has been going on for quite a while back there, but they could potentially be involved in some sort of traffic, and that's why he can't get the move done. Or he might just not have the pace, but now it's less than a 10th last time they crossed a sector split. That could either be sector 1 or sector 2, the split, or start-finish split, or the sector 1, sector 2 split. I think it's very unlikely that you'll be that close over the final split before you finish the lap. Interesting to see you next time we come across if Maggenberg have gotten the overtake done. But still following Peel around. And now we're done with Maggenberg and Seitz. No, Maggenberg is still behind Seitz. This is quite the battle. Less than half a second between them. Quite often that means that they've been within a 10th on the split leading on to the back straight. Now that they was within a 10th after the late Carlbeck Campbell straight split, sector 1 split basically. But very, very close battle between these guys. 16 minutes remaining. But there's the question for Maggenberg. How much does he want to push to get this overtake done? Do he want to risk the result of the race to get this one extra position, or will he be satisfied? It's getting late, as you can hear my voice as well. Or will he be satisfied with 19th in the race? Many big questions for these late hours of the evening.
As we are creeping closer to midnight here in the UK, as it's now actually coming closer to 1 AM for you guys, as we do see obviously what seems to be the 415 of, I think it's the R2E Aston Martin AMR V8, trying to get this position done on Z as quickly as he can here. Doesn't have too much time left, so we might see this driver becoming a bit more impatient now, trying to get past his car as quickly as he can, as it's still maintaining quite it's not even that big of a gap really, but it's still big enough of a gap to still be quite what's it called, the slipstream, not to be that effective, but they are quite similar in pace if I'm not mistaken. They have been at it for some time as well.
Yeah, it's been at least 8 minutes since I first noticed that they were very close on track, and they could have been close for even longer than that. But it is a matter of patience at this point, because Steve Maggenberg, even though he really wants to get through, he can't just force it at this point, because he does risk everything for both himself and an opponent driver late in a race like this. He could potentially just have wasted 12 hours of driving for both teams if he takes them both out at this point. But then again, he will also very much want the 18th position, because they are within the spots where every position counts and gives you an extra point in these races. So Maggenberg definitely wants to get it done at some point if the opportunity presents itself. He might have to get creative with traffic if that appears for them, and if he gets lucky enough around it. Which to be fair, are one of the better overtaking opportunities in endurance races like this. As soon as traffic comes into play, then it's all a matter of how good you are at managing that traffic. Losing as little time as possible and getting people past you at the right time. So Stoffner comes into the pits to serve his final pit stop. But how long he will be stationary for, we'll have to wait and see. The 666 and Stoffner and 416 all into the pit lane late in the race. I wonder who it is behind them. I am not seeing any marshals waving blue flags, so it might be a back marker wanting to unlap himself behind Magdenberg. Dijon comes into the pits also. It looks like Auberton isn't in the car, of course. The 416, is that Swaps? I think it is. Then, yeah, then it's the 74 car Spinkling that still owes us the pit stop, I believe. Have they had theirs? I think they owe us the pit stop still. Have they had it? No, they must have had it because they are getting very close on track. I think that the 74 car might have taken tires if they already stopped, as they are quite a bit behind. Steve Magdenberg getting really close to Syke at this point. But then it just stretches out a little bit. It looks like that Magdenberg gets a better line there through Pouon, but not good enough to try the overtake into I think it's called Piff Puff. At least that's what I heard that Kieran said all day. Oh, then it's to run out of both there. It's a difficult one, especially if they're on worn tires, but both of them seem to be getting it quite nicely. But can he tuck into the slipstream? And then it's all about timing it correctly, because you don't want the run so you are too close before Blanchimont, but you want to time it so you have the overspeed coming out of Blanchimont. But there Steve Magdenberg goes in and touches the inside curve. That can be a deadly mistake if you do that wrong.
I feel like it has gotten better though since 1.8, because you can actually save the cars. You can save the cars a lot better than you could sort of in 1.8.
Oh, definitely, definitely.
I'm not sure how much of that was English, but we'll go with it.
I think just enough that I understood it, but I'm also very tired at this point. 10-second penalty for the 1-2-3 car, but I think that's the car that we saw had the disconnect. Whether or not they've rejoined, I'm not sure of. And the 79 car have taken their pit stop as well, which means that it's the 911 that leads the race. The 79 car could potentially have taken the tires to try and go for a fastest lap here at the end of the race. 1-2-3 have rejoined. I'm being told in the back of my head by the mighty Chris Hill, who is still sat on his bum after 12 hours of non-stop broadcasting. He haven't lifted his bum from that chair a single time in those 12 hours, and you know, that's commitment. And very, very wet, apparently. Sim have gone into the pits now, so he hadn't taken his stop yet. So interesting to see where he will emerge back onto the track. Yeah, Chris Hill is... I sometimes forget that people can't hear Chris Hill, but Chris Hill is very right. Sim Spinkling will come out in fourth, as Shops have done both a drive-through and a pit stop, of course. And that's why they were so close on track before Sim coming into the pit. I was just not realizing that Shops was about to get lapped by Sim Spinkling and not the other way around. And they were not about to go into a battle. Like Steve Magdenberg and Siege, I think it's going to be a matter of nerves at this point, as we have passed midnight in the UK as well at this point.
Definitely feels it.
But it is going to be a matter of nerves between Siege and Magdenberg at this point. Who will be the least nervous in the last 9 minutes of this race? Or potentially 10, depending on the leader and when they cross the start-finish line the final time. Up to Sim Spinkling, secured very safely in the fourth position.
One thing I did see was Cody Bestlink unfortunately getting a drive-through penalty further down the grid. That is going to put him quite far down in the order, because down there it does seem, yeah, he's close to, I think he's close to P30 as well. But yeah, no, actually no, he's not close to P30, but he is definitely close to P29, so he is going to lose 2 positions there, unfortunately for him. And it might be the same with Ryan O'Sullivan, because I don't trust the timing boards at the moment because it's let me down a few times now.
You really can't trust the timing boards in endurance races if you don't have pit walls to use as now. Maggenberg, it looks like, are on the offensive here on Siege and have gone through us. They make contact. They make contact with 8 minutes to go. That is a Siege that goes for a little bit of a spin there after contact with Maggenberg. Surely that will be reported by one team or the other.
This is just where the teams start to get a tiny bit more impatient and the moves start to become more and more questionable and more controversial. And this is where we will start to see post-race stewarding coming into play.
But whether or not that was a late attempt for Siege to try and reclaim the position after Maggenberg making the move, or if it was Maggenberg doing a little bit of a push to pass, we will have to wait and see. Whether or not that this is being reported, whether or not, or what opinion the stewards will have of that situation if it gets reported. But as we're currently standing, Maggenberg in 18th position.
Getting there.
I tell you what, this could be one of the rare situations where position drop could be enforced in a SSRI event if this results in a penalty and it's decided that Maggenberg did the push to pass. But again, we will have to wait and see on that. A little bit of a yellow flag there for the 1111 card, look like up at Lake Kong. And now on the run down to Brussels, he is moving again. Fortunate for him, but that was the closest battle that we had on track. Maybe Chris can show us on the front if there's something close. If not, then the 2120 battle, P20, P21 battle, also something that's getting somewhat close. But this late stage of the race, I feel like we should probably start seeing a little bit of the race leader on the stream with just 6 minutes to go of this motor race. Remember to hit the like buttons out there if you are watching on the stream on YouTube. I can see that 20 viewers but only 12 likes. Come on guys, hit the like button.
12 likes is 28 likes.
Ooh, it looks like Maggenberg pushes him around. I was actually just watching on YouTube there, but I'll just go back to YouTube so I can see the replay that Chris just found for us. I was wondering why we were still following Maggenberg around.
We are back, I believe.
Yes, we are back after a quick word from our many sponsors. As you might have noticed, they are quite non-existent, as there probably just was a silence on the stream there for a minute. We had some small technical issues, but they are solved now. Anthony Horst have gone into the pit lane to serve a drive-through penalty. Where he comes out, we'll have to wait and see. He might come out in 17th position. I don't think that anyone else will catch up to him, but 4 minutes to go and be on 297. So 298, 299. We might actually just make it to 2 or 300, but I think this race will end on the 299 laps. Yeah, but what a race the 911 car had. I do believe that they had a very rough start and got spun around and put all the way back to last position in the race before they made a big comeback to get up into first position.
Definitely been a good race for them. I've said it so many times during the race. Being able to go from first all the way to last and still having the determination to go all the way back up into P1, it's absolutely great to see, and they are definitely, in my opinion, team of the day.
No one could have blamed them if they wanted to just throw in the towel after that big incident early in the race. But they kept going. They fought their way back through the field. I do think a lot of the cars maybe further down have just let them go by because they saw how fast they were catching them. And they must have been assisted a little bit with crashes as well, not losing them too much time when people just disappear out of the way. But what a drive they have had, and just a superior racing, a good strategy calls as well. He crossed the line now, which means that he will finish 298 and start 299, so the race will finish on 299. and then he would have started 300 if it had been one more. But what a race they have had, the 911 car. That have been a story in the race that they will surely remember for a long time. Not just because of their own good driving, but also all of the events they've had on their comeback story it have been for them. And still winning with quite a big margin down to the 79 car, the Wildfix Racing team, who usually also performs either extremely well in endurance racing or horrendously poor. It's one or the other. There are no middle ground for them. I would call this extremely well when you podium in an SSRI endurance event. Also, the rebirth of the 34 car, they haven't had the strongest of races to begin the season. Maybe got a little bit shafted on Silverstone. I'm not the one to decide that. Hard to say really, as I don't know the full story of what happened. And then again on Valencia, they didn't have the greatest of races with a few silly incidents and drive-through penalties. I think a stuck go 30 as well. They got from the stewards in that one, and that's what kept them further down the field there. But Justin De Jong and Sean Benson, they have kept it up to take the podium. Maybe because Sim Spenkeling is within 4 seconds of Justin De Jong at this point. Sim Spenkeling obviously being the experienced fox, and and Justin De Jong being the young wolf. Maybe it's 4 seconds and 2 laps. I don't think that Sim will catch that up on this if there's heavy traffic implications. So. Maybe not that there will not be, as Justin are the first car behind the 911 car that we're following around here, but very close for P3 in the end. I think that Sim might, they could have probably taken tires and then full. Oh, I don't think they took tires in the pits, and that's why they got this close to Dijon by the end.
It's too risky to coast for the entire 23 seconds. I thought they might have just coasted to make it the final lap, but we are now onto the final lap on board of Porsche team. I can't read that last word because it's pixelated for me, but the 911 Nordschleife.
Schumi Skins, and now pronounce the name of Jean-Sebastian Cassingin, whatever, the Frenchman.
Cassingina?
Some French driver at least.
He said this to me earlier. Yeah, Sean. Comes on to the final lap now. Darryl Young behind in P2, followed by De Jong in the Mercedes 34, rounding up the top 3 there for tonight. But actually, I'm not going to say anything because I've seen a few people in this position, and sometimes
on anyone at this point. But speaking of the 79 car, I feel like that's the one car in the top 5 that we have not talked that much about during the race because of accidents that have happened on track. We've talked a little bit about them because of liveries and stuff, but they have had a very quiet race considering endurance, and they're finishing in 2nd position. They have sort of just snuck away. Now I didn't see much of the stream for the first half of the race, of course, as I was driving most of that, so there could have been stuff happening there, but from the point when I started getting into the booth and until the end, they have had a very quiet race, just keeping it going nice and easily, staying out of trouble, doing what you have to do in endurance.
I think a lot of the position gains they did was through pit strategy, so that's probably why we didn't see them that much. But it's good to see them higher up again. Obviously, I believe they won Valencia 6 hours, if I remember correctly. And then I think Dennis Shops was 3rd, and I forgot who was in P2. But we do see the leader now going through Blanchimont and bust up now to take the win.
About Wildfix Racing, I actually think that they won last time. We had a 24-hour race here on Spa. I think it was a Wildfix team that actually won that event as well. And here we go. The race is now officially over, by the way. The 911 car wins.
Look at the top left. I'm satisfied now.
Great drive from them. Darryl Young will take the 79 Wildfix Racing car probably into to P2. De Jong and Spenkeling have finished their race as well in 3rd and 4th. A few cars coming over the line. Waldog in 11th and Peel in 6th. But Daryl Young will come in here to take the second place in the race. In just
Finishing
a
on
few
300
moments.
laps.
As
Lovely.
the fireworks are popping off in the background to celebrate the race is over. A big pile up as always in turn 1 after races like this for unknown reasons. That's where people like to park their cars. Dennis Group will be the next man in line at least to finish the race. Or the highest position driver who haven't finished the race yet will finish a P5 in this one. Good job for R2E as well, battling the drive-through penalty, of course, and just keeping overall good pace. Jan Dofner, that late drive-through really cost him a lot, but they also had to take that extra pit stop by the end of it to finish at 9th overall. We have seen the 202 car quite a bit on the stream here in the last at least 5 hours of the race for various reasons. Nevertheless, finishing that good drive of log driving, they can be very satisfied finishing in the top 10 as someone already exited the server in the that was the 34 car. But 10th place finish for log driving. These drivers can be pleased with their performances. I wasn't predicting this at any point before this race started, but what a drive from log. I would also put them up there. Obviously, the 911 will definitely be team of the day, no doubts about that. But I would put them up in second for that. Good drive there as the race is officially over. Now we're just waiting to see if anyone are interested in coming in to be interviewed after the race. We would like to hear from the top 3 teams. We're just giving this a few minutes for them to join up in the interview waiting room before we shut down the stream for the evening. But yeah, Alex, what a race we have been treated to from start to finish. It's been non-stop action basically for 12 hours of motor racing.
It's been great to see. Obviously, we haven't seen a single hour where there hasn't been too much action. It obviously does happen though during races, but it's good to see. We did see quite a big comeback from quite a few drivers going into the final hour or so, and that's what caused it to be so interesting on the final stint or so. So I do want to just quickly give a little bit of a shout out to that 911 car, doing absolutely amazing job. Obviously, as we just agreed on team of the day, and obviously Kroll's team who managed to do such an awesome job going into P9 in the end of the stint as well.
What a day of racing we have had. We are putting behind us now actually, as we'll start looking forward to the next round of the SSRI Endurance Championship. But of course, before the Endurance Championship continues, there will be some sprint racing in not that long. So stay tuned on the YouTube channel. Remember to hit the like button and follow. Hit the bell as well to be notified as soon as the season starts and the races go on. Follow us on Discord to keep fully updated on that. And yeah, start looking forward to both the next season of sprint racing and of course the next endurance event that would be the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. What a race we're looking forward to.
Definitely been good, but obviously tomorrow is where we do find out where the actual full full grid is actually set out as, I believe, because technically it's provisional, you could say, but most of them will stay in the same order. Obviously penalties will be applied post race, as well as you were mentioning earlier about a few more controversial overtakes that did happen, and that could definitely affect people's places. So we'll have to find out tomorrow. Keep an eye out in the Discord if you are teams that are just looking out to see if you gain a position or not.
Yeah, it seems to have been one of those races. We're getting a few highlights in the background all the way back to the start of the race. Obviously, none of us can remember what happened all the way back then, except for the rain and the chaos that was happening with who took the early pits to swap from dries to wets, and who started on dries, who started on wets, and kept going. And yeah, this has been an actual true strategy race of endurance. And of course, when we go to the Nürburgring, it will be sort of the same, because you can easily be stuck out on that track if you just miss the pit entry and starts raining as you enter the Nordschleife, and then you could be a little bit screwed, as you have to do an entire lap of the Nordschleife before we get another shot of boxing for wets. So I am surely looking forward to that if the DLC comes out in time. As we're still just giving it just a little bit longer to see if anyone joins us in the commentary booth for an interview, as I am getting really tired at this point.
I don't think anyone is going to join at this rate. So
No,
I
it
feel like
seems unlikely, but sometimes
we hang up the gloves.
people decide to jump in very late on as they are talking it in the teams and celebrating beforehand. Maybe figuring out if something happened that they need to report. But yeah, it was a good day of racing, and I think we can maybe start closing it down a little bit. Do you have anything final to say, Alex, before we shut down? Except for a good job to Chris Hill for doing the cameras for 12 hours of racing plus qualifying and whatever it was in between that we are talking here after.
Obviously, just like and subscribe, getting closer and closer to that 2,000 subscribers for SSRI, and I think that is another milestone to be hit. Hopefully, we could say this year as a goal, potentially.
Oh, most certainly. Nevertheless, I have been Oliver Anderson, Mr. One of Oliver. Alex Newman has been your main commentator throughout the most of the day. As always, Grandpa Chris Hill have controlled the cameras, and we have seen a few other guest commentators like Kieran Moore, Phil, and Dominic Geese as well. Thank you to everyone who joined in for interviews during the race. Thank you for everyone who tuned into the races, and remember to like and subscribe. I will see you next time we go racing here on SSRI, at least next time that I have time to commentate for it. I might be driving, you know. Anyways, good night and see you soon.
Bye.